Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, teachers.
Morning. Welcome.
Good morning, friends.
Morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning, Joshi sir.
Good morning, namaskar.
Joshi sir, good morning, namaskar.
Good
Ravi sir,
morning.
good morning.
Namaskar. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Good morning. Namaskar,
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, all of you, all teachers and friends.
Good morning. Good morning.
Jaya madam, good evening to you.
Morning, teacher.
Good evening. हमारी कुर्सी है यहाँ मेडिटेशन
Rio?
ना this.
Good morning, teachers, friends.
Good morning, teachers.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning. तुम्हाला गुड मॉर्निंग काय गुड इव्हनिंग तुम्हाला.
So let us start the session now. Good morning, friends, and good evening, friends, to my staying out of India friends. So after a fantastic knowledge-packed and fun-packed session yesterday, you all must be feeling very excited for today's session too. So without further ado, let's begin the day with our vibrant culture of invoking God's blessing by chanting omkar and prayer. For this, I request Meena ma'am to begin the day, today's session with omkar. Over to you, Meena ma'am.
अनम्यूट करा मीना मॅडम तुम्ही. म्यूट आहात.
Thank you, sir.
थँक्यू मॅडम. थँक्यू.
Thank you, Rupali madam. Good morning, friends. Let us start prayer. Sit with back erect. Gently drop the eyelids. Keep your eyes closed. Shoulders bit bar. Your chin parallel to the floor. Just observe your breathing pattern. Focus on incoming and outgoing breath. Three omkar followed by prayer. Take a deep inhalation. भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्. ॐ सहना भवतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै. ॐ असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मा अमृतं गमय. ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति. To keep your eyes closed continuously and feel the positive vibrations of omkar and prayer over your body and your mind. Slowly bring your awareness towards your breathing process. Slowly shift your awareness towards your body. Feel the stillness, steadiness, and relaxation throughout your body. And slowly and gently open your eyes. Relax. Okay, over to Rupali madam.
Thank you, Meena ma'am. After the prayer, I am sure everyone is experiencing calmness in mind. This is the ideal state of mind one needs to be in to practice meditation. So friends, let's move on to our next activity, meditation. As you all know, meditation helps us in connecting with our inner selves and improves our mental health. So let us practice meditation today and go through this journey to realize our inner awareness. And who else could be better than our Vinod Joshi sir? Over to you, sir.
नमस्कार. सुरासुरा सेवित पाद पंकजः करिराजत कमनीय पुस्तका पत्नी कमलासन प्रिया सरस्वती नृत्यतु वाचि मे सदा. So good morning friends, and first of all, appreciations for your excellent performances yesterday. I'm really confused whether that has reached a peak and now I have to slowly descend quality or not. But don't worry, we have so many good, not me, but there are other good speakers who will take it to another height. So I assure you for that. As usual, let us start with some story. First of all, thank you so much for joining so early. So let us start with some story. Correct. And the story that I have learned was probably some of you also might have learned in our school days. When I just, share the title, you may recollect what exactly was the story. The title of the story is Acres of Diamond. Acres of Diamond. There was one small, farmer staying on the bank of the river. And he was very happy. He had a good family. He was, working in his field, earning more than enough for his survival. He was contented, and fortunately, all his family members were also leading a contented life. Correct? So, as it happens, one day, one sadhu Vairagi, he came to his house and he sat down. Being a good person, he offered him the food, he offered him whatever he can, food, fruits, requested him to stay back. And then the sadhu said, so I can tell you what exactly is your future. So if you don't mind, I would like to share with you. So all of us, we are anxious about it now. Correct. Of course, we are anxious as long as, the opposite party is telling good about it. Correct. Nobody goes to with a horoscope asking that, can you please predict what is the time of my death? Correct. Everybody is asking how long I am going to stay and how healthy I am likely to be and how happy I am likely to be and so on. So this sadhu, he looks at his face, he looks, studies all these things, and he suddenly says that I really wonder why you are, just stuck to one place and doing all this hard work, of slogging in the farm and then earning a small amount of money. So he said, no, I'm very happy about it. Well, no, but, I mean, as I can see it very clearly on your face, you are destined to be a owner of acres of diamond. Destined to be an owner of acres of diamonds. So he is just surprised that I never imagined also, even I never had a dream of having a single diamond ring. And how is it that, I am likely to be the owner of acres of diamond? So he just, never pays much attention to it. Sadhu goes on. Then normally, as all of us know, that ladies are more intelligent. Correct? Not because you are in majority on this group, but I really, honestly, I feel so, correct? So though the farmer neglected that, whatever was told about his future, his wife told him, if at all that Sadhu Maharaj has told you, उन्होंने अगर बोला है कि, we deserve much better life. We should have acres of diamond with us. So why we should do it? At least ऐसा है ना, भगवान ने आपको दिया है, लेकिन आप खोजोगे ही नहीं तो कैसा हो गया? तो आप खोज के लिए तो निकलो, तो हो सकता है अपने को भी acres of diamond मिलेंगे. Then we will be very wealthy people and we will lead a very, excellent life. बोला कि excellent life यानी कि क्या, अपना तो life excellent ही है, अपने को क्या कमी है? But then, there is a typical, blessing given by God that ladies are more persistent. If at all, once they decide that this has to be done, correct, they will ensure that all others will follow them. So this lady, in good sense, of course, her intentions were good. So she went on, reminding him of the same future, that owners of acres of diamond and all this. And then, as it normally happens, one day this farmer said that, मीन्स अगर मेरी धर्मपत्नी इतना बोल रही है तो उसमें कुछ तो तथ्य होगा, बराबर है? तो चलो मैं निकलता हूँ, कहाँ मेरे तकदीर में कहाँ लिखा है कि acres of diamond. तो he starts his journey and he goes out. So here what happens is that this the kids come to know about their future, the wife comes to know about their future. So they feel that, we don't deserve to do this kind of a donkey's work in the field. We are owners of acres of diamond. Why to, work and slog in all these fields? So they slowly and steadily they stop working, and some other, as it happens, if you don't work, then it's very difficult for you to survive. So somehow all this family, they they lose everything that they had. And there was a very, maybe tragic end of all the family members. This fellow was roaming around, and maybe, after say 5, 10, 15, 20 years, he comes back to the same place. And when he comes back, he says that he sees that there is a beautiful palace and there is a lot of security, and it is almost like a palace of a very wealthy person. And a security fellow asks him, why, what is it? So he says, I am owner of this particular thing. Are you going crazy? Are you mad? The owner is sitting inside here. You appear like a beggar. He says, no. I am the owner of this place. So some other, security person communicates this message to the actual owner. And he was remembering, that in our village, we had this kind of a person. And so he says, okay, just come. So he calls him, he, offers him a seat, offers everything, and asks him, where were you all these days? He said, no, first tell me, what exactly, where exactly is my family? He said, no, after you went for, went out, I don't know where you had gone, but, your family stopped working, and some other, they had a very tragic death. So I took over this entire area, and now, I'm, earning much more. So I'm really very wealthy and very happy person, and all the credit goes to you. You said, credit goes to me. I was in search of all those things. Last 20 years, I was just roaming around searching for the, my wealthy future and all these things. So he said, where you were for last 20 years or so? No, I was, some sadhu came here and he told me that you deserve to be a owner of acres of diamond. So I was in search of that, but ultimately, I could not find anything. So I am exhausted. I am tired. I have given up, and I decided I would like to go back to my, original place. So that is a story. That is how I am back here. So this new owner, he laughs at him, correct? And he holds his hands and takes him to the bank of river. And he says, can you see something? So, no, it is the same as, it was earlier. So can you see all those, tiny shining pieces on the bank of the river? He says, yes, they were there even at that time also. So my dear friend, all these shiny pieces that you see, they are actually diamonds. Correct? So they were there with you, and you were searching all these things. The moral of the story is that, as Rupali madam said, that we are going to be on a journey to find out what exactly we are. So we are what we are. Actually, God has blessed you with a meditative state of mind. Probably we have forgotten it over a period of time, because we are in search of acres of diamond which are written in our destiny. Correct? But now at least a time has come, and since all of you agreed, so let us sit down, sit calmly, and let us understand where exactly are these acres of diamond, and what is the way to approach it, how to recognize that what it is. First of all, whenever there is a lecture on meditation, normally, everybody is interested in some kind of experiences. Correct? So experiences are to be given by enlightened people. I am at much lower level. Correct? So I have no authority, and I cannot give you that kind of experience that I will. Of course, I have that skill of modulation of voice. I have that skill of engrossing your mind, and I can definitely ensure that by end of say 20 minutes or 25 minutes, you will feel very relaxed, you will feel very happy. But honestly, what I feel is that that will be a very, very temporary phenomenon, correct? And that is not what is my objective. My objectives are twofold. First thing is that please try and understand that meditation is not something which is to be done. You are, God has gifted you with a meditative state of mind. Over a period of time, probably we have forgotten about it, correct? And we are set on a journey to find out what exactly it is, but it is there. So to do a meditation, there are 2-3 things which I may not agree. And first of all, whenever saying I may not agree, I is without ego. That means in my opinion, correct? And I always feel that, whosoever is studying Patanjali Yoga Sutras, correct? Because Sesh Patanjali was the most democratic teacher I have ever seen in the world. Correct? He gives liberty to all the students. Correct? Whatever you want to do, you do it. Correct? यथा अभिमत ध्यानात्वा, आपको जिसके ऊपर ध्यान करना है करो, आपको जैसा करना है करो. अगर आपको दूसरा कुछ नहीं जम रहा है, करेक्ट, एंड इफ यू फील दैट यू वुड लाइक टू डू ईश्वर प्रणिधान, वो भी करो. देयर इज नो फिक्स्ड रूट, देयर इज नो फिक्स्ड गाइडेंस. करेक्ट. So if at all I feel that I have learned something from Patanjali Yoga Sutras, I can't dictate the state of meditation to you. It is up to you to find out. So what I can do is that whatever experiments I have done on myself, right? So that I am just going to share with you. We will do some experiment jointly also. And so if you have a piece of paper and a pen or pencil that you just keep handy, maybe over after some time we will try and do some experiment on ourselves. Yeah, thank you so much. So first of all, we have to understand that whenever we would like to learn something, now a stage has come that learning has to be accompanied with some kind of unlearning. Learning has to be accompanied with some kind of unlearning. We can't have an infinite learning process all throughout our life. We learn something, and then as we progress, we try and understand that it is not necessary. I have better ways and better methodologies to do the same thing that I have learned. And in the process, you can't just hold on. You can't just say, whatever I have learned earlier, even if it is of no use, I would like to carry. Now, unfortunately, what has happened is that we are carrying all those burdens all throughout because we don't want to forget anything. Because kabhi na kabhi kaam aayega. Correct? Right now, it may not be of any use, but maybe over a period of time, it will be of some use to you. And those of you who are in the, corporate world, or those who have maybe, those who have some interaction in this ISO certification. And of course, that applies to your house also. Correct? So when we say that, application of 5S, it says that, the first thing that is absolutely necessary in your own house, and that is what you can apply, even not today, today you are very busy, but today evening, I would say, correct, is that just list out the objects that you have in your house, which you are not used for last couple of years. And that list will be much bigger than what you have used in last 2 years. So it, as a common sense, it says if you are not used for last 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, correct, it is quite likely that you can live without it. Your life is absolutely going so. So whatever you are not used, just take it out, just throw it away, and that applies to our acquired knowledge also over a period of time. Correct? So I personally feel that rather than just talking about it, let us take this session as a continuation of what session we had last Sunday of Dr. Vinayak Joshi. Correct? What he talked about the nervous system, because that is something which is more appropriate to today's session. So let us, of course, I have not understood the entire lecture as you all, but I have understood maybe 2-3 points. So I will just recollect those 2 points and let us take it further whether we can do that. So he said that doctor said that human brain is almost 3% of the body weight, but the nature supplies almost 20% of the blood, which implies that this must be a very important part of our existence. Correct? So whatever is the most important thing that you preserve in a very, very safe place. Like, you put your ornaments in your locker or bank's locker. Correct? You don't put your saris and, whatever other things, chappals and all those things. They also will be very precious. But that you don't put, in that kind of a safer place. So nature also has ensured that water is the most delicate, most important part. That should be put in a very stubborn locker. Understanding this from the nature, what we did I am talking about human beings in nature. Yeah. So we started using our brains to a very large extent. And of course, that was a very good thing that was done by our ancestors, because that is what is the main factor for our progress. Right? Why the human beings progressed is only because of utilizing more and more brains and thinking about all the innovative ideas and implementing it, making their life easier every day. And that is how we progress. But now I feel that the time has come where we have to just sit down and reflect and understand whether we are using it too much. Because yoga, as a principle of yoga, we say that if you don't use, you will lose something. That is what was told by the doctor also, correct? But if you use excessively, then also, there is likelihood that you will damage that system. So, just let us, ponder on, how exactly a painter works. If you give, if you have seen the painter painting a beautiful picture, correct? He or she never takes a brush and takes a paint and takes a paper and blah, blah, blah. And within 2 minutes, painting is over. It is never done, correct? So a painter has certain ideas in their mind. So they have one stroke of a color, correct? And then they just don't just continue, and they are not in a hurry to finish it up, correct? So they had one stroke, and then they just wait for some time, ponder on what exactly is that stroke and how it can be a continuation of whatever idea that I have, how it can be harmonious with whatever idea that I would like to transfer it on a piece of paper. So they ponder for a moment, they just go back, again have a look at whatever strokes that they have on a piece of paper, and then they restart it. In my opinion, the time has come where we all need to do this kind of a thing. What we have done, a lot of progress. Let us ponder back, correct? Let us sit back. Let us understand what exactly we have done under the name of progress, and whether whatever we are doing in future, whether that is in harmony with whatever objectives are there, like living a peaceful life and having a calm and quiet mind. If it is not so, then I think we need to do some kind of a introspection in understanding that what we were doing under the dream of progressing, whether that was in harmony with our original nature. Because even Patanjali also says that if at all you are not in harmony with the basic existence, basic core values that God has gifted you, then you drift away from your original avastha. Tadadrashtu swarupe avasthanam. So whether we have drifted away from our original nature like a meditative state of mind which was gifted by God, and only because of probably if you have learned our ancient texts, the rishis and munis, they never joined any classes, and they never went and they studied from something. It was intuition, they just sit and went back to their original state of mind, which was a deep meditative state. And with that mind, they could imagine how exactly this system may be wandering. And if you see maybe Charak Sahisa or Shushruka Sahita, correct? It is really amazing that without dissection of the body, correct, predicting how exactly internally it must be going on, and how exactly there may be some problems happening within, and how exactly we can offer solution, staying very close to the nature. So all these things, once we start studying, it's really amazing, and that endorses our today's thinking. That is it so that the time has come where we have to rather than borrowing everything from outside, whether the time has come when we should sit down and just try and understand what was our original state when we came into existence. And then whether that will be really helpful to, what exactly we would like to do in the life. The second point that, Dr. Vinayak Joshi talked about in his nervous system lecture was that most evolved part of our brain is the frontal lobe, which has three functions. It registers, it retains, and it recalls. And another sentence that he talked about, which was very important for us as a yoga student, not from the exams perspective, correct? Because, I have not to appear for the exam, so my outlook for that lecture was slightly different. So I was attracted by one sentence which doctor talked about, and he says that whatever thoughts come to our mind, correct? Mind, brain, whatever you may say, correct? So only 1% of the thoughts we remember. 99% of the thoughts we forget over a period of time, correct? So if at all we are saying only 1% thoughts are useful, 99% are just coming because we have cultivated that habit. What is the tremendous loss of energy and intelligence that we are doing in the process of our today's life. And if we start thinking in that perspective, probably you understand that now we are at a pace which is moving very fast, and that probably is it so that that is the reason why we have lost the joy and pleasure in our life. And is it so? And is it so that the solution is so simple that we have just to, reduce the pressure on the accelerator of our life. Even if we just reduce it and ensure that the car is moving or the vehicle is moving, the life is moving without any acceleration, then probably we'll be able to do it better. And it makes some sense because even when you are going for a long drive, correct, and you are driving at a pace, you hardly have any time, right, to just look around and enjoy the beauty of the nature. Whereas if you are driving at a very small, very reasonable pace, or you are going for a trekking and you are walking, wherein you are in proximity of each and every beauty that the nature has created, you can enjoy it much better. So in my opinion, what we learn from this is that we need to reduce the pace at which we are thinking, and that is what is taught by us in the meditation, and that is the reason why it is very much important for us. Another thing that we have been told, and even that was endorsed by the doctor, is that also we must be, we must have done it in our school days also, and we must be, implementing it for our next generation also. Is that, whenever you'd like to remember something, right? Remember something, I'm not saying permanently, but till you appear for the exam, correct? You read aloud. You read aloud, correct? So what is it that was communicated by our doctor friend? That God has gifted you certain passages for the input, correct? We call them, maybe you may call it as a jnanendriya, you may call it as a karmendriyas in philosophical sense, correct? And then you have a mind, and if you have studied the Sankhya philosophy, all of them, they form in one particular chart only, correct? Yeah. So all the jnanendriya, karmendriya, mind, they are coming from ahankara, which is sattvic, and the tanmatras and panchabhuta, which is coming from tamasic ahankara. So all of them, they form a part of our entire system and a part of evolution process, correct? So what is it that we were doing? I'm not saying that is wrong, but I'm just trying to understand, what exactly must be the basic of it. So what we have tried, or what our ancestors tried, or what our teachers or what our parents said, is that if at all, you have maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, different kind of inputs available. And if you focus all those inputs only on one single thing, the probability is that you will grasp it much more. Like say, suppose if at all you have some maybe, 10 toys kept in a room. and then you are allowed to select one. So most of the times, we are not able to decide because we take one. And then if at all, there is another friend of us who is, handling some other toy, then we always have at the back of our mind, we are convinced that, the toy that I selected is slightly, it is not as good as my friend has selected. So we are waiting for an opportunity for the friend to put it down because he is also having the same idea that the toy my another friend has kept, that is better than mine. So we are eagerly, we have a toy in our hand, correct? But our eyes and all our inputs are focused on the toy which is picked up by our friend. And we are eagerly waiting for our friend to keep it down. The moment he keeps it down, we keep our toy down and go and grab that particular toy. So this is what is the state of affairs, correct? So when we are saying that you read aloud, correct, there is one more, one of the karmendriya which is listed is speech, vak. Of course, when I say indriya, indriya is not just something which we talk, but the entire process, entire, the circuit which goes behind that particular uttering any kind of a word or so. But we are, what we are doing is that when you are, seeing a book as a part of your study material, you are using one particular input, that is I. So that is grasping, whatever printed on the book. You are using speech as a karmendriya to read aloud, correct? Yeah. So second gift given by the God is being used. And when you are reading aloud, whether you like it or not, but your ears are listening to whatever words you have uttered, correct? So your eyes, your ears, your vak, your sense of speech, all of them, they get involved in it. And that is probably the reason that instead of just reading, if involve more and more of the input devices which has been gifted by the God, then you have better memory. And that makes a sense because that is how probably some of us, we might have tried during our school days, and even right now also we can try out. Correct? But when we are doing it and when we are building the memory, another thing that doctor told us is that memory is something which is use it or lose it. Use it or lose it. Suppose if you don't use memory, then you lose it, correct? And we are always told, by the scientists that even human being had a tail and they did not use it. Because you did not use it, the God has taken it away. So we are always afraid, not for us, honestly, but for our next generation, that if I don't use my memory and the God feels that, these people are not using memory, so let me take back. What is it that will happen to our next generation? So with that, under that pretext, at least, we are trying to use it more and more. But, here again, as I said, like a painter, let us sit down. Let us again revise, what we have learned from the field of yoga also. That yoga says that, if at all something which has been gifted by the God, gifted by the nature, if you don't use it, you lose it. Yoga agrees for that, correct? But if at all you indiscriminately use it, there is a chance that you may lose it. Probably, if you remember our lecture on, the backache and neckache lecture, correct? Probably you recollect that God has gifted you with, beautiful, alignment of the vertebra. But if you misuse it, God has told that you should keep your vertebra straight. But you sit on a sofa and then, put that curve, and you are likely to have some problem with that particular side. So in the field of yoga, we also learned that indiscriminate use, correct, also will create a problem. So we need to understand that particular juncture, that without using it, you are going to lose it. With indiscriminate use also, you are likely to use it. So cautious and discriminate use, moderate use, is the only way that we will be able to retain it. And when I say that this is what, is something that we need to understand and recollect about our memory also. Are we using it too much? Are we just, crowding each and everything about it? Crowding, whatever we have learned, maybe, it will be useful someday. like I said, doing exercise in your own house. We are accumulating. More we accumulate, more probably we feel that we are more knowledgeable. Correct. So this is maybe, a wrong concept. And that is because we have a lot of information available without much of the efforts. Earlier, suppose, I have to learn something. I have to travel to the college, I have to go to the library. Correct. I have to go to the library within that stipulated time period. Then I have to really physically search the book. And as the luck goes, it most of the time that book is not available. So I need to have a patience to go again and then search again for that book. And as the luck goes, whenever I find that book, the particular page that I wanted is already missing. Correct. Now all those hassles have vanished from our life. At the click of a mouse, we can get all the information. And is it so that we have cultivated a habit of unnecessary, gathering information which may not be of any use under the pretext that more the information I have, more knowledgeable I am. So now the time has come to really go back and understand that there is also one say that ati sarvatra varje. If you tell, I am using my memory too much, then I need to reduce that pace. I need to, lift my leg on the paddle, correct, of acceleration. And I need to de-accelerate my pace of life. And that is what, is expected in this kind of a thing from meditation. Now we'll do one experiment on ourselves. That is, all of us will participate in this experiment. And this experiment is very simple. And why I want to do it, before we proceed, I would like to just share with you what is the purpose of this experiment, doing it ourselves. Because as I said, I do not have that kind of a siddhi by which, even by the remote can say I can press the channel and I can ensure that you get some kind of siddhi and you go to the state of meditation and you feel relaxed and you feel very happy about it and all those things. So this is something which has to be done by ourselves, which is to be experimented by ourselves, and which is to be experienced by ourselves. Correct. So one common sentence that you will always listen in all the lectures on meditation is that it's a journey from gross to subtle. Have you listened to this lecture? And you must have read it in any paper that you read. Without this particular sentence, the paper on meditation will not be over. Correct? It's a journey from gross to subtle. And I was trying to understand. Of course, I am not as sharp and as intelligent as you all. So it took me a lot of many of years to understand. What is the journey? What is this gross to subtle? And whatever experiment I have done on myself and whatever is my understanding, correct, my without ego, correct. Yeah. So it's not my invention. It is my understanding. It was there, correct. So whatever I have understood, I am just likely, I am trying to put forward in front of you to understand whether it makes any sense for you. Because if you understand, probably you will take a leap in going towards the state of meditation. I believe, that if you understand this particular simple thing, gross to subtle. Now, what is it? What is the experiment that we have to do? All of us, we are, familiar. Always, whenever they say that whenever you'd like to do something, you start with something which is known. Om is something which is known to you, correct? So let us do experiment on Om. What is it that we are going to do? As we said, how you have harnessed our memory. We have used, different inputs that have been gifted by the God and tried to recollect, try to remember, trying to ensure that your mind is focused on that. So we are going to do the same experiment, correct? So what is it that we are going to do? We are, first of all, there are other disturbances which are coming from other sensory organs also. Like whenever eyes are open, correct? So they are trying to capture everything which is there around, correct? So first thing is that we are trying to stop all those hindrances which are disturbing us. So we will close our eyes, correct? I will just first give you description and then we will actually start with this thing. So we have a pen, we have a paper, correct? Yeah. So first thing that we will do when we start the experiment is that we will close our eyes, correct? Then at your own pace, I am not going to dictate. This is what is the pace at which you have to recite Om, correct? You know the technique. You have cultivated that particular technique, and you have harnessed that particular technique of recitation of Om. So that is your technique, and that is the best technique in the world. Correct? That is the best technique that exists in this world. So you will start reciting Om 10 times. Correct? Eyes are closed. You are reciting aloud, but keep your, yourself on mute so that, you don't disturb my meditation. Correct? So keep yourself on mute. Start reciting Om. Correct? Simultaneously, though your eyes are closed, correct? You start writing Om on the piece of paper that you have. So what is it? What are the three things that you are going to do? You are going to close your eyes. Correct? Yeah. You are going to start recitation of Om. And then simultaneously you are going to write. So what is it that we are trying to do is that we are trying to write on a piece of paper. We are going to recite, correct? Recite, in a moderate voice. We listen and others don't get disturbed. Our family members don't get disturbed, correct? And that we do it 10 times. So now we start that this thing. So first thing is that you keep your pen and paper handy. Correct? Here we have to write Om, Om, Om. Every time I recite Om, I recite Om. I am going to write also on a piece of paper Om. Correct? So we will have maybe 10 times or 15 times. I will just do it for a couple of minutes. So I am not bothered about, and you also don't bother about whether you did it 10 times, whether you did it 5 times, whether you are doing 10 times, because there are no marks for that. Number two, there is no comparison. There is no comparison for it. I am not even going to ask you what is the number of, or what is your score in these couple of minutes that you have. It's with you. That's it. It's an experiment that we are doing it ourselves. So let us start with this experiment on ourselves. Right? So close your eyes first. Your paper is ready, pen is ready. Close your eyes. Start reciting Om and simultaneously start writing also Om on a piece of paper that you have. Right? Your eyes are closed. Still you are writing on a piece of paper. Right? And you continue to recite this Om. And when the time is up, I will request you to come out of this particular state. So please continue with recitation of Om, writing on a piece of paper. And now I will not disturb you. Another 2 minutes or so. Thank you, friends. Thank you so much. Slowly stop reciting Om, stop writing Om. And now let us understand what exactly we have done. Your eyes were closed, but still you could write. Your eyes were closed, but still you could write. Correct? you are reciting Om. So what are the various things that we have done in this, span of 2 minutes? First is that first and foremost thing that I would like to understand from you is that you were reciting Om. आप Om का उच्चारण कर रहे थे, correct? आप Om का उच्चारण कर रहे थे. You were reciting Om, yeah. And then you are writing on a piece of paper. What is it that you are writing on a piece of paper? Same Om. But are these two different things existing in this world? One is a sound, something that you are reciting is sound. आप जब ये उच्चारण कर रहे थे, you are creating some kind of a sound waves, which you are listening with your ears, correct? And when you are writing, you are creating some object, beautiful object on which you can meditate upon. Okay? So are these two different things? First of all, that is the first and the foremost thing that, we need to understand it. That sound waves which created by me, correct? And the Om which is written on a piece of paper by me, are these two different things or they are one and the same? If you have done it, probably if you have understood it, correct, then you are on a right path to understand what is the difference between a gross and a subtle, correct? What is the difference between a gross and a subtle? So let us go a step forward, yeah? And let us understand what exactly you are doing. As a first part, you are doing, recitation of Om, creating some kind of a sound, creating Dhvani, creating a particular, sound waves that you are creating by a karmendriya which is gifted by a nature, which is called as a speech, vak, correct? That is the first karmendriya which comes in a table of evolution in Sankhya. That is just articulation of a sound. Correct. So that was one part of it. They were interpreted, all those sound waves which were created by you, they were captured by your external ear, concentrated. And there is a typical path which has been designed by nature. And then they were transferred to one particular center in your brain, correct, which is the center for hearing and recognizing what exactly is the sound. So that recognized it, correct. But how did it recognize? Because suppose if you have never heard a particular thing, suppose if somebody starts talking about some German words, maybe some Spanish words, some French words, we will not be able to understand anything about it. So how is it that you understood that this particular sound is Om? Because it is already there in your memory. Does it make sense? It was already there in your memory. Otherwise, you would not have understood that this is what I am reciting is Om. Correct? Then you have written it on a piece of paper. So there, you have used, one more input which is gifted by God. And you also had lots of memory. Now, when I am saying that, your memory center just recognize that particular sound, be very honest to yourself. You don't need to declare it, but be very honest to yourself. Whenever you are recognizing that particular sound as a Om, correct, was your memory restricted only to recognizing that as a sound, or it traveled a bit and it tried to understand so many other things which are associated with Om also? Because you have a lot of information, you have a lot of memory which is there, which is associated with Om. So were you also doing, understanding what exactly is Om and how it is to be recited, what should be the ratio, correct? Am I following a right ratio? Is my pitch right? क्या मैं उच्चारण सही तरह से कर रहा हूँ and all those things? Were you doing all these things? So if at all you are doing it, and it is quite likely that those of you who have performed very well as far as singing is concerned yesterday, somebody might have remembered a excellent voice of Suresh Warkar and a song which is Omkara Swarupa. You really don't know what exactly was happening at your center, correct? And only you know about it. Nobody else knows. So even if it is an enlightened soul who is giving you meditation instruction, you also will not understand what is going on in your memory. And that control is with you only. And that is the reason I say that the experimentation has to be done on you only, correct? Now, if you have understood these three, now let us go to the technicality which is there in Patanjali Yoga Sutra. It is not my own, as I have told you in the first lecture also itself. Nothing is original. I am not so intelligent person that I can give you something original. It is already there in the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, correct? And you must have by-hearted it. You might have given lectures also on that. I am 100% sure about it, correct? Now let us ponder back and let us understand, what is it that we have done. Now, all these three inputs that we talked about, correct? Can I give them different labels which are appearing in Patanjali Yoga Sutras? So with your kind permission, correct, I would like to say that what we did was, we said we have Shabda, which is articulation of the sound. Then we had Artha. When we are talking about that Shabda, even without looking at a paper, we wrote on a piece of paper, So we knew what exactly is what is the representation of that particular word in terms of the object. Artha has different meanings. Artha is a meaning also. Artha in philosophical term is an object also, maybe an object of meditation. So we always say that, you put omkar in front of you and you meditate on that. So that artha, that object on which you are meditating, is different. The sound, shabda, that you are doing, the shabda and artha are different. And the jnana that you got, the knowledge that you get, are again a different things. Now, why there is a confusion? Because over a period of time, we have cultivated habit. We have cultivated a habit. We have, made our own shortcuts of understanding of all these three things as one single object. Om as a word we have understood, as an object we have understood, and as a knowledge also we have understood. Let us take an example and probably that will make it slightly more clearer. Now, when we talk about the word, the sound, the verbal recitation, correct? There is some terminology which is called as homophones. Homophones are the words that sound the same but different in meanings or spellings. Correct? Just to take a simple example, if I utter a word west, right? Now, different people may understand it differently. Some of you may understand west as a direction, east and west, spelling W-E-S-T. Some of you may understand west as a kamar, right? Yeah. So bend from the west, do not bend from this thing. So that is west. And some of you may understand that, we always have been cautioned that do not waste the food, W-A-S-T. The sound that was articulated was same, a waste. It had three different meanings and three different connotations, correct? So when we are saying that we are trying to overimpose Shabda, Artha and Jnana on one above the other, there is likelihood that we are creating more and more problems for ourselves. So we should not do it, correct? Sant Tulsidas ki bahut achhi pankti hai. I would just like to share, correct? He says, Ram Ram sab koi kahe. Ram Ram sab koi kahe. Dasharatha kahe na koi. Ram Ram sab koi kahe. Dasharatha kahe na koi. Ek baar Dasharatha kahe. Koti yajna phala hoy. Abhi here, many of us must have understood Dasharath as a name of a Prabhu Rama's father. Correct? Yeah. And when we understand that, correct, then we will not be able to progress in understanding what exactly is the meaning of this particular doha. When he is saying Dasharatha, the second line Dasharatha refers to 10 indriyas. They are carrying you everywhere in the world, no? Correct? So first word Dasharatha is for something else, and second word Dasharatha which is appearing here is from Dasha is 10. Ratha is a chariot. So there are 10 chariots which are helping you to roam around in the world. Sitting at one place also you can roam around. Correct? So please try and understand that our too much of reliance only on Shabda is also creating some problem. Too much reliance on Artha is also creating some problem. Because whenever we utter a Shabda, it has innate power to communicate certain meaning. Like say, suppose, taking the same example of Prabhu Sri Ram, if I say that Dasharatha Putra, I am communicating the same thing, Prabhu Sri Ram. If I say a Sita Pati, I am communicating the same object, correct? So it is not necessary when the words differ, the object differs. There is no correlation between the words and the object, correct? Because when we say that Dasharatra Putra, say, there are two types of meaning that we have. One is called as a denotation and second is called as connotation. So Vastu Nirdeshanatmak Artha is a denotation. So when we say Dasharatha Putra, it directs us to an object which is Prabhu Sri Ram. But actually what exactly is the meaning of this? It actually communicates that there is some person, correct, who is a son of Lord Dashratha. Right? So these are two different things. So Artha and Shabda, these are two different things. That is what we need to understand. And knowledge is entirely different, because whenever I just utter a word Prabhu Sri Ram, every one of you may have different meaning. And just to, if at all we had a real thing, and if I would have asked you to jot it down, probably 100 people would have given 150, different thoughts which came to their mind. So these are three different things. Now, if you have understood that over a period of time, we have overlapped all these three things, correct? So what is it that we have done is that the Shabda, Artha and Jnana, these three things we have mixed together, we have combined together. Now moving from gross to subtle is on the basis of this understanding, that when I am reciting Om, there is a Shabda that I am listening, correct? Yeah. There is an object, Om, which is in front of my eyes, which probably you also might have drawn on a piece of paper, correct? And there is certain knowledge associated with Om, and that knowledge is infinite, correct? How you should recite, what should be the ratio, what are the effects of it, correct? And what not, it's infinite, correct? Now, can we differentiate it? And can we start meditating only on one thing? Again, being a democratic, teacher, as says Patanjali, he says you select either one of them. He is not saying that you select one. He is saying you select any one of them and drop other two. That means if at all you would like to do meditation on Om and you would like to progress from gross to subtle, don't have all these three things in mind. Consciously drop two of them. So consciously, if at all you are meditating only on the sound, just be aware only on the sound that you are articulating. Don't worry about what exactly is the form of Om. Don't worry about what exactly is the meaning, is the knowledge that you get from Om. Correct? Does it make some sense from going from three different things that you had inputs to only one, which is only sound? And that is what is meant in Patanjali Yoga Sutras, from moving from gross to subtle. And when you want to progress further, correct? Again, going back to our basic understanding of philosophy, when we say subtle, correct? So now, right now, what we are doing is that right now we are reciting only on the sound that I am articulating Om. But ultimately, correct? Is it only one sound? It is only. Is it only Shabda as one particular tanmatra? So just see, from a gross object Om, you went to only a sound. Correct? From gross, you went to subtle. From sound, Om, you went to sound as a tanmatra, and then your journey begins. If at all you have understood this, correct? If you have understood, means it is not your fault. If at all I have succeeded in communicating what exactly is the difference between gross to subtle, then your journey has begun. Because without understanding, we just go on doing the same thing. It doesn't make sense. Correct? Another word which is used very, very commonly in this particular, because every person has to market his own skills in different ways. So probably in a Western world, so the same dhyana that we are doing is marketed as a mindful meditation. Honestly, the meaning that they mean from mindful is that is a mental state that is fully focused on now, the present. Right now, what is it that I am doing? If I'm only reciting Om, let me only focus only on that sound, articulated sound, and not on anything else. That is what is meant by that. Correct? I have, as a notorious student, I have interpreted that mindful as a different thing. I have understood full, because I have just molded that word for as per my convenience. So I have just, tried and understood that mindfulness in a different connotation. So when we say it's full, when we are eating a spontaneous food, we say, no, now I am full, correct? Now I can't eat anything more. Now, can you just ponder for a while and understand that is our mind, is our memory full of so many things, which are no relevant to us when we are doing some particular activity. If you cultivate this habit of neglecting, what is not relevant, correct? That is a great amount of saving. And more you exert, more you try to recap, more files you open in your gadgets, correct? More are the chances that you are reaching to a state where the RAM is to its fullest capacity and your gadget stops functioning. So what do you do in that particular case? Correct? The gadget itself suggests, artificial intelligence suggests you that you delete some of the files, you delete some of the mails, Once you delete it, then probably you can use it more efficiently. Now I say, now the time has come to understand from these gadgets, correct, which are created by intelligent people, that we need to delete something. We need to understand that whenever you are doing any kind of a meditation, try and understand that there are three different things: Shabda, Artha, and Jnana. You select only one of them, correct, and start focusing on that. Then your journey will begin, correct. So this is what is my understanding as far as a journey from gross to subtle. I hope that it makes sense. I am not insisting that that is the right interpretation. But whatever, I just wanted to share with you what exactly has what understanding has helped me in doing something. I'm not saying that I have progressed. I'm saying I'm at least I'm trying to do something and I feel happy about it. So I'm not bothered about whether it is right or whether that is wrong. So if it makes sense, next time when you start doing, maybe for omkar itself, forget about the artha, forget about the jnana, and focus only on one particular thing. I'm just suggesting sound. That doesn't mean that you should only focus on sound. Select any one of them, but try and understand that these are three different things. Though I am not meditating on them, they do not cease to exist. They continue to exist, correct? But during that particular phase of my focus, my dhyan, my attention, I am focusing only on one thing. So please implement it in whatever time that you are sparing for a dhyan, and do let me know whether it made any sense, and whether it made some difference as far as spending that particular time in sitting for the meditation. So I think now the time is up. I communicated whatever I wanted to communicate, and mainly from journey, how to begin the journey from gross to subtle, from three, Shabda, Artha, and Jnana, to only one thing, correct? So if you have understood, and if you can definitely, if you can criticize it, whether it is right or wrong, I will be more than happy, correct? So because as I said, I am also in the process of learning, and I have even 100+ teachers sitting in front of me. And I'm like appearing for a B.Ed exam, I'm just taking a class, and then you all are going to decide whether I pass or I fail. So with folded, and I request you that just have some faith in me, correct? At least implement it for a week or so. Yeah, try it out and give me few days. Thank you so much, and have a very nice day. And you have galaxy of speakers, correct? Who are going to make your day worth it. Yeah. So thank you so much, and have a very wonderful day. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir.
Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions? We can take one or two in case if it is there.
So could you just say which Patanjali Sutra talks about this difference between Shabda Artha?
No, whenever he is talking about, Vitarka, Vichara, Ananda, whenever he is describing about the various stages of Samadhi, correct? This Vitarka implies this. Vitarka is what? It is a wrong thinking, correct? So what is Vitarka? Vitarka is differentiation between Shabda, Artha and Jnana. They are all put together, Correct? Yeah. So like, you as a family, you are sitting together. Yeah. Now, can I identify you as a family? No. There are three different people. Correct? Husband is there, wife is there, a kid is there. Correct? Right now, what we are trying to do is that we are trying to club all three of them. And I am understanding them as one particular person. That is wrong. Correct? And that is the reason why Patanjali has beautifully used the word vitarka. It is not tarka. It is wrong tarka. Got it? Yeah. So these are the sutras, which have a lot of hidden meaning. Yeah. Of course, I am fortunate that, I had, like all of you, I had teachers like Dr. Agashe, Dr. Rudraksha Sakrikar. So I have learned from them. Whatever I learned and whatever bit of it I have understood, I am just trying to share with you. Yeah. Hope, madam, you are satisfied.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Meenakshi, you can read with your question.
Sir, very insightful. I'm getting the essence of meditation a bit. My question was for type A personality, someone very intelligent, very, very smart, very go-getter kind of a personality with a lot of anxiety issues, very high degree of anxiety issues. Meditation, in your experience, does it take a very long time to seep in and absorb? Because there are a lot of disturbances happen for such people. It's not easy for them to be there in a meditative state for a longer time. There is an automatic disturbance that happens within them. So any experience of you or anyone who has, it takes 6 months, 1 year, 5 years, 10 years. But I'm hopeful yoga will be definitely helpful for such people. Any experience?
Honestly, I do not have as much experience as you have, madam. But, I would like to just share you one thing. What we try to do is that, whenever we are saying that we are trying to, first of all, I have very polite objection for the term teaching meditation. Meditation cannot be taught. Meditation has to be experienced.
Sure.
Yeah. So when we adopt teaching meditation, then we just try and follow one kind of a path, a highway, which has been built, correct, by our ancient, knowledgeable people. I'm not saying ancient means Rishi Munis, but maybe earlier generation, so to say, enlightened souls. Now that highway may not be a suitable path for that particular person. Like say when here we are trying to do, correct? Just a simple thing I'm telling you, that try and find out which is the most powerful sensory organ for that person. Correct? Now, right now, suppose if you are interested in Patanjali Yoga Sutras, correct? And I make you compulsory to sit, correct, in a hall where some disco is going on. You will have resistance, no? Every cell will start resisting it. Yeah. So my objective is to find out what is most acceptable to you. The moment I put you in that particular thing, that particular hall where Patanjali Yoga Sutras are being recited, you will be very happy, you will be able to concentrate. So our job as a teacher, as a yoga teacher, as a yoga therapist, is to find out which is the most powerful sensory organ which is gifted to this particular patient. We work on a basic presumption that imagination is the most powerful for majority of the people. Imagination, correct? That is the reason why we like all Hindi movies, na? He can't do and take revenge with the political leaders. But a hero goes and he stabs him and he makes it. So we are very happy about it. We get engrossed, we pay for it, no? Correct? We pay them much more than the intellectuals that we have in our society. Correct? So that basic understanding may not be applicable for 100% of the people. You have to understand this. First, you have to have that realization that whatever path I have suggested, whatever instructions that I have designed, correct, or I have hired from other people of giving instructions for relaxation, including Shavasana, they are based on certain hypotheses that imagination is the most powerful sensory input that a human being have. If it is not applicable to somebody, he will not be able to relax in Shavasana. So in that case, You will have to find out which is the most sensory input. It is quite likely he or she is gifted with a fantastic sense for the smell. For such a person, rather than giving instructions for relaxation, you just put some kind of a, this agarbatti, which is having an acceptable smell.
Yeah, we're doing that.
Forget about everything and focus only on this. But then once you get a success, don't start implementing agarbatti for everyone. Correct? That is where we make a mistake. Because we feel that out of 10 people, 9 got relaxed. So the 10th also should get relaxed. Correct? So that is where we make a mistake. Correct? Try and find out which is the most powerful sensory organ gifted by the God and try to make use of it. Then meditation will be a pleasure for you.
That's
Has
thank
it
you
made
so
some
much.
sense, madam?
Yes, actually, it
Yeah,
is
thank you.
already happening from
Yeah.
one of the senses. So we'll use that.
Yeah.
Thank you so
I
much.
knew it. So that is the reason I first, there was a confession that I am not as expert as you are as regards. I do not have so much of experience. Correct? Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Anything else? That we already exceeded.
Thanks, sir. Yeah, I think we have exceeded the time,
Yeah,
sir.
correct.
So thank you very much,
Thanks,
sir.
thanks
As
a lot.
always, a wonderful and a captivating
Thank you.
lecture.
Thank
We
you.
gain a lot from the examples and the stories you put forth and link it with the topic. As
Thank
you
you.
mentioned, the inner peace, the inner strength is already there within us. We need to focus, introspect, and realize it,
Yeah.
with which we can overcome the confusion, have clarity of thoughts, and overcome stress. We enjoyed the process of meditation you took us through, made us realize the power of focusing and how different centers of our brain gets activated. With this, thank you so much, sir, for this experience.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and now we take a break till 8 o'clock. Friends, before going for the break, just remember the yesterday's Kaun Banega episode, wherein you heard the winners. So now from today onwards, if you have not yet started, go for your lemon shots and the fruit breakfast. Okay? Chalo, take a break and be back by 8 o'clock. See you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, we should log out and log in.
No, you may not leave the meeting. You can just put off your videos.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, good morning.
डॉक्टर 2 मिनिटात जॉईन होत आहेत. हा
Good morning, teachers and everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, teachers. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, teachers. Morning, teachers.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Rupali, ma'am.
Yes.
Good comparing. Good comparing. Yeah, starting is good.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm at the walk. Just mute my.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see. सर अजून आले नाही आहेत ना, जॉईन नाही झालेत ना डॉक्टर?
सॉरी,
डॉक्टर
2 मिनिटात जॉईन होतात म्हणाले ते.
नाही.
अच्छा, ओके
2
ओके.
मिनिटात जॉईन होतात म्हणाले.
हम्म.
हो. आता आपल्याला ओंकारच घ्यायचा आहे, प्रार्थना घ्यायची नाहीये. कळलं का रुपाली मॅडम?
हा,
आता आपल्याला ओंकारच घ्यायचा आहे. हा,
नुसतं ओम 3 वेळा ओम
नाही,
सिंगल ओंकार.
हो.
ओके, पण विल वेट टिल डॉक्टर कम्स ना.
या.
या. Doctor has joined in.
Hari Om.
Hari Om, everyone. Before we start the session, I would request all of you to please check your mics so that we don't disturb doctor during the lecture. Please put it on mute. Hari Om. We start with the Omkar first. For that, sit straight with your eyes closed. Focus on your breathing. Breathe in fully. Oh. Feel the vibrations within you, the lingering sound of Om. Focus on the silence after the Omkar and shift your attention to your breath, to your surroundings, and slowly open your eyes. Welcome, dear Yoga Sadhak. The significance of yoga in our life is exceptional and unique. In ancient times, our saints and sages discovered a science pertaining to spirituality and health and named it as Yoga Shastra. Today's generation does not accept anything without an objective explanation. Let us understand in detail the scientific basis of yoga from our eminent speaker, Dr. Satish Pathak. Welcome, Doctor. I request Parvati Madam to introduce Dr. Satish Pathak.
Thank you, Rupali Madam. Good morning, everyone staying in India, and good evening to all those staying in abroad. We have assembled here for 2 days webinar virtually. So I take the honor of introducing our today's guest speaker, Dr. Satish D. Pathak, who will shed some insights on scientific basis of yoga. So I feel we are lucky enough to be a part of audience today. I'll just start by giving a brief introduction on him. Dr. Satish D. Pathak has done his MBBS from Marathwada University and MS from Mumbai University. He also has done his FCPS from CPS College, Mumbai, and MNA-MS from National Board of Exam, New Delhi. He also has done a tri-monthly yoga course and Hatha Yoga Praman Patra, a 2-year course from Sri Ambika Yog Kutir, Thane. He has worked at Department of Surgery in ESIS Hospital, Mulund, where he was first to start Yoga OPD for patients in 2003. He also started Yoga OPD for patients at St. GS Medical College, KM Hospital, HBT Medical College, RN Cooper Municipal Hospital, and Bone Health Clinic, NIRRH. He has also been responsible for introducing yoga to first-year MBBS students of medical colleges of Maharashtra through Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, Nasik. He has delivered yoga awareness lectures for first-year MBBS students at various colleges like SAIT, GS Medical College, Grant Medical College, Madras Medical College, Chennai, Grant and HBT Medical College. He has been a pioneer in starting the fellowship in yoga therapy for doctors at Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, Nasik. He has also conducted many yoga workshops in abroad too. He has also been on various talk shows on TV as well as radio channels. He has published a number of books and papers. He is a faculty member in many universities and institutions. He is a recipient of Yoga Ratna Award and World PhD Chakra Award. He is a retired general surgeon from ESIS Hospital, Mulund in 2010. He is a yoga consultant and at present working as Assistant Director at Scientific Research Department, Kaivalya Dham Yoga Institute, Lonavala. Vice Chairman of Indian Yoga Association, Maharashtra Branch. He is a member of Scientific Advisory Committee at Morarji Desai National Institute of Yoga and Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. The list is not going to end. He has done so much of work for the well-being of society. So I just end up with this brief introduction. Sir, I welcome you on behalf of our entire YVN team and request you to enlighten us with your knowledge on scientific basis of yoga. Thank you, sir, and welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, madam. I will start with the prayer. Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmain Sri Gurave Namaha, Tasmain Sri Gurave Namaha. With due respect to Swami Tualananji, the organizers of the webinar, and all yoga teachers. I'm going to speak on scientific basis of yoga. As madam has told, in the current era, people won't accept anything without evidence or without some proof. If you tell somebody that, okay, you practice Kapalbhati. So he said, why I should practice Kapalbhati? So we should know what is the answer of that. You should be able to explain him, yes, if you do this Kapalbhati, you will get this benefit. And that is I'm going to talk to you. So that first thing, as a yoga teacher, you should have full faith in yoga. When it will come, when you will know the basic scientific basis of yoga, and then you will be able to teach it in a better way to the people. So we'll start with this. Just a little bit about the yoga, which is a 5,000-year-old science. There are a lot of misconceptions. People think that yoga is to be practiced after retirement, going to the hilly area and standing on one leg or something like that. It is not like that. It is for us only, for family people. We don't respect our ancient Indian science. If somebody says, practice yoga, they say, what you are going to get out of that? We are so much advanced. We have gone to sun, moon, we have gone to Mars, and you are talking about these old things. No, I don't like it. But Western people, they understood the importance of the yoga. They have learned it, they are practicing it, and they are also trying to find out the scientific evidence for that. That's why I always say, yoga, which was the Indian tradition, it has got a attachment of tag America A, and it has become yoga. Now, yoga can be practiced by anybody. Suppose you start from the age of 8 to 10 years. Then you may be at 70, 80, 90, 80, 100. Any age you can practice yoga. There is no bar for that. Science says, Yuva vruddhoti vruddhova, vyadhito durbalo piva, abhyasat siddhima apnoti, sarva yogeshva tandritaha. Means anybody, whether it's young age, child from 8 years to adult age up to 100 years, he may be healthy, he may be unhealthy, he may be having some disease, still he can practice and he can get rid of the disease. So that is why there is no bar. In fact, by practicing yoga, you can set the biological clock of your body in such a way that it will not go wrong. And if something happens, you can add few more kriyas. Now, sages, they are doing austerity, penance, meditation, or moksha in Himalayas. In those days, or in today also, are there any doctors or Ayurvedic person available there? Suppose they get some illness, they will go and take treatment from that doctor. There is no doctor. So, if they don't want to get disturbance in their penance or meditation because of illness, what they did, they practice such things. By practicing that, they will not fall sick. And this is the yogic practices. Now, modern people, they still try to teach the yogic science. They say, oh, nothing happens with that. But then they find somebody, he never bunks from the office. He is always there. He is very energetic every time. So they asked him, hey, you never take leave? You never fall sick? He said, no. Then he said, how come it is? What do you do? He said, I do yoga. Oh, you do yoga. That is why you are not falling sick. Acha, that is the side product of practicing yoga. So modern man, who is a very selfish person, 21st century, he wants to just enjoy the modern amenities. And for that, he needs help. So he said, okay, I will practice yoga. And that is how the modern people are paying attention to yogic practices. Yoga has got a holistic approach. In 21st century, we have forgotten the holistic approach. As an allopathic person, what we have done, we have fragmented our object, the human being, the patient, in multiple pieces. We have got a specialist for eye, for ear is different, for heart special, there is a heart specialist, for kidney, there is a kidney specialist. For intestinal diseases, there is a gastroenterologist. So we have got separate specialists, and they examine that particular part and treat the medicine with the medicine. But yoga has got a holistic approach. If you practice any given yoga module, it can keep all the systems of your body functioning, alert, and you will not fall sick. So that is the importance of the yoga. Now in 21st century, what has happened? Because of the modernization, mechanization, civilization, we have become very much advanced, developed. Working on machine, our mind has also become like a machine. Suppose somebody is working on machine. So what he does every day morning when he will come, he will clean the machine. On auspicious day like Dasara or Diwali, he will garland the machine. He will pray for the machine. So that machine becomes his friend. So suppose by mistake, one day his hand goes inside that machine. Does that machine say, no, he's a very good friend of mine. Today he made a mistake. I will pardon him. Does it happen? No. His hand goes inside the machine. Machine crushes the hand and we have to amputate, cut the hand from here. Why this happens? Because machine hasn't got mind. Similarly, in 21st century, the man of 21st century has become insensitive, stubborn. And that is why most of the problems are occurring. And if you want to avoid that, you should practice yoga. Now, what are the new food habits of the new lifestyle? What was the old proverb our parents used to tell? Father, grandfather, grandfather, nani. Eat less, chew more is the secret of good health. Kam khao, khub chabao, yahi hai tandurusti ka khazana. But in the modern 21st century, we have changed that proverb also. What is the new proverb? Eat plenty, chew less, that is the era of junk food. Khub khao, kam chabao, yahi hai junk food ka, fast food ka jamana. And that is why the problems are occurring. Then fast life. In Mumbai or in metropolis cities, you see the people are very busy. Suppose you ask somebody, are you doing something for your health? What he says? No, I have to catch up train at 7 o'clock in the morning. And then he goes to the office. 10 o'clock he reaches office by traveling 2.5 hours. Then sits in the office from 10 to 5. Then again start back. And 8 o'clock he comes home, takes some snacks, watch the Idiot Box TV, few serials, and then take his dinner and go to bed saying, oh, whole day I was working, I'm tired. Has he done anything for his health? Nothing. Then mad rest. What is mad rest? The marathons which are arranged? No. I'm talking of my neighbor has got a 29-feet color TV. I should have 40 inches or 50 inches. If he has got a small car, I should have a big car. And for that, what I do? I earn more. And for earning, what you have to do? You have to work more. So you work more, earn more. And then you say, oh, now today I got a car, bungalow, bank balance. So now I will enjoy. But then somebody brings the sweets. But he says, oh, I got diabetes. You only take, I cannot. Then somebody says, okay, let us go for a trek. He said, no, I got blood pressure. I cannot come. So when you'll enjoy, that is why if you are earning, at the same time, if you are also practicing yoga, you can definitely keep yourself healthy and you can enjoy the modern amenities. Speedy, effortless earning. This has become a fad nowadays. Most of the people, they don't want to earn money by doing some efforts. If you get money without any work, effort, you are very happy. And that is why nowadays, every alternate day, we see in the newspaper, some scam here, some scam there. This is all happening because of the speedy, effortless earning attitude. 21st century is called century of tension. And what causes tension? Tension causes mental stress, and the modern lifestyle both have given the list of these diseases to us. What are they? Diabetes, hypertension, myocardial infarction, obesity, constipation, asthma, and psychological problem. Now you know typhoid is caused by some organism. Malaria is caused by some organism. Is there any bacteria, virus which is causing diabetes or hypertension or myocardial infarction? There is no organism, no bacteria, no virus. But these are all caused by mental stress. And the stress is increasing in this current century. That is why it is said, behind every disease there is a cause, and no drug can reach that cause. हर बीमारी के पीछे कोई तो कारण होता है और कोई भी दवा वहां तक पहुंच नहीं सकती है. And what is that? That is mind. Can you treat mental stress with medicine? No, but we can treat mental stress with yoga, and that is why the importance of the yoga. Currently, medical expenditure has gone up from few hundred rupees to few 100,000 rupees, and that is why the common man who is not able to afford it is trying to find out alternate path, and that is why people are trying to see. Can you give help? Please mute yourself.
Please mute yourself.
Request all of you to please mute yourself. Sorry, sir.
That is why people are trying to find out alternative path, and that is how people are coming to yogic practices. Now, what is the total health? Total health defined by WHO is just absence of disease is not health, but it should be at physical, mental, social, spiritual, and emotional. If at all these levels, if you get health, then it is called total health. Now, as a doctor, I can only offer you health at physical level. But what about rest? They are not possible because of medicine. But by practicing yoga, you can definitely achieve it. And that is why the importance of yoga. Yoga has got a preventive aspect. If you go to some medical college, you will find there are different departments: surgery, medicine, pediatrics, gynecology. So there the patients of those diseases, they come, they are diagnosed, and they are treated. There is one more department that is called community health, or PSM, preventive and social medicine. What they do? They try to find out the cause of the disease and treat. What is the principle of their department? Prevention is better than cure. What is the best treatment for any disease? That let it not happen only. And this is possible by practicing yoga, because yoga has got a preventive aspect. I'm just giving one example. This is the hilltop. People come here for picnic. And if somebody falls down from here, we have got a hospital, ambulance, specialist, and big hospital. We have spent 50 lakhs rupees. But if you put a fencing over here, which may cost 2 or 5 lakhs, you will not have to spend 50 lakhs to erect the hospital. So this is a preventive aspect. Similarly, by practicing yoga, you can keep yourself healthy and you will not fall sick. Now, yoga can be used as a preventive, curative, adjuvant, and palliative. By practicing yoga, it sets the biological clock of your body in such a way that it will not go wrong. And if something happens, you can add some more kriyas. Then it can be used as a curative also. Youthful in early stages, recently acquired diseases. Suppose diabetes of 2 months or 3 months, just recently diagnosed, or blood pressure recently diagnosed. These patients, if they start practicing yoga, they can get rid of the medicines. And then adjuvant in chronic diseases, means he has got diabetes for last 10 years, has got blood pressure for last 5 years, and he's on medicine. These patients, if they practice yoga, they can curtail the doses. The medicines can be reduced and they will not get multiple complications of diseases. As you know, diabetes has got effect on all organs of the body. So that will be saved. So yoga can help. It will prevent the progress of disease, can keep disease under control, may not develop complications, and can make life comfortable. Now, little bit about yogic practices, when you should practice. I will just go fast because you all are yoga teachers, so you know. You should, the best time is to practice in the morning, 4:30 a.m. That is called Brahma Muhurta. If it is not possible, any other time you can practice. But after that, you must not take anything for at least 40-45 minutes. Then any other time can be good. Your stomach should be empty. So if you have taken a light lunch at 1 o'clock, you can practice at 6 o'clock. If you have taken heavy lunch, then you have to wait for some more time. Then yoga is a sadhana and not an exercise. Should not practice with force. Balapura karega to balahani hogi. So that you should keep in mind. Then one should not practice one single asana or kriya, but whatever yoga module which is advised. So many times I get a patient. He said, you tell me only one single asana or one single, I will practice it regularly. It is not possible because the whole of the yoga module, it works on all systems of the body. That is why one single practice may not be of helpful. Then on the very first day, you should not reach to the final stage of asana or final stage of the kriya. That you should practice as per your individual capacity. Slowly you will develop it and then you will be able to do the things in a better way. One should not practice yoga if you are very much tired. Ladies should not practice during pregnancy, during menses. And in pregnancy, yoga can be practiced, but it should be under expert yoga teacher who is been catering this service for last 5-10 years. You should learn with him and then you can think of giving to other patients. One should not practice yoga by just reading the book or watching the television or somebody practicing it. It should be practiced under expert yoga teacher. Yoga is also a science and not a mystique. I'm going to give a few examples of that. So this is about central nervous system. This is the brain and this is the spinal cord into the vertebral column. Now, what are the functions of it? The sensory system means it conveys the sensations from all over body to the brain. Motor system, which have the action of the body. Autonomic nervous system and memory. These are the 4 functions of the central nervous system. Now, this is the section of the brain. Each and every small part of the brain controls different parts of the body. Suppose there is some bleeding over here, hemorrhage over here. What will happen? This part will not function properly, and the part of the body which is controlled by this particular part of the brain will get paralyzed. So if you don't want to have any of these things, the brain should get proper blood supply. There should not be any hemorrhage. For that, what we do, that we'll see in the next part. Now, this is the cut section of the eye. This is the retina. Suppose somebody comes and stands in front of you. This is the cornea. This is the lens. If somebody stands over here, the image is formed on this retina and message is sent from here to the brain that your teacher is standing in front of you or your boss is standing in front of you. So what you do? Good morning, sir. How you say? By the motor system, the muscles of the hand are activated. You fold your hand and you say good morning. Similarly, this is the cut section of the ear. Suppose somebody calls you from the right side. The vibrations, they come and hit on this tympanic membrane and message is sent from here to the brain that somebody is calling you from the right side. So what happens then? By the motor system, the muscles of the neck are activated and you turn on the right side and see who is calling you. Similarly, if you are eating something, whether it is eatable or not, whether it is spicy, stale food, message is sent by this to the brain that it is stale food. So what you do? It is not good, throw it away. How you throw it? With the help of motor system, the muscles of the hand are activated and you pick it up and throw it. So the sensory and motor system, they go in hand. What was the third system? Autonomic nervous system. Now, what is the function of autonomic nervous system? It controls the involuntary things. What are the involuntary things? Now you are sitting, listening to me. You are breathing. Your heart is beating. Is it happening because of your orders? It is happening automatically. It is happening without your knowledge. So these are all involuntary acts. And these involuntary acts are controlled by the autonomic nervous system. And this autonomic nervous system is disturbed by emotions. And that is why when you become angry, when you become happy, the message is sent to the hypothalamus, and from there, the sympathetic and parasympathetic activities are monitored. The sympathetic and parasympathetic, they control respiration, heartbeat, secretion of endocrine gland, micturition, defecation, parturition. These are all involuntary acts which are controlled by the autonomic nervous system, which controls smooth and cardiac muscles and muscles of these glands, which secrete different hormones and emotions. They influence the cortex, hypothalamus, medulla oblongata, and from there, the messages are sent to the different parts of the body. And that is how somebody, if he's running, or if some good news comes or bad news comes, suddenly the effect is happening and the system get activated. Now you have learned about these chakras. These are the different chakras. Are they imaginary? Sages have written book and they told that here is Ajna Chakra, here is Vishuddha Chakra. We have read and we are telling you. Are they imaginary or really they are there in the body? They are there in the body. We have seen them. We are just going to correlate with medical science. The Mooladhara Chakra, which is situated near anal opening, from medical point of view, it is called pelvic plexus. This is the medical depiction. When we operated and saw, we found out like this. And this is the picture drawn by the sages. So how many branches are there? 4. The sages are defined 4 petals. What is the importance of this? I will tell at the end. Then Swadhisthana Chakra near pubic symphysis. From medical point of view, it is called aortic plexus. When we saw, we found out like this. And sages are drawn their picture like this. How many petals are there? 6. Manipur Chakra, which is situated near umbilicus area. From medical point of view, it is called solar plexus. This is the medical depiction, and this is the yogic depiction drawn by the sages. How many petals are there? 10. Anahat Chakra at the center of the chest. From medical point of view, it is called cardiac plexus. This is the medical depiction, and this is the yogic depiction. How many petals are there? 12. Vishuddha Chakra, which is situated in the neck. From medical point of view, it is called cervical plexus. From medical point of view, picture is not shown over here. Yogic depiction is like this. How many petals? 16. Then Ajna Chakra at the center of the forehead. From medical point of view, it is called optic thalamus or optic chiasma. This is the medical depiction, and this is the yogic depiction. How many petals are there? 2. How many branches are here? 2. Similarly, previous chakras, when they are saying 10 petals, 12 petals, 16 petals, we found that same number of branches exist. Means sages were knowing the human anatomy and physiology, and they have devised such a practice so that they will not fall sick and they will keep themselves healthy. So that is the importance of the yogic science. Now this is the vertebral column, and this is the spinal cord. And the side of this is the chain of the chakras. And from here, these nerves come out and they supply to the different parts of the body. Which are they? This is the eye. This is saliva secreting gland. This is the lung, heart, stomach, liver, spleen. Then this is the pancreas. These are the small intestine. These are the large intestine. And these are the kidneys. Now, all these organs are controlled by these chakras through these nerves. Now, suppose somebody says, yesterday I had gone for a party and I had little excess food. So what he will do? He said, today morning I'll skip the breakfast and lunch I will only take curd and rice. Where is the problem? Problem is in the stomach. Somebody has got asthma. He has to use that nebulizer pump. Where is the problem? Problem is the lung. Somebody has got heart attack. Where is the problem? In the heart, coronary artery. Somebody has got a kidney problem. He has to undergo dialysis twice a week. Where is the problem? Problem is the kidney. Means if any one of these organs is not functioning properly, you are called sick. If all these organs are functioning properly, you are healthy. When they will function properly? When the control is proper. When control will be proper? When all the chakras are functioning properly. And to activate these chakras, we do omkar. How we do omkar? We inhale, we exhale first, then we inhale. Because of this vibrations of the omkar, all these chakras are activated. They are functioning properly. The control is proper. Organs are functioning properly, and you are healthy. So that is the importance of the omkar. Dr. Herbert Benson is a scientist. He has studied omkar. He has done research on omkar, and he came to the conclusion, omkar a day, keep the doctor away. Means if you practice omkar every day, you can keep yourself healthy. Now, another example of the yoga is a science. This is the heart, and these are the coronary arteries which are supplying blood to the heart, and that is how the heart is functioning properly. Heart has got these 4 chambers. The impure blood comes from all over body by these 2 vessels, this and this, to this right atrium. Then it comes to the right ventricle. From here it is pumped to the both sides of the lung where it is purified. And then it comes to this left atrium, then to the left ventricle. And from here it is pumped through this aorta to whole of the body. Now, if this pump heart is functioning properly, the different parts of the body, they will get proper blood supply. And if this heart is not functioning properly, what will happen? Here there will be less blood supply and these organs will not function properly. So if you don't want to have any illness, all the organs of the body, they should get proper blood supply, which is possible if this heart is functioning properly. Now, when this heart will function properly, when it is also getting proper blood supply through this coronary artery. Suppose this coronary artery gets blocked, what happens? See, this part has become totally dead, black. That means this part is not functioning properly. And then we say that he's got a heart attack or myocardial infarction. Then he's admitted in the hospital. Then we do stress test. If it is positive, then we do angiography. And if angiography you find it blocked like this, then we say that you have to undergo bypass surgery or angioplasty. So I had treated enough number of patients with yogic practices. This is one of the report of the patient. He was having myocardial infarction and he has undergone angiography. This is the angiographic picture. This is one coronary artery and this is another coronary artery, and this is one block and this is another block. Because these 2 blocks, this gentleman was advised to undergo bypass surgery. He came to us, he studied yoga for 1 year, and after 1 year, again his angiography was repeated. And you can see here, the block which was from here to here, this was one block and this was second block. This block which was here to here, only this much remained, and this block has totally vanished. Similarly, this person was having this single block and he was advised to undergo balloon angioplasty. He came to us, studied yoga for 1 year, and after 1 year, you can see the block has totally gone. So, if you practice regularly, you can bypass surgery also. So that is the importance of the yogic practices. There is another example of diabetes. Now, as you know, the world is facing the threat of diabetes. It is said that at present there are 366 million people suffering from diabetes. And by another 10 years, it will be 566 million. And developing countries will be the diabetic hub. So India may have every fifth person a diabetic person. So this is one of the diabetic patient who has practiced yoga. And here you can see the fasting blood sugar was 207. And 2 hours after lunch, that is called postprandial, which was 353. And he was on tablet Dionyl 1 BD, one in the morning, one in the evening. And then he started practicing yoga. And you can see after 2 years, roughly, his postprandial was 119. You might ask me, you might have increased the medicines. Here he was getting 1 tablet twice a day, here once a day, and here no medicines. Means if you practice yoga regularly, you can bring the diabetes also under control and you can get rid of the medicines. So now we'll come to the scientific basis of different yogic practices. So first we'll take Jal Neti. Now here, procedure I will not explain. You know this neti pot, there's a lukewarm water in that and you put it into nose in such a way that water will go from this side and it will come out from the other side. This is called Jal Neti. This has to be practiced every day morning. Now what benefit you get by doing Jal Neti? Now this is the cut section of the nose. So you can see here, there is a mucous membrane covering the inner side of the nose. This is one sinus. This is one sinus. This is an empty small space which is lined by the mucous membrane. Here are 2 frontal sinuses, 2 maxillary sinuses, and 2 ethmoidal sinuses inside. They are lined by mucous membrane. It secretes little water, and this water cleans all these walls of the sinus and throws this dirty water through this window into the nose. Now, when you do Jal Neti, before that, suppose somebody gets the allergic rhinitis because of the changing weather. So what happens? He gets running nose. Then he gets blockage of the nose. What he says? My right nostril is blocked. Why it is blocked? Because of the infection, viral infection, there is a reaction into this mucous membrane. There is a water logging, and that is why your right nostril is blocked. Now, when you do Jal Neti, what you do? You take a lukewarm water and little salt is added to that. When this water comes into this will go from one nostril and it will come out from the other nostril. So whole of this passage will be clean. Whatever dust particles have come in when you are breathing in air, they will be thrown out. So whole passage will be clean. Now, how you get infection? So everybody must be knowing nowadays the physical distancing has been given more importance in the effect of corona. Why? Because the person who is breathing, and if he is a corona patient, he is breathing out the coronavirus, and same virus, if you are standing close to him, you are going to breathe in. So what will happen? And how this virus come? When he breathes out, that virus, they come into the air, into the dust particles of the air, and same dust particles are inhaled by the next person, and that is how he gets the infection. Suppose you are doing Jal Neti every day, whatever dust particles have come inside, they will be thrown out. So the virus, it will not remain here and you will not get any infection. Now, when you are doing Jal Neti and if your nostril is blocked because of the water logging into this mucosa, now this is lukewarm water and you have added little salt to that. What is the peculiarity of the salt? If you take salt in one utensil and put it on the table, after 1 hour, you will find that it has become wet. Why it has become wet? Because it absorbs the moisture from the air, atmosphere. Similarly, when you are doing Jal Neti, the salt into the neti water will absorb the water from this mucosa and the swelling will get reduced. And that is how your nasal block will go. So this benefit you get by doing Jal Neti. Because it is lukewarm water, the temperature of this part will increase a little bit. And because of that, the whatever viruses are there, they will be killed. So this benefit you get by doing Jal Neti. Now, when you are doing Jal Neti, when this water passes through this nose, it will clean the windows of these sinuses also, and they will not get blocked, so that the dirty water collected here, it will be not getting blocked. So you will not get sinus problem. Now, if you ask the patient of sinusitis, what is the problem? What do you say? I got a heaviness over here or heaviness over here. Why? Because this dirty water has collected into the sinus, and that is why you feel heavy. As a surgeon, what we do? We do antral puncture. What do you mean by antral puncture? We put a metal tube through the nose inside over here, pierces this wall, and then drain out the water. But when they take out this tube, what will happen? This opening will get closed, and again dirty water may collect. So the sinusitis in allopathy, there is no 100% relief. But if you are practicing Jalneti Kapalbhati, this door will never get closed and you will not get problem of sinusitis. So this benefit you get by doing Jalneti. Then this is the olfactory nerve into the mucosa of the nose. These are the small branches. What is the function of this nerve? It gives the information of smell to the brain. Suppose there is lot of dust covering this, what will happen? The air has come, but it is not coming into the contact of these branches, and that is why you are not getting the information of the smell. But if you are doing Jalneti every day, this whole area is cleaned and you will not get the loss of sensation. So this benefit, loss of smell, not sensation, loss of smell. So this benefit you get by doing Jalneti. So how many benefits? It clears the nasal passage, reduces nasal mucosa swelling, so blockages is gone. Then the dust particles are thrown out, so less chances of getting any viral infection into the nose. Opening of the sinuses are not blocked, so you don't get sinusitis. And one more important thing, the nitric oxide. This nitric oxide is secreted or produced by the mucosa of the sinus. Now, if this opening is blocked, this nitric oxide will not be able to come into the nasal passage. But if you are doing Jalneti every day, this opening will not get blocked. And if it is not getting blocked, whatever the nitric oxide is generated, it will come into the air circulation of the respiration. And nitric oxide is known to kill the bacteria and virus. That is why it is important that if you are practicing Kapalbhati Niti and especially Brahmari, then the more nitric oxide will be generated and it will act as a bactericide or killing the virus, and you will not get any problem. So these are all benefits. Then because you are using salt, it has got some antiseptic effect also. Lukewarm water, it will kill the bacteria. Now such a beautiful Jalneti, it should be practiced every day in the morning. You should keep the Jalneti pot near your brush. After your brush, you can just do Jalneti and come out. But who will not practice? The person who has got a eardrum perforation. He will not practice Jalneti. Now this is a eardrum. Suppose it is perforated. What will happen? The air will go in. Now normally what happens? This is the eardrum. Now when I'm talking, you are listening to me. So the words are coming and hitting on your tympanic membrane over here. And message is sent from here to the brain. And then you are able to listen, understand what I'm talking. Suppose somebody talks loudly. What will happen? The words will come and hit on the tympanic membrane and it may become bent like this. Like this. Suppose the DJ is there, loud noise is there. What will happen? Because of that loud music, the vibrations coming and hitting on the tympanic membrane, it will still bend like this. Sometimes you might have heard that there was a bomb blast, and next day you might have read in the paper that 20 people become deaf, those who were in the vicinity of that bomb blast. Why it has happened? Because when that bomb blast noise was there, the loud noise, it has come and hit onto the tympanic membrane and it has perforated the tympanic membrane. And that is why he has become totally deaf. Now, in a day, at least one or twice, this must be happening that somebody is talking loudly or somebody is honking the car loudly. So what happens? Your tympanic membrane will become like this. Then how it becomes straight? So nature has given a buffer mechanism. In our mouth, just behind the tonsil, there are two eustachian tubes. Now this eustachian tube opens in the middle ear. See, this is the tube opening inside the ear, inside the tympanic membrane. So when the membrane becomes like this, why it has become? Because the pressure of the air on this side is more. That is why the tympanic membrane has bent like this. So when it will become straight, when the pressure of air on this side will be balanced by the pressure of air on this side, it will become straight. Now this is possible when such thing happens. This eustachian tube opens and the air from the mouth, it goes inside the middle ear. So it will come on this side, and the pressure of air on this side will be balanced by the pressure of air on this side, and your tympanic membrane will become straight. Now the person who has got eardrum perforation, what will happen? Air will come from here. Through this perforated drum, it will go inside and it can open this eustachian tube also. So when you are practicing Jalneti, the water which has trickled down from the posterior part of the nose, it may come into the eustachian tube and go to the middle ear, and you may get middle ear infection. So the person who has got eardrum perforation, he will not practice Jalneti. What he can practice? He can practice Sutra Neti, that is rubber Neti. So you can put this rubber catheter from one nose and you can bring it from other nose, or you can bring it from mouth. Who cannot practice this rubber Neti? The person who has got a nasal polyp or severe deviated nasal septum. He will not practice rubber Neti. He can practice Jalneti. So these are the important pros and cons of the Jalaneti. Now we will come to Jaladhauti, or it is also called Vaman. What you do in this? You have to drink water like this, 5 to 6 glasses in the morning after brush, and then you have to stand up, little bit bend forward, and then tickle the posterior pharynx and take your tummy inside, and whatever water comes out, let it come out. This is called Jaldauti or Vaman. You should not strain for that. Now, what benefit you get by doing this? Before that, we'll just study the digestive system. It starts from the oral cavity. This is the esophagus. This is the stomach. The small intestine. These are large intestine. Whenever you take your lunch or dinner, it comes into the stomach, stays there for 2.5 hours. It gets digested and then it goes ahead. Now, the person who has got hyperacidity, after 2.5 hours of his food, the food has already passed ahead. What remains over here is the excess acid. When this acid goes on this side, what you say? I'm getting heartburns over here. Or if this acid goes on this side, this is called pylorus, this is the duodenum. And on this side is the acidic medium, on this side is the alkaline medium. When this acid crosses this line and comes onto this side, it causes corrosive action and you get ulcer. So if you don't want to have hyperacidity or ulcer, the ideal thing should be here, there should not be excess acid secretion and it should not go to this side or this side. For that, what we do, that we'll see in the next part. Now, behind stomach is the pancreas, which secretes insulin, which controls diabetes. How we activate this also, that we'll see. Now, there are 29 feet intestine, 23 feet small intestine, and 6 feet large intestine. They are kept in your abdomen. The one end is fixed over here, another end is fixed over here, and this is the mesentery. When there is obesity, the lot of fat is deposited into this, and then the problem starts. Now, these are the 2 kidneys of excretory system. The blood, when it gets circulated, when it comes into the kidneys, this is the filtration plant. When blood comes over here, it filters. What it filters? Which is excess, which is harmful, which is not necessary for the body, which is toxic. All these things are filtered and thrown out in the form of the urine. Now, this is the kidney, this is the ureter, and this is the bladder. You must have heard somebody has got a stone. Where it can be? It can be in the kidney or ureter or bladder. How we can get rid of that? That also we'll see in a few minutes. Now, You have taken 5 to 6 glasses of water. So this has come into the stomach while performing Vaman or Jaldhauti. So what has happened? This water has diluted the acid which was here. So because the acid got diluted, the nuisance value of acid has become 0, and then you have vomited it out. If you have vomited out, it will not remain here. If it is not remaining here, it will not cause any hyperacidity or ulcer. So this benefit you get by doing Vaman. Now when it is to be done? Ideally, it should be done in the morning. Why? Because when you take your dinner in the night, you go to bed, suppose at 10 o'clock, this food gets slowly digested, and suppose around 2 a.m., whole of the food has gone ahead, and what remains over here is the excess acid. Now, when the level of this acid goes on increasing in the case of hyperacidity, and you get up in the morning at 6 o'clock, you drink 5 to 6 glasses of water, dilute it, and throw it out, so you will not get any acidity problem. Is it only one benefit that by doing acid, Vaman, you get relief from acidity? You have taken 5 to 6 glasses of water, and you could only vomit it out, hardly 2, 3 or 4 glasses. So remaining 2 glasses water, what will happen? It will go ahead. It will clean all these 29 feet intestines. If all these intestines are clean, the function will improve, the digestion will improve, so you will not get digestive problem. Some of this water, it will go ahead, and here is the fecal matter. So the water content of the fecal matter will increase, so fecal matter will not be hard, and you will not get constipation. When this hard fecal matter comes out here, it rubs the mucosa and you get bleeding plies. So that problem also you will not get if you are practicing regular Vaman or Jaldhauti. What more benefit you get? Now this 2 glasses water which has gone ahead, it will come into the small intestine. What is the function of small intestine? It absorbs. So some of this water, it will get absorbed here, and once it gets absorbed, it goes into the blood. And this blood, while circulating, when it comes to the kidneys, it will be filtered. So the person who has done Vaman, he will get excess urination after doing Jaldhauti. Now, because of this excess urine, because of the pressure of the excess water into the urine, whatever stone or sludge is there into this path, it will be pushed out and thrown out along with the urine. So if the sludge doesn't remain over here, it will not increase in size and you will not get stone problem. So this benefit you get by doing Vaman. What more benefit you get? Suppose you go out at 6 o'clock and you are supposed to come for lunch at 1:30. But because you are engrossed in the work, you didn't get time and you come at 4 o'clock. So what you say? Oh, I'm very hungry. Come on, give me food. And you eat more. Why you eat more? Because there is a lot of acid secretion since morning. Because this acid sends messages to the brain, get me something for eating, get me something for digestion. And because of the repeated message, you get headache. You say, oh, come on, I'm very hungry. Mera pitta khaul gaya bolte hain na. And so you eat more. If you are practicing Vaman regularly, the acid secretion will be optimum and you will not eat more. If you are not eating more, you will not get obesity. So this benefit you get by doing Vaman. You also can get rid of the habits. Few of my doctor friends, surgeons, they do come to my classes nowadays. They say, okay, come on, let us see how you conduct the class. I say, okay, you are most welcome. They join the class. So we start teaching them from breath awareness, then Jalniti, then Vaman. So one fine morning he comes and tells me, I will not continue your class. I said, okay, don't continue, no problem. He said, no, I don't mind learning this. But if your teacher tells me, yoga teacher, that don't drink, don't smoke cigarette, I cannot tolerate that. Because surgeons are very short-tempered and egoistic. They don't like to listen to somebody. So I said, don't worry, my teacher will not tell you that don't smoke, don't drink. But whatever he has taught, he will do it. He said, no problem. I said, what was taught yesterday, day before yesterday? Tell me. He said, breath awareness was taught, then Jalniti was taught, then Kapalbhati was taught. Acha, then that Jaladhauti, something like that, to drink water and vomit it out. So I said, will you do it? He said, yes, no problem. As such, because sometimes if you take more, we do get automatically. So we are habituated. So don't worry. I said, okay, no problem. Start practicing. And he started practicing. And in 6 months' time, his habit comes down. How it comes down? Because the habit is nothing but the demand by this acid. More the acid, it sends more messages. And then you try to indulge into that. So if you want to curtail your habit, get rid of habit, practice woman. So such a beautiful woman, which reduces acidity, no chance of ulcer, reduces constipation, no fissure piles. You may not get the urinary stone. Acidity level go down, so obesity will not be there. You may not get gallstones. But such a beautiful thing. So would you practice every day? No. You, as a beginner, you practice for first 8 days or some 10 days. And after that, once in a week or twice a fortnight. Or suppose sometimes you go out for some party or dinner or hotel, and then you find that it was very stale food or very spicy food, you are getting lot of heartburns, just do it. Otherwise, just once in a week or twice a fortnight. Who will not do it? The person who has got high blood pressure, who has got heart attacks, who has got abdominal hernia, who has got undergone major abdominal surgery, who has got increased pressure into the eyes, that is called glaucoma, in ladies' pregnancy, and in the gastric ulcer, complicated ulcer like pyloric stenosis and bleeding ulcer, they will not practice woman. And physically weak. What they can practice? They can take 2 glasses of water in the morning and don't take anything for 40 minutes. They will get 50% of benefit because that water will dilute the water 2 glasses you have taken, and at least 50% of the acidity nuisance will be reduced and you will get 50% benefit. Now, I told about the complicated gastric ulcer and complicated ulcer. Now, gastric ulcer, the peptic ulcer is divided into 2. One is the gastric ulcer, which happens into the stomach. And if it is into the duodenum, it is called duodenal ulcer. Now, this gastric ulcer, usually it is found in a patient who has got achlorhydria, means hydrochloric acid secretion is less. So in such patient, if you give him woman, what will happen? Water's little acid is also will be thrown out. So it still become less acidity and he may not get the proper digestion. So you will not give this woman to the patient who has got a gastric ulcer. And second important thing, this gastric ulcer is known to become cancerous or malignant. That is why, suppose somebody comes with a great faith with you that, okay, gastric ulcer, no problem, you start practicing woman and you will get all right. And in 2 months' time, suppose this ulcer, the gastric ulcer, which is more than 2 centimeter size, may become cancerous. So it may turn cancer and then yoga will be blamed. Oh, I was practicing yoga and I got cancer. That is why the gastric ulcer patient will not be practicing woman. Then duodenal ulcer, complicated. Suppose there is a pyloric stenosis, means this area has become small after healing the ulcer. Or suppose this blood vessel is opening into this ulcer. So when he is doing Jaldhauti, when he is trying to struggle for bringing out water, there may be corrosive action and this artery may burst and he may get bleeding. So the person who has got a complicated ulcer, he will not practice woman. Now, how many times I said that you have to practice? Once in a week or twice a fortnight. Why not every day? Because if you practice every day, what will happen? Acid is thrown out, acid is thrown out, acid is thrown out. So one day level will become 0 and he will not have proper digestion, because acid is the first step of digestion. That is why you will practice once in a week or twice a fortnight. Another precaution you have to take when you are telling the patient or person to practice woman, you should ask 2 questions. One, whether he has trimmed the nails or not. Because usually it happens, over enthusiasm, patient tries to trickle the posterior pharynx severely, and it may damage the mucosa, blood may come out, and he may get frightened. And second thing, you should ask whether you have got blood pressure, what are these I have told, all these things you should ask. And if nothing is there, then only you should ask him to practice woman. If somebody practice woman and next day he comes and tells you, sir, I got blood into my vomitus, or it was a red color. So ask him to stop doing woman, ask him to check himself for whether he has got high blood pressure, whether he has got heart attack, and let him get tested for whether he has got gastric ulcer by gastroenterologist by doing the gastroscopic examination. So these are all the important points about the woman. Now we will come to Kapalabhati. Now how we do Kapalabhati? Traditional Kapalabhati is a normal inhalation and forceful exhalation. While you are exhaling, your just lower part of the abdomen is going in and air is coming out forcibly. Now, what benefit you get by doing Kapalabhati? Before that, we'll study the anatomy of the respiratory system. It starts from the nose. Then this is the trachea. At the center of the chest, it divides into 2, and then branches, and ultimately these are the alveoli. There are millions of alveoli. If you take out all these alveoli and make a line, it can be of few kilometers. If you take out both the lungs out and try to inflate it with the air, it may occupy half of the tennis court. Such a huge capacitated lung is situated in our chest. This trachea and bronchus, they are lined by mucous membrane, which secretes 1 liter water in 24 hours. This water is used to moisten the air which you are breathing in, because air may be dry outside. And when you are breathing in air, same dry air, if it goes inside, it may damage the mucosa of the trachea. And that is why this water is there to moisten the air. Now, inside the bronchus, there are, can you see this hair-like projection? These are the hair-like projections. What is the function of this cilia? They are called cilia. Now you are breathing air. Suppose you are standing on the road. So a lot of dust particles are there. Now same dust particles, they are inhaled when you are breathing in. And suppose if you stand there for a whole day, what will happen? The dust particles will come in, and they will occupy all the alveoli, and your lungs will become full of dust particles. But is it happening like that? No. Why? Because water dust particles, they enter into the trachea while you're breathing. They are entangled by this cilia, hair-like projection, and because of the escalating action, they are not allowed to go into the alveoli, they are thrown out. So this benefit you get because of this cilia. Such an important lung is kept into this thoracic cage, which is made of ribs. Why this type of cage is given? Brain is important. So God has given skull. If you hit it with the stone, it will not break. Then why not skull? Why this cage? Because when you want to breathe in, you have to expand the lung. And for that, the intercostal muscles in between those ribs, when they contract, the anterior posterior diameter increases. And this is the diaphragm, which separates chest from the abdomen. When you breathe in normally, it comes 1 centimeter down. When you breathe in heavily, it can come 7 centimeters down. More the diaphragm can come down, more the space is made available, and more the air you can breathe in. That is why this type of chest cage is provided by the nature. When you exhale, breathe out, this diaphragm goes up. When you are inhaling, this diaphragm goes down. So more space is created and more air you can breathe in. Now this is important. You are sitting quietly. How much air you are breathing in? 500 ml air in and 500 ml air out. Suppose you breathe in heavily, you can breathe in 3500 ml air. Suppose you breathe in heavily and breathe out heavily, you can breathe out 4,600 ml air. That is called vital capacity. Now you are breathing in and out normally. Does your lung become empty after normal breathing? No. At least 2,300 ml air is there. Suppose you breathe out heavily, still 1,200 ml air is there. Means our lungs, they never become empty. There is air, and with each respiration, there is exchange of gases. Now suppose a person who is doing sedentary job, who is sitting at the hotel counter, what he will do? He will just breathe in 500 ml air in and 500 ml air out. So his alveoli, they are just opening to breathe in 500 ml air in and 500 ml air out. Now to such a person, if you tell, run and catch this bus, this is last bus. If you miss it, you will have to sit at the bus stand for whole night. So what here? He starts running. When he starts running, he feels breathless. Why he feels breathless? Because when you are running, your muscles are working more. When muscles are working more, they require more oxygen. Now this sedentary jobber, when he is breathing in, he is only breathing in 500 ml air in and 500 ml air out. Now he is running, oxygen demand has increased. But his alveoli, what they said, we are not habituated. We can only breathe 500 ml air. Their union leader is very strong. He tells only do this much work, don't work more. So you have to fulfill the demand. How it is possible? You have to breathe fast. That is how you become breathless. So if you want to avoid this, you have to improve the lung capacity in such a way that whenever you require more oxygen, they should open up and you should be able to breathe in more air and you should not feel breathless. This capacity can be improved by practicing Kapalbhati. Now, how it happens? You are breathing in normally with forceful exhalation, normal inhalation, forceful exhalation. When you are doing forceful exhalation, whatever dust particles are there in this part, they are thrown out. If the dust particles are thrown out, they will not remain here. Whole passage will be cleaned. You will not get any difficulty in breathing. Now the dust particles, I told that it contains the bacteria, virus, organism. So if dust particles are thrown out, along with that, the dust particles, the organisms and virus, they are also thrown out. If they are thrown out, they will not remain here. If they don't remain here, they will not cause any disease. So you will not get any respiratory problem. So these benefits you get by doing Kapalabhati. Suppose few organisms remain over there. They will grow. What is the favorable atmosphere for the growth of the organism? It is the air and water combination. If you are in the house, you have cleaned everything. Do you find mosquitoes there? You don't find mosquitoes. Mosquitoes, you find it where the drainage pipe is leaking. Why? Because there is a favorable atmosphere for the growth of the organism. Similarly, in the lungs, air and water combination is the favorable atmosphere. Now I told you, because of the Kapalbhati, the dust particles are thrown out. So one number atom is gone. What is second atom? Second number atom was the water. We saw that in 24 hours, 1 liter water is secreted over here. More than 50% water is used for moistening the air which you are breathing in. If remaining water remains over here, it will form the favorable atmosphere for the growth of the organism. But because of the Kapalbhati and Ujjayi, the heat is generated. Because of the heat generation, excess water was there, it will be evaporated and the favorable atmosphere will not be there and organisms will not grow. So this benefit you get by doing Kapalbhati. Now one more benefit. Suppose you rub on your hand like this 100 times. What happens? It becomes red. Why it becomes red? Because the blood circulation increases. Similarly, when you are doing forceful exhalation, whole of this mucous membrane is rubbed. So the blood circulation will improve. Now underneath the mucosa, there is a blood vessel which contains blood. In that, there is RBCs and WBCs. WBCs, they are the important factor over here because they kill the bacteria. How they kill the bacteria? Suppose this is a WBC and this is the bacteria which comes in contact with it. This WBC, it engulfs the bacteria, it changes its shapes and engulfs the bacteria and kills the bacteria. That is called phagocytic action. Now, if whole of this passage is rubbed clean and the circulation is improved, whatever bacteria, viruses are there, they will be killed by this WBC, and that is how it improves your immunity. So, by practicing immunity, practicing Kapalbhati, how your immunity improves, it is this way. So, these are the benefits of Kapalbhati. One more important benefit is the deviated nasal septum. You must be knowing that the bone into the nose, cartilage into the bone, if it grows, what will happen? There will be difficulty in breathing, air gets stuck. And then what we do? We do operation, we cut down. If again it grows, again is same problem. But if you are practicing Kapalbhati, because of the forceful exhalation, because of the friction, this bone gets rubbed and you don't have to undergo surgery. So these are all the benefits, nearly 12 benefits you get by doing Kapalbhati. So if you practice Kapalbhati, just 15 minutes is sufficient and you can energize yourself. Who cannot practice Kapalbhati? This type of traditional Kapalbhati, those who have got high blood pressure, heart disease, abdominal hernia or major abdominal operation has undergone, glaucoma, gastric ulcer, pregnancy, they will not be able to do traditional Kapalbhati of forceful exhalation. What they can do? They can do simple Kapalbhati, means normal inhalation and exhalation without applying force. So this they can practice. So these are the benefits of Kapalbhati. Now coming to the Ujjayi. Ujjayi is a friction breathing. Now sometimes you say that that person has got lot of cough.
Sir, sorry to disturb, sir. Can you please show the benefits of Kapalbhati in a slide once again, sir?
क्या हाँ लगा है ना उसमें
जरा आवाज बंद करो. Hello, please mute yourself.
So 1 page before this.
Yeah.
So these are the benefits of the Kapalbhati. These are 6 and here there are 6. So 12 benefits and more than that are there. And these people who should not practice, this is the list, though they can practice simple Kapalbhati, which is without forceful exhalation. Now coming to the Ujjayi, the person, suppose somebody has got cough and say that he has got very bad cough, it is not coming out. Why it is not coming out? Because it is very thick. Now by doing Kapalbhati, it may not come out, but by doing Ujjayi, because of the Ujjayi, there is a forceful, there is a friction, and because of the friction, heat is generated, and this, because of the generation of the heat, this thick cough will get liquefied, and once it gets liquefied, it can come out easily. That is the benefit of the Ujjayi, and it cleans the air passage very thoroughly, so you will not get in difficulty in breathing. It improves the lung capacity because of the forceful exhalation, inhalation. When you are doing inhalation, you are applying the force over here. Those people who are gardening, they are giving water to the plants with the tube. Suppose the one plant is far away, you cannot reach over there. What you do? You pinch the tube and the water goes up to there. Similarly, when you constrict the glottis, vocal cord, air goes with pressure and it goes to the lowest part of the alveoli, which are dormant, which are not functioning. They are opened up. That is how it improves the lung capacity. Then because of the Ujjayi, the windows of the sinuses, they don't get blocked. So you don't get any chance of getting sinusitis. When you are doing Kapalbhati and Ujjayi, you are concentrating on breathing and you are counting it. Because we tell that, okay, you do Kapalbhati for 30 times or 40 times or 60 times or 100 times. So you are counting it. So when you are counting it, or you are doing Ujjayi for 5 times, 6 times, you are counting it. So when you are counting, you are focusing on counting. So your external thoughts are totally reduced. If external thoughts are reduced, you don't get blood pressure and then there is no chance of getting heart attack. So that's why in Western countries, it is used as a cardiac breathing. Now remaining is asthma. If a patient of asthma is sitting at a far corner, you can identify from a distance that he has got asthma. How you identify? Because when he's breathing, the wheezing sound is coming like that. Why it comes? The normal aperture of the bronchus is of this size. But because of asthma, it has become small and this opening has become very small. Now, when he's breathing in, because of the atmospheric pressure, air goes in through small opening. But when he's breathing out, air has got no pressure, and that is why it has to struggle to come out through this small opening, and that is why he gets wheezing sound. If he is practicing Ujjayi every day, this swelling goes and you don't have to use any medicine. You must have seen the person of the asthma, he has got a tablet derifylin. If it gets relief, take. Otherwise, what he does, he take injection derifylin. If that also doesn't help, then he has to take aminophylline drip. If he has got a pump, nebulizer, what he will do? If he feel breathless, he will immediately use the nebulizer. But if you are practicing Ujjayi, you don't have to take any of this medicine. I have tested this with the pulse oximeter. Now everybody must be familiar with the pulse oximeter because of the corona pandemic. Now this is used to measure the oxygen level into the blood. And normal oxygen level is 100%. I have tested in 300 people and I found that in normal who was having 97, 98%, after 3 months it became 99, 100%. Heart attack patient which was 95, 96, after 3 months it became 98%. And asthma patient, it was 85. After 3 months, it became 96%. So this 11% rise in the oxygen level, that gives you health. Now, one more thing remaining, you can get rid of snoring. Now, if you ask somebody how many people are snoring, nobody will tell that I'm snoring. His partner will always tell, oh, he snores very badly, and that is why my sleep is disturbed. Now, why you snore? When you sleep, all muscles are relaxed. So these muscles of the pharynx are also relaxed. Now air comes through the nose. It comes over here in the pharynx and turns its direction and comes into the trachea. So it has to turn its direction acutely and come in front. Now suppose the person who has got a pharyngitis or here lymphoid tissues increase. What will happen? Where air is coming in, it will hit the lymphoid tissue and then go this way. That is why the snoring sound comes. If you are practicing Ujjayi every day, this lymphoid tissue will get rubbed and the swelling will reduce and you will get rid of snoring. So this benefit you get by doing Ujjayi. If you practice Ujjayi every day, you will stop snoring. Then coming to the Brahmari, I was just telling you, it is the bee humming sound. By making that bee humming sound, more nitric oxide is generated into the paranasal sinuses. These are the few articles which have done research and they are told that nitric oxide level increases, and it has been seen, it has been used in the cases of SARS. In 2010, when there was a when there was a infection, the Brahmari was used and they got relief. So in corona pandemic, if you practice Brahmari, you can definitely get rid of the coronavirus, because excess, it has been seen that by practicing Brahmari, the nitric oxide is produced 15 times more than the normal, and it will help to kill the bacteria and coronavirus. So it can be used as an adjuvant therapy in corona pandemic along with the medical treatment. Now, lion pose. This is meant for, it improves the circulation of the pharynx, larynx and tonsil. It improves the immunity and it reduces the wrinkling on the face. When you are breathing in, when you open your mouth widely, like this, and breathing out with wide open eyes and tongue pulled out, these all muscles are contracting. When all muscles are contracting, their elasticity is maintained. And when you go old, the fat below the skin, which was more when you're chubby, it gets dissolved. When it chubby, the skin is getting stretched. When the fat dissolves, the skin falls back, and when it falls back, if it is not elastic, it will create the wrinkles, and that is how you become, you are identified as old, that you have got a lot of wrinkles on the face. But if you are practicing lion pose, the elasticity of the skin of the face is maintained, and there will not be any wrinkling on the face. So this benefit you get by doing lion pose. Then it also increases the blood supply to this part where the tonsils are there, and here the lymphoid tissues are there, which are going to kill the bacteria which are entering into this area from nose or mouth. So if the oxygen blood supply is improved, the WBCs which are there more in number, they will kill the bacteria, and so it will improve your immunity. So that these are the benefits of the lion pose. Now coming to the Agnisar and Udiyan. When you breathe out totally and make the movements of the abdomen, that is called Agnisar, the intestines will move, the fat into the mesentery will get dissolved, and the area required for the intestine will be less. So when the area required for the intestine is less, when you want to breathe in more air, this diaphragm will go down more and you will be able to breathe in more air. So you will not feel breathless. So this benefit you get by doing Agnisar. Now this fat, which is deposited into the mesentery, it acts as a burden. This is the Udiyan. You have taken your tummy totally inside. Now this fat, if it is more in the obese person, it will act as a burden on the intestine. And when it is acting on the burden on the intestine, the movements of the intestine will reduce. Sorry. So the movements of the intestines will reduce, the peristalsis will reduce, so digestion will be hampered and you will have digestive problem. Another thing, your food has been digested and the waste matter which goes ahead and stays over here into the sigmoid canal, sigmoid colon. If it is not thrown out, what you say, today I'm constipated. Why? Because you are not clear the boil. But if you are doing Agnisar, what will happen? This will be pushed ahead and you will get relief from the constipation. So this benefit you get by doing Agnisar. Then here is the pancreas, which controls which secretes insulin, which controls diabetes. So you will get rid of diabetes also by practicing Agnisar. In our body, there is 5 liters of the blood. This blood, it has to come to the heart for purification every minute along these impure blood vessels. Now, suppose you are standing for a long time, what will happen? This blood has to come against gravity. So slowly the speed will reduce. And what will happen? Only 4 liters will come. If 4 liters only coming, it will 4 liters only purified and supplied. So you will feel tired. But if you are practicing Agnisar, what will happen? There will be pressure on this vena cava. Because of the pressure on vena cava, this blood will be pushed up. There will be negative pressure over here. Because of the negative pressure, this lower blood will be sucked in. So it will act as a pump to lift the stagnated blood into the leg to the heart for purification. And that is how your blood supply will improve. So these are the benefits of the Agnisar. But who will not practice? Who has got high blood pressure, who has got heart disease, abdominal hernia, abdominal surgery, glaucoma, or gastric ulcer, complicated ulcer, and in pregnancy. Why? Because by practicing Agnisar, they may get bad effect. So those people will not practice Agnisar. Now coming to the asanas, in our body, there are so many bones. Now in between 2 bones, there is a space. That means there is a joint. This is the knee joint. There is a space between 2 ends of the bone. When I bend my knee joint, this end does not rub against this and I don't get any pain. But when this space reduces, this end rubs against this and I get pain. Why? Because the space has reduced. You might ask me, who maintains the space? There are so many muscles around this joint which pull the 2 ends of the bone apart. So this is the thigh bone. Here all muscles are removed and here all muscles are there. If you start counting from here to here, there are about 10-15 muscles. On the back side 10, front side 10. When all these muscles are functioning properly, toned up, they will maintain that distance between the 2 ends properly and you will not get joint pain. So by practicing asana, you improve the tone of the muscles so that they can keep the distance between the 2 ends of the bone properly. Now this is the vertebral column. This is made up of 1 vertebrae above the other. This is the disc space. In between the 2 vertebrae, there is a disc, and the vertebral column, this is the spinal cord, and from each segment, the nerve comes out like this, and it supplies to the different parts of the body. Now, suppose somebody gets sciatica, slip disc. What he says, I get pain over here and pain into the leg. Why it happens? Because the space between the two nerve vertebrae has reduced. That is why the nerve coming out from here is compressed. That is why he gets pain over here. And the areas supplied by this particular nerve, you get tingling, numbness. So what should be the ideal thing if you don't want to have slip disc? The distance between the two vertebrae should be proper so that there will not be any PID symptom. Now, this is possible by practicing different asanas like Bhujangasana, Shvanasana, Marjarasana. Now, by practicing asana, the muscles are toned up, the ligaments become good, they are tough. Then the distance between the two ends of the bone is maintained and you will not get joint pain. The muscle length slightly increases, tone improves, the calcium concentration improves, and the arteriovenous arcade also improves. Now, what is this arteriovenous arcade? See, this is the artery supplying blood to the muscle. Then it gives nutrition, oxygen, and takes back the carbon dioxide and waste product, and it becomes a impure blood. If you come to the cell level, here, this is the cell, this is the artery branch, and so this is called the arteriovenous arcade. Now, this arteriovenous arcade, if it is functioning properly, now when you are walking, when you walk, the lactic acid is generated into the muscle. Now, if it gets collected over here, what you say, I'm getting cramps into my leg, the calf muscle. And so you sit down. You sit down for 5-10 minutes. Then you say, okay, now I can walk. So if the arcade is functioning properly, whatever lactic acid is secreted here, it will be washed out immediately and you will not feel tired. So by practicing asana, because of the muscles are stretched, compressed, and sustained contraction is there, these arcades are functioning properly because of the pressure of the sustained contraction of the muscle. It's burned by the vein, and the impure material, carbon dioxide and lactic acid is pushed out. That is how the fresh blood will come here and muscle will get better blood supply. So that these are the benefits of asanas by practicing, and that's why this Sarvanga Surya Namaskar, if you practice all the muscles, they will get proper blood supply. All the arteriovenous arcade into this muscle, they will be functioning properly, and there will not be any collection of the lactic acid, and you will not feel tired. So these are the benefits of the asanas. By practicing that, you can get rid of all these things. And few asanas are there which are meant for some particular disease, like for pancreas, you have got Vakrasana, Paschimottanasana, or for neck, you have got Brahma Mudra, like that. So I will stop here and we will continue another 15 minutes for this, and then principles of yoga at 11:30. Thank you very much. It's 9:30. I will stop here. Okay.
I think we are running short of time, so we may not be able to take any questions right now. Maybe friends, you can ask the questions a little later when doctor comes back again at 11:30. Okay. So thank you, doctor. That was such an enlightening lecture. We feel so privileged to hear and learn from you. Doctor, you have explained it so well, how by regularly practicing yoga, we can remain healthy in this crazy, fast and competitive modern era. It was so wonderful to hear on the correlation of the chakra science with the medical science and the impact of yoga, especially the omkar on the activation of chakras. We are surely going to take this message, and omkar a day keeps the doctor away. Doctor, we appreciate you for your time, efforts, and for sharing your various insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
11:30, when I'll take first 15 minutes of this and then principles yoga, you may get 10 minutes for question answer.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very
Yes.
much. Hari Om.
Thank you, sir. It was a very
Thank you,
nice
sir.
lecture.
Yes. So while these insights give us
sir.
the food for thought, let us now take a small break and join back at 9:45. Thank you, sir. Hari Om.
Hari Om. Hari Om. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hari Om, sir.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, I'll join in from another. So can I leave for 5 minutes?
Yeah,
Because
you may.
I'm charging in this.
Yeah, that's okay. You can.
Okay. Thank you.
As it is a break, so no problem.
Okay.
Yes. So request all of you to please check your mics and keep it on mute, because otherwise it disturbs the speaker and it doesn't look good on our part to, not follow the etiquettes. Thank you.
Dr. Rudrak sir, namaskar.
Sir, namaskar.
Namaskar.
Namaskar, sir.
Namaskar.
Namaskar.
सर नितीन सर खूप छान छान वाटते 2 दिवस खूप छान लेक्चर्स आणि एवढे छान फॅकल्टीज आहेत ना खूप म्हणजे एक पॉझिटिव्हिटी वाढली आहे प्लस खूप नॉलेज मिळालं खूप छान आहे आणि खरंच खूप एन्जॉय पण करतोय लेक्चर्स ऐकायला पण खूप
Welcome back after the break. Before we start with the session, I request all of you to check your mics and put them on mute so that we don't disturb the speaker. Let us start the session with the omkar. Be seated comfortably, back straight, eyes closed. Focus on your breathing. Breathe in fully. Oh. Feel the vibrations within you. Feel the calmness, the inner silence. Focus your attention on your breathing now, to your surroundings, and slowly open your eyes. Welcome all after the break. Welcome, Doctor. Well, our next session is on Ayurveda. Ayurveda is considered as one of the oldest and the traditional system of medicines. Ayurveda emphasizes upon disease prevention, rejuvenation of body systems, and longevity of life. Let's hear about the principles of Indian philosophy of Ayurveda from Dr. Rudraksha Sakrikar. Request Meeta ma'am to introduce us to Dr. Sakrikar. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Rupali. I'm audible, Rupali?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Hello and good morning, my dear friends, respected teachers, and prominent guest today, Dr. Rudraksha Sakrikar. I welcome you all for the another beautiful and enlightening lecture on principles of Indian philosophy in Ayurveda by Dr. Rudraksha Sakrikar. Dear friends, it is my privilege and honor to introduce you to the eminent and profound speaker today, Dr. Sarikar. Sir is working as Assistant Professor of Sanskrit at KJ Somya Bharatiya Sanskriti Pitham, Vidya Vihar, Mumbai since 2013. He teaches on various topics like Indian philosophy, Sanskrit, and Yoga Shastra to the students of graduate and postgraduate level. Sir has received the PhD degree in Sanskrit from the University of Mumbai in 2019. The topic of his research was an Indian perspective regarding the science of weather forecast as described in Sanskrit texts. Rudraksha has been awarded with 6 gold medals and 1 silver medal for standing first in MA, the Department of Sanskrit, as well as in the Faculty of Arts, Banaras Hindu University, 2008. He has jointly worked on projects Vanaspatyam, a project giving detailed reference of Ayurvedic herbs from Sanskrit texts. Sir has been a co-editor of following books: The Cosmic Element in Religion, Philosophy, Arts and Literature, and Yoga Mitram. Sir has been contributed the following entries for the books Essential of Yoga, the Hindu Christian Dictionary, and Universal Brotherhood through Yoga. He is also working as coordinator of Yoga Vidya for the online edition of Marathi Vishwakosh, a project initiated by the state government of Maharashtra. Rudraksh sir is also a Sarangi player and he performs at various places in India. With this brief introduction, I welcome Dr. Rudraksha Sarikar with blessings of our Guruji, Guru Ma, and on behalf of Yoga Vidya Niketan team. Heartiest welcome, sir. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much,
Welcome, sir.
Taji, for the introduction. I am very much thankful to all the organizers of Yoga Vidya Niketan, Savan sir, Vinod Joshi sir, Nitin Taude sir, for inviting me in this conference. And as at the beginning, it was said that I'm going to speak on some aspects of Ayurveda. But at the same time, at the beginning, I would like to make it clear that I'm not the Ayurveda expert, but I'm the student of Sanskrit. And in the Sanskrit also, as we know that there are different disciplines, there is literature, there is Vedic literature, there are Upanishads, and there is philosophy. So as a student of Indian philosophy, how we look at different other fields. So my perspective today, whatever I'm going to speak today, will be more from the Indian philosophy point of view and how the application of philosophy can be seen in the Ayurveda. That will be my today's approach, because Ayurveda in itself is a very big subject, and the treatment part and the diagnosis part and the herbs and all that description in the Ayurveda is very much detailed. But as a student of philosophy, as a student of Indian philosophy, how do we look at the application of the philosophy in the other fields? That is also one very interesting point to study. And in today's session, I will be speaking on some of the aspects of Indian philosophy in the Ayurveda. So just at the beginning, whenever we hear about the philosophy, most of the times people think that philosophy is very complicated subject. Sometimes people think that philosophy is something which is beyond the apprehension of the common people, and most of the times philosophers talk about some unseen things, about Atma, about Moksha, about all different things which common people do not understand, and it is beyond the apprehension of the common people. This is a very general understanding about the philosophy, but it is not actually correct, because I personally feel that there cannot be any branch of knowledge which is not related to our life. Everything is related to our life. If we study mathematics, it has important part in our life. If we want to study physics, if we want to chemistry, whatever topics we are studying, not only in the school colleges, but otherwise also, whatever disciplines of knowledge we have in India and in other culture also, there cannot be any subject which is not related to the humanity. There cannot be any subject which is not directly related to our life. And so is true with the philosophy also. There cannot be any shastra which is not connected to the human being. So in philosophy also, there are certain topics which may appear as if they are the abstract concepts, but definitely there is always connection with our life, and we can also see the application of the philosophical things in our life also. There is some sort of symbolism that we have to understand. So today, little bit, I will try to correlate the philosophy topics and how the application can be seen in the Ayurveda. So as I said that most of the times people think that philosophy is only theory and maybe it has no application. But whenever we go to the other fields of knowledge, that can be art and architecture, that can be music, that can be drama, that can be literature. But in other subjects also, we find the connection of our Indian philosophy. Especially we talk about our Indian knowledge systems. If we take just an example of an art and architecture, we know that we are having so many ancient temples in India. We are having different forms of murtis. We are having different sorts of devata. There are different forms of Shiva, different forms of Vishnu. Now, even when the temple architecture is being done, and whenever the murti has to be established in the temple, that murti is also having some specific forms. Now, even in the architecture, even in the temple and devata, etc., there is connection of the philosophy, because just to give an example, we talk about a devata, for example, Dattatreya. Now, we all know that the murtis which we are having in our culture, many of the murtis are not exactly in the human form, but there are some other forms also. Especially for Dattatreya, we can see that there are 3 heads of Dattatreya. We are having the murtis of Durga Kali with many hands, 16 hands, 18 hands, and many faces. Now, what exactly is the reason behind that? Why the human beings are installing the murtis which are not exactly in the human form, and there are multiple forms like Dattatreya with 3 heads. So basically, there is the symbolic representation of the concept which is discussed in the philosophy. So if we relate, 3 heads basically are the significance of the Sattva Rajatama, which is the Triguna. Then again, we have to connect with the philosophy to understand what exactly is the art and architecture. Now, this is only one example, but in the music also, there is a lot of connection with the philosophy. If we try to understand chemistry, I'm not talking about the modern chemistry which we study in the schools and colleges, but in India also, there is a subject as Rasa Shastra in our traditional Sanskrit system. And in the chemistry also, we have to connect with the philosophy. So basically, philosophy is the subject which we cannot exclude. Even when we study Ayurveda, if we study art and architecture, if we study music, and any other subject we want to understand, there is definitely some connection of the philosophy and how it is also applicable in the Ayurveda. So little bit, I will try to speak about that. So ultimately, we can say that philosophy is not any specific subject, but philosophy is analysis and synthesis of the thoughts, deep understanding about something that can be considered as philosophy. Now, because we are speaking in English, I'm using the word philosophy. But when we come to our Sanskrit tradition, we are having the word darshana for that. Okay, so now here onwards, I will just try to explain certain topics with the help of the presentation. So I'm just sharing my screen. Is it visible?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Sir, go ahead. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so whenever we talk about philosophy in our Indian context, and especially in the Sanskrit, we have the word as darshana. Now, what could have been the purpose of using the word darshana for the philosophy? Now, generally, we understand darshana is like going to the temple and taking darshana of the murti. So, darshana is basically to see. But there is another meaning of the word darshana, it is perspective. Okay, so when we talk about Indian philosophy specifically, then it is not just one tradition, it is not just one philosophy, but we are having different systems of Indian philosophy. So you can see on the screen. So on the left side, there are 6 systems which are called as Astika Darshana. And on the right side, you can see that there are 6 systems which are called as Nastika Darshana. I'm just explaining the basic thing about Indian philosophy. So
The slide is not
The slide नहीं move होता है.
Now, can you see now the next slide?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when we talk about philosophy with respect to the Sanskrit language, then we have the word as darshana, and darshana is basically the perspective. Darshana also means to see something, but darshana also means the perspective. And Indian philosophy is not just one, but there are different systems of Indian philosophy. So there is Nyaya Darshan, Vaisheshik Darshan, Sankhya Darshan, Yoga Darshan, Mimamsa, and Vedanta. So these are the 6 systems of Indian philosophy which are called as Astika Darshana. And on the other side, we are having 6 systems of Indian philosophy which are called as Nastika Darshana, in which Charvaka, Jain, and Bauddha Darshan is included. So basically here, Madhyamika, Yogachara, Sautrantika, and Vaibhashika, these are the 4 disciplines of Bauddha Darshana, and they can be counted separately. So there are 6 Nastik Darshana. Now here basically the concept of Astik and Nastika is not like related to accepting the god or not accepting the god, but Astika is the systems which are accepting the validity of Veda. So if the philosophical doctrines are based on the Vedic principles, then they are called as Astika Darshana. And whatever philosophy is presented by Charvak, Jain, and Bauddha, if they are not accepting the validity of Veda, so they are called as Nastika Darshana. Now, especially when we go to Ayurveda, we can also see the specific doctrines of Nyaya Darshana in the Ayurveda, or Sankhya Darshana in Ayurveda, Yoga in Ayurveda. So this is the basic framework, and I'm going to speak about specific philosophical doctrines which are applicable in the Ayurveda. So these are the systems which we will be referring. So Indian philosophy is not just one, and there are different traditions. And we know that the reality can be explained in different ways, and darshana is the perspective. So Nyaya is giving the different perspective, Vaisheshika is giving different perspective, Sankhya is giving different perspective, Yoga is giving different perspective. So there are many dimensions to the reality. The reality cannot be just explained in one way, and there are many dimensions. And these all different systems of Indian philosophy are trying to understand the world, the nature of the existence and everything from different points of views, and therefore they are called as darshanas. Now this is the basic background about darshana. And when we go to Ayurveda, in our tradition, Ayurveda is considered as Upaveda. So as we all know that there are 4 basic Vedas: Rigveda, Yajurveda, Samaveda, and Atharva Veda. And associated with these 4 Vedas, we are having some Upaveda. So the Upaveda of Rigveda is Sthapatya Veda, that is architecture. Upaveda of Yajurveda is Dhanurveda. So Dhanurveda is basically the art of warfare. Upaveda of Samaveda is Gandharva Veda, that is music, art, and drama, etc. And the Upaveda of Atharva Veda is Ayurveda. So there is definitely the connection of the principles of Ayurveda. And if we read the Atharva Veda Sanhita, then we can find many different suktas, many different mantras in the Atharva Veda, which are explaining the topics of Ayurveda, which now we consider as the subject of Ayurveda. Now, interestingly, I'm just stopping the sharing. Interestingly, when we read the Atharva Veda, we find the suktas related to some of the diseases. We find the suktas explaining the medicinal properties of the plants. We find the suktas about the treatment of the certain diseases. Now, most of the times people may think that why this all description comes in the Veda, because we have a kind of understanding that Veda is something related to Hinduism, and Veda is the literature of the Hindu religion. But that is not the true thing, because Veda by itself is the knowledge, and it is the knowledge of different subjects. So Veda will also talk about different forms of devatas. Veda will also talk about different elements of nature. And especially in the Atharva Veda, we are having the description about certain medicinal properties of the herbs, about the diseases and how to treat them, right, in the Atharva Veda. So Ayurveda can be considered as the Shastra which has been developed from the topics which are discussed in the Atharva Veda, and those topics are expanded further. Those topics are elaborated further by the scholars which came in the later tradition. So Ayurveda is considered to be the Upaveda of Atharva Veda, and the tradition of Ayurveda, as we get the description in the scriptures, it starts from Brahma, then Daksha, Ashwina, Indra, then there are two traditions, Dhanvantari, and then Sushruta and Nagarjuna. On the other side, Bharadwaja, Atreya. Now, these are the names of the important scholars of Ayurveda. And especially if we want to understand what is the theory of Ayurveda, we have to refer to three main scholars. The first one is the Charaka. The text is very popular as Charaka Samhita. The other one is Sushruta. The text written by him is Sushruta Samhita. And then there is another text by Vagbhata, that is Ashtanga Sangraha, Ashtanga Hridaya. So these are the important texts that we have to refer to understand what is the Ayurveda as the subject. Okay, so this is the tradition of Ayurveda which got developed in the later period, and this is the description that we get in the scriptures. Now, because in today's talk we are going to compare, or we are going to discuss about the principles of Indian philosophy in Ayurveda, we are just comparing whether the structure of these two subjects is same or different. Okay, so whenever we study Ayurveda, and actually this is not only related to Ayurveda, but this is also applicable for the other medical, we can say, subjects. Even if someone is studying allopathy, even if someone is studying homeopathy or naturopathy or any other pathy, so to say, then any medical science has to deal with the four factors which are very important. The first factor is roga. Now, whenever I am ill, whenever I am not feeling well, I go to doctor. Doctor will ask me the first question: what is the problem? What is roga? That is the first thing that a doctor has to understand. Doctor should know what is the roga. Now, whenever we tell the doctor that we are having this problem, we are having the fever, we are having cough and cold, and whatever the feeling, then whenever we tell the doctor about the problem that we have, about the disease that we have, doctor tries to find out what is the cause of the disease, what is the roga hetu. Okay, so doctor has to diagnose why there is fever. Okay, so there is a first thing about the roga that we have to tell the doctor that I am having the fever. But it is possible that the fever may cause because of many other reasons. It can be because of season change. It can be because of maybe viral infection. It can be because of COVID. So there could be many different possible reasons of having the fever. So doctor has to find out what is the cause of the disease. So that is called as the diagnosis. Doctor has to find out what is roga hetu. Now, whenever the doctor is capable to find out what is the cause of the disease, doctor tells us what kind of treatment has to be taken, what kind of medicines have to be taken. That is called as arogya upaya. And how can we get the health? How can we become free from the diseases? Doctor tells us that this is the particular treatment, or these are the medicines that you have to take. And whenever we are following that upaya, then we again get arogya, then again we get the health. So we have to say that all the we can say all the health related sciences, that can be Ayurveda, that can be naturopathy, that can be yoga therapy, that can be homeopathy, they are dealing with the four factors, and they can be considered as the four fundamental pillars of the Ayurveda Shastra: the roga, then roga hetu, arogya, and arogya upaya. What is the disease? What is the cause of the disease? What is the health? And what is the treatment that can be given to the patient to make him free from the diseases? Now, this is the fundamental structure of the Ayurveda or any other medical science. Now, in the darshana also, whatever description we get in all the darshanas, that is also equal and it is also similar to what is the structure of Ayurveda. Darshana tries to understand why there is dukkha in the life of the jiva. If there is dukkha, if there is suffering, what is the cause of the suffering? That is dukkha hetu. Now, if we are able to find out what is the cause of dukkha in the life, then we can do some practice. Like in the yoga, we are having the practices Ashtanga yoga or Kriya yoga. These are all the upayas. These are all the means to attain the liberation. And moksha is the final thing which we can compare to the health. Now here moksha is not to be understood as going to some other world, or moksha is not like the end of life, etc. But the literal meaning of moksha is liberation. And liberation from what? It is liberation from dukkha. And everyone wants the liberation from dukkha. So if we try to understand the fundamentals and the structure of darshana and Ayurveda, we have the similarities on the structure also. Roga can be compared with dukkha. Roga hetu can be compared with dukkha hetu. Arogya can be compared with the moksha, and arogya upaya can be compared with moksha upaya. This particular structure in the Yoga Shastra is called as Chaturvyuha. And if you read the second chapter of the Yoga Sutra, Maharshi Patanjali is explaining about the same structure as dukkha, dukkha hetu, moksha, and moksha upaya. Heya, heya hetu, hana, and hanopaya. That is considered as the structure of the Yoga Shastra. And it is not just only the structure of Yoga Shastra, but even if you read about the Arya Satya of Buddhism, it is the same structure. If you study Nyaya, it is the same structure. So on the basis of the structure of Ayurveda and Darshana, we find the similarities. So structure is same. Now we are going to understand specific topics in the Darshana, which we can compare with the Indian philosophy, and how can we compare that with the Ayurveda also. Now the first point that we are going to discuss is related to the Sankhya Darshan. As I mentioned earlier, that Indian philosophy is not just one, but there are many different systems of Indian philosophy, out of which Sankhya Darshan is one of them. Now, what is the purpose of the Sankhya Darshan? Now, what are the basic principles of Sankhya Darshan? The basic principle of Sankhya Darshan is the Triguna theory. All of us, we know about the Sattva Rajatama, and this topic is very popular in Bhagavad Gita. Also, we are having a lot of explanation about the Sattva, Rajatama, Sattvic, Rajas, Tamas, etc. But from where this all explanation comes? Where the explanation of Triguna is given? So in Bhagavad Gita, the explanation is there. In Ayurveda also there is explanation, but from where that explanation comes? It comes from the Sankhya Darshan. So Sankhya is the original system which gives the explanation about Sattva Rajatama, and it is also connected with the Tridosha theory of the Ayurveda. In Ayurveda also there is description about Vata, Pitta, Kapha as the basic dosha, Tridosha. And even when the doctor is giving treatment to the different patients, doctor has to take into consideration what is the prakriti of the patient, what is the basic tendency of the patient. According to that, the treatment needs to be given. Now, for example, in Ayurveda, when the patient is going to the Vaidya, when the patient goes to the doctor, there cannot be just one common treatment given to everyone. No, it is not like that, that if you have the fever, then take this medicine and you will be free from the fever. It is not like that, because the fever in one type of person, fever in another type of person, fever in third type of person, depending upon the characteristics of the tendency of that person, can have different results. So there cannot be the same treatment given to the same, there cannot be the same treatment given to all the people. Now, as in the yoga also, whatever practices we are doing, and especially in the yoga therapy, also we have to take this fact into consideration, that there cannot be the common treatment given to everyone, but we have to think about what is the nature of the person. Accordingly, the treatment can be given. Otherwise, that treatment can also have the negative results. So the Triguna theory is one very important theory about the Sattva Rajatama, which comes from Sankhya Darshan. But before that, there is one more topic which I would like to elaborate upon. Ayurveda is the special Shastra, and what is the significance of Ayurveda? that it is not only thinking about the physical body of the person. Now, there are many other disciplines in which only the physical existence of the person is accepted, but Ayurveda is not only thinking about the physical body of the person and not only about the present life of the person. So in the Ayurveda, in Sushrut Samhita, there comes the description whenever the doctor has to find out what is the cause of the disease. So there could be some temporary causes. Now, if someone is meeting an accident, for example, if I'm walking on the road and because I fall down, I'm having some injury. Now, this is a very local and a very temporary reason for having the injury, and I will go to doctor and I will take the treatment for that. Now, this particular problem is a temporary problem that I am walking, I am falling down, and I'm getting injured, and the medicines can heal that wound, etc. But there are many other types of diseases for which we cannot say that the cause of that disease is because of some temporary reasons, but the cause of that disease may lie in some history. Some of the diseases are because of the genetic problems. Some of the diseases are because of the parents, and genetically they are transmitted to the children. Ayurveda says that sometimes even the genes and the genetics are also not the cause of the disease, but many a times whenever the child is born with the certain defects. So it is possible that the cause of the disease may lie in the previous birth of that jiva. And Ayurveda talks about the diagnosis of the disease not only on the temporary conditions, about the seasonal change, about the viral infection, about what are the conditions, about the diet, etc. But there could be some problems which are lying in the past, and even it is possible that jiva is having that problem because of some earlier life problems or because of the karma. So Ayurveda is having a very wide spectrum, we can say. Ayurveda is not thinking about only the present conditions or what are the environmental changes or what are the weather changes or what are the virus infection, etc. So Ayurveda doesn't think only about the present life, but Ayurveda thinks about the past life also and about the present life also. So there is a wide spectrum in the Ayurveda when the doctor is thinking about the patient and about the diagnosis of the patient. So Sankhya Darshan is the basis for that, and doctor has to understand what the person is. Are we just the physical body? Ayurveda says that no, we are not just physical body, but there is something else also. And if you read the beginning of the Charaka Samhita is one of the very important texts of Ayurveda. Charaka Samhita has given the detailed explanation of what are the logics and what is the argument, what are the arguments to infer that there is presence of the previous life. What are the arguments, what is the justification to infer that there is previous life of the jiva and about the presence of Atma. So all that description which is given in the Ayurveda is also connected to the philosophy. So if we refer to the basic theory which comes in the Sankhya Darshan, Sankhya says that we are not just physical body, but we are a combination of three things, we can say. So our physical body, which is made up of Panchabhuta, Prithvi, Jala, Tej, Vayu, Akash, that is our Sthula Sharira, that is our physical body. But our existence is not just confined to the physical body, our existence is beyond that. Okay, once again, I'm sharing. I think there is some problem. So can you see now this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry. So the five Mahabhutas are basically Prithvi, Jala, Tej, Vayu, Akash, which make our physical body. But our existence is not just confined to the physical body, but there are other elements also which are considered as the elements of the subtle body, the elements of the Sukshma Sharira. So there are five Tanmatras, there are Jnanendriya, Karmendriya, Mana, Ahankar, Buddhi. These are the 18 elements which Sankhya Darshan says that they are part of the subtle body. They are part of the Sukshma Sharira. Now, Buddhi, Ahankar and Mana, which we consider as mind, or general word in English we can use as the mind, or in the yoga it is called as Chitta. We know that whatever changes are happening in the Chitta, they also make the influence on our physical body. And if we take a very simple example, that if we want to appear for the examination, at the time of examination, we are sweating and our hand is like there is a lot of palpitation and we are afraid of something. So fear is in the mind. The fear is in the chitta, but it is creating the impact on our physical body. The changes can be seen in our physical body. So there is buddhi, ahankar, mana, which is considered to be the antakarana, and that antakarana is also having the influence on the physical body. Jnanendriya, karmendriya, all our sense organs, we may consider that they are part of our body, but Sankhya says that they are not part of the physical body, because indriya are the subtle abilities. Indriya is not the physical organ that we can see, but indriya is the sukshma shakti. For example, we are having the eyes. Eyes are part of physical body, but in the eyes, the ability to see, which is the sukshma shakti, that is basically the indriya. Or we are having the ears, that is part of physical body, but in our ears, the ability to hear the sound, ability to capture the sound, that sukshma shakti is indriya. And therefore, in the Sankhya Darshan, they consider indriya to be part of the subtle body. So physical body is made up of Panchabhuta, but that is not only the existence of the jiva. There is sukshma sharira also, which is having a lot of influence on our life. And there is purusha, that is the consciousness or the ability to know. So we are basically the combination of purusha and then sukshma sharira and then sthula sharira. So this particular description which is given in the Sankhya Darshan, why it is important in the Ayurveda, because when the doctor has to diagnose about the disease, doctor has to find out whether the problem is pertaining to Mahabhuta, whether the problem is in the physical body, or the problem is in indriya, or the problem is in antakarana. So where exactly is the problem? So that diagnosis has to be done properly. So purusha is like atma, the ability to know, consciousness which is present in us, and it is associated with the subtle body, and it is also associated with the physical body. And in the Ayurveda, when the diagnosis is done, then it has to be understood that on which level there is a problem. Now, in the modern times, we use the word as psychosomatic diseases. Psychosomatic means what? When the cause is in the antakarana, in the buddhi or in the mana, and it is making the influence on our physical body, that is called as the psychosomatic diseases. So the basic description of all that which comes in the Ayurveda, that comes from the Sankhya Darshan. So we are not just one element. Even though we think that we are only one person, but even in this one person, there are so many elements. There is Purusha, there is Buddhi, there is Ahankar, Mana, Jnanendriya, Karmendriya, Tanmatra, and Mahabhuta. So this is the combination that we have. And the Prakriti, which is considered as the cause in the Sankhya Darshan, is basically the balance of Sattva, Rajatama. So in the buddhi also there is sattva rajatama, in ahankar also there is sattva rajatama, in tanmatra also there is sattva rajatama. So all these elements are having the triguna sattva rajatama, and because of having the changes in the triguna, we are having the different tendencies at different times. We are having the changes in the body. So prakriti is considered as the balance of triguna, and other elements are manifested because of the imbalance of the triguna. And this particular concept of the Sankhya Darshan is very well accepted in the Ayurveda also. And these are some of the passages which I have just taken from the Sushruta Samhita. And when we read the description, it is exactly same as it comes in the Sankhya Darshan. So there is a lot of influence of Sankhya on Ayurveda. Now, just before going to this description, I'll little bit explain about what is the Triguna theory, which comes in the Ayurveda. So there are three gunas, sattva, rajatama. What is the simple meaning of the gunas? Sattva, actually these gunas are not the physical elements that we can see in the world. Nobody can show that this is sattva or this is raja, this is tama. They are not the physical elements, they are not the physical objects. But whenever we understand different objects of the world, whenever we try to analyze the nature of different elements in this world, then we can have basic three characteristics. So those basic characteristics are called as sattva, raja, and tama. So whenever there is purity, whenever there is jnana, whenever there is knowledge, that is identified as sattva gun. So sattva gun is associated with jnana. Rajogun is associated with karma. Whenever the action is happening, activity, motivation is given to the activity, that is the quality of rajogun. And even there is another nature of rajogun, that whenever we are having the desire, whenever we are having the expectation, that is the nature of rajogun. And tamogun is the third quality, which is heavy in nature and which creates avarana, which is the willing kind of tendency. So sattva is jnana, it is purity. Raja is action and motivation, and tamogun is the significance. It signifies the avaran and the heaviness or the darkness in the nature. And even these three trigunas are also having the connections with the vata, pitta and kapha personalities. Now there is one shloka which is very clearly mentioning these three trigunas and the tridoshas which come in the Ayurveda. So this is one shloka. Vayuh pittam kafaschoktaha shariro dosha sangraha manasah punah uddishtaha rajascha tama evacha. So if we want to compare the trigunas with the tridoshas, then we can say that sattva gun is associated with the pitta prakriti, then rajogun is associated with vata prakriti, and tamogun is associated with kapha prakriti. This kind of description sometimes we get in the Ayurveda. Now in Ayurveda, we also having certain characteristics. When the doctor is observing the patient, then depending upon the skin tone of the patient, what is the height of the patient, what is the body structure of the patient, just by observing the body of the person, it is possible that doctor can infer whether he is having vata prakriti or kapha prakriti or pitta prakriti. And depending upon the prakriti, which particular guna will be predominant in that person, whether he is the sattvic person or he is the rajasa person or he is tamasa person, that can be inferred, because there is all connection with the physical body of the person, which is made up of Panchabhuta, and it is possible that we can infer the prakriti of the person by observing the physical body of the person. And if we just read some of the passages in the Ayurveda scriptures, then we get all that explanation. So I'm just reading out some of the references in the text. Compassion, tendency to proper distribution of food, etc., forgiveness, truthfulness, righteousness, faith, knowledge, intellect, retentive faculty of mind, memory, restraint, and non-attachment. These are the sattvika qualities. So whenever we find these particular qualities in the person, then we can infer that the person is having the sattvic kind of tendency, and the person who is having the sattvic tendency, that sattvic mind will also get reflected in the physical body of the person. The person will also have the specific the physical structure, and just by observing the physique of the person, we can infer that these are the qualities which may be there in the person. Then the second one is rajogun, mostly unhappiness. And Sankhya also says that rajogun is related to dukkha. So when the person is always complaining, and whenever the doctor is talking to the patient, doctor can understand the patient is always unhappy, the patient is never satisfied. Even if the patient is feeling well, sometimes people are always complaining and they are always unhappy in their life. So if this particular quality we can see, mostly unhappiness, roaming about, impatience, ego, falsehood, cruelty, fraudulence, haughtiness, then exhilaration, lust, and anger. These are the rajasa qualities. If the person is angry, if the person is impatient, we can just observe all these things when the patient comes to the doctor. Many times patient says that no, we are in hurry and we have to go early at home. So the patient is not having the patience to sit and to discuss with the doctor. So if these qualities are seen in the person, they are the rajasa qualities. Then sadness, nihilistic attitude, tendency to unrighteousness, blocking of intellect, ignorance, wickedness, inactivity, and sleepiness. These are the tamasa qualities. So this is all the description regarding the trigunas which can be observed in the person, and depending upon what qualities are more prominent in the person, we can also infer what kind of personality the patient is having, and doctor is supposed to give the treatment to the patient depending upon what kind of personality he is having. So there cannot be the same treatment given to the tamasa person which is given to rajasa person. There cannot be the same treatment given to the sattvika person which is given to rajasa person. And also depending upon the tendency of the person, vata, pitta, kapha, treatment also becomes different. And even as we know that our physical body is made up of Panchabhuta. So this Panchabhuta theory is also very important in the Ayurveda, because our physical body is made up of Panchamahabhuta. But the Triguna, which is discussed in the Sankhya, also plays an important role in understanding the Panchabhuta, which are in the Ayurveda. And in naturopathy, definitely there is a lot of importance of the Panchabhuta Chikitsa. So in the Panchamahabhuta, how we can apply, how we can understand the Triguna connection. So this explanation is also given in the Ayurveda. Sattva bahulam akasham. So akasha tattva is said to be sattva prominent. Rajo bahulo vayuhu. Vayu is said to be having the predominance of rajogun, because we know that raja is activity and vayu is also always active. We cannot say that wind is only at one place or vayu is only at one place. It is always moving, and therefore it is having the predominance of rajogun. Then Agni is Sattva Rajo Bahula. Agni is having the combination of Sattva Gun and Rajo Gun. Sattva Tamo Bahula Apaha. So the Jala Tattva, the water element, is having the combination of Sattva Gun and Tamo Gun. And Tamo Bahula Prithvi. And in the Prithvi Tattva, there is predominance of Tamo Gun. Now, this particular explanation which comes in the Ayurveda is very much influenced from the Sankhya Darshan, because Sankhya explains the Triguna theory, which is applicable in the Ayurveda and also in the naturopathy. Whenever the treatment is given, depending upon the personality, whether he is the sattvic person, whether he is rajasa person or he is tamasa person, even the treatment can also be different. And whenever there is Panchabhuta Chikitsa, we are giving the treatment related to Agni Tattva, Jala Tattva, Vayu Tattva or Akasha Tattva, the doctor has to think about all these things and what is the personality. We have to diagnose it properly. Now, this was a little bit of description from the Sankhya Darshan, and also we find one influence of the Sankhya Darshan on Ayurveda. Now, these 25 elements in the Sankhya Darshan, Prakriti is said to be the balance of Sattva Rajatama, and other elements are having imbalance of Sattva Rajatama. The same concept of Prakriti comes in the Ayurveda. Prakriti as the health. We are having different terms in Sanskrit, and there are different meanings. But in Ayurveda, what is the Prakriti? What is the proper health? So we can say, Vikaro Dhatu Vaishamyam, Samyam Prakriti Uchyate. So whenever there is imbalance between Vata, Pitta, Kapha, then that is called as Vikara. That is called as abnormality or disorder. But whenever the Dhatus are in the balance, that can be considered as the health. When Vata, Pitta, Kapha is proper in the body, then that is considered as the health. So the doctor has to take effort to make the balance between Vata, Pitta, Kapha. Okay, I'm just stopping sharing. And one more point here I have to explain. Now see, we are having Vata also in our body, Pitta also in our body, Kapha also in our body. And if any one of them is excessive, or any one of them is less, then that creates the problem. In simple words, if we say, if Vata Tattva is more, or if Vata Dosha is more, means there will be more gastritis or gas related problems. If Pitta is more, then we can say that there will be acidity, or there can be like indigestion and other problems. So depending upon the proportion of Vata, Pitta, Kapha, when they are not in the balanced state, when one particular dosha is more excessive or a particular dosha is less, then that imbalance of Vata, Pitta, Kapha is creating the problem, and that is giving rise to the disease. But whenever there is balance, then the person is in the state of good health. So the Prakriti and Vikruti concept, which comes in the Sankhya says that Prakriti is the balance of Sattva Rajatama, and whenever there is imbalance between them, then the other elements are getting manifested. So this particular point, which is in the Sankhya, is also very much accepted in the Ayurveda while giving the explanation of what is the health and what are the diseases. Okay, so little bit I just touched upon what is the influence of Sankhya Darshan on the Ayurveda. Now little bit I'll explain about what is the connection of Yoga Darshan and Ayurveda. Okay, so actually explaining all the things in detail will not be possible, but I'll just try to touch all the important points which we may understand from the darshanas. So Sankhya Darshan is one system of Indian philosophy, and Yoga Darshan is one system of Indian philosophy. Now the same shlok which I was referring, there is another explanation, additional explanation to that. What the text is saying, this comes from the Charaka Samhita. Vayuhu pittam kafash choktaha shariro dosha sangraha. So if we talk about the physical body, then we can say that vata pitta kapha, these are the three tendencies. And when we talk about the mind or the subtle elements, then we can understand sattva rajatama. Now in the next shlok, Charaka Samhita says, Prashamyati aushadhaihi purvaha daiva yukti vyapashrayehi manaso jnana vijnana dhairya smriti samadhibhihi. Now, where is the connection of the Yoga Darshan in the Ayurveda? So, this particular explanation, which comes in the Charaka Samhita, says that there can be two types of roga. There can be two types of diseases. One can be considered as Sharira Roga, that is the physical illness. The other is considered as Manasa Roga, that is mental illness. Now, if we want to cure the physical illness, if there is some problem related to the body, then Sharira Roga, the physical illness, can be cured by two different methods. So basically, these are the three modes of the treatment in the Ayurveda. So if there is physical problem, it can be cured with two different, we can say, types of treatments. First, I'll explain Yukti Vyapashraya. Now, Yukti Vyapashraya is a very popular and very obvious mode of treatment. So if we are taking the medicines, or if we are making changes in the diet, or whatever medicines we are taking, that all treatment will come in the Yukti Vyapashraya. So Yukti is basically a kind of yojana, है ना? अगर हमें बुखार है, हमको कोई प्रॉब्लम है, उसके लिए हमने कुछ मेडिसिन लिया, that means we are making some moderation, we are making some alteration in the routine, and we are taking some treatment in order to get relief from that disease. But one more important thing we have to understand, that for curing the problem, or for being free from the diseases, always the medicines are not to be taken. Now, this is a very big misunderstanding, that all the diseases have to be treated with the help of medicines only. No, that is not the correct, and Ayurveda doesn't support that particular view. Now, what is happening? Even if there is some injury, we are taking the medicine. Even if there is some, maybe we can say, psychological problem, we are taking medicine. Even if there is some problem related to some illness in the body, or even for the chronic diseases, we are taking the medicines. Now, what has happened, that people are having the misunderstanding that all the diseases have to be treated only with the help of medicine, but that is not correct, because for everything medicine is not required, and even there are certain things which can be cured with the other methods also. So medicine is not the solution for everything, and there are the other options also, and because of that also person can become free from the disease. So Yukti Vyapashraya is basically one mode of treatment where we are taking medicines, we are making changes in our diet, and we are following other things, etc. Now, if we specifically talk about the yoga therapy, if the person is having some problem, postural problem or something like that, and we are giving advice to that person that you should perform this particular set of asana, or you should follow this particular practice, this can also come in the Yukti Vyapashraya, because there is a certain mode of treatment which is given to the patient. But there is another method also in which there is no medicine, there is no a particular treatment, but the patient can also be cured with the other method. And what is that? It can be called as Daiva Vyapashraya. Now, Yukti Vyapashraya can be for the diseases which are maybe because of the environment, because of the season change, because of virus, etc. But Daiva Vyapashraya, as earlier I was mentioning, that there are certain diseases which may not be because of the temporary reasons, but which could be because of some other reasons. Now, especially the psychological illness, we can say that they can be treated by the other methods also. Now, just to give a very simple example, that so for example, if there is a businessman, or if there is a person who is working in some organization and he's having a very hectic schedule. So from morning 7 o'clock till the night, maybe 9 to 10, the person is working, and he's working for all the weekdays, and sometimes he's working on Sundays also. Now, because of having the hectic schedule and because of having the same routine, the person starts feeling negative after so many days. And especially in this lockdown, in last 2 years, we have seen that people are working online, and because of online working, there is no timing and people are working on all the days. So that also creates a kind of stress, that also creates the problem. But just by traveling also, person may feel better. Just by watching the movie, person may feel better. Just by listening to music, person may feel better. Now, listening to music or traveling or watching the movie or doing some other activity which is different than our routine, this is also a kind of treatment, but we are not calling in a formal language as a treatment. So Ayurveda says that this is also one very important aspect that we have to take into consideration. So medicines are not the only solution, but other means are also there. Now, here you can see mantra, chanting of the mantra, the sound vibrations may also give relief to the person. They may also make a very important changes in the person. Then Aushadha is also there, because Daiva Vyapashraya are related to the diseases which are because of the karma of the previous life. So Aushadhi comes here also, but especially we can just take it as like Upavasa, dietary, we can say some rules, regulations if we follow, or if the person is just traveling or he is listening to music, that can also help the person to come out of the problem that the person is having. And especially for the Manasa Roga, there is a special treatment in the Ayurveda which is called as Sattvavajaya Chikitsa. Now, in the Sattvavajaya Chikitsa, there is a lot of importance of the yoga. Now, yoga and Ayurveda, now we know that they are all in the Ayush, all they are together. But especially in the Ayurveda, there is mention of the treatment which is called as Sattvavajaya Chikitsa, and which is very important because it is all influenced by the yoga practices. So, Jnana, Vijnana, Dhairya, Smriti, Samadhi, these are considered as the treatments in the Sattvavajaya Chikitsa. So Samadhi, for example, if we say concentration or the meditation or Dhairya, just by having the patience or having the understanding about something. Jnana Vijnana. Now, just what is the importance of Jnana Vijnana here? We can say that counseling is nothing but Jnana Vijnana. What is the counseling? We are using the modern English word counseling, but in Ayurveda, they are using the word Jnana Vijnana. So whenever there is a counseling session, then the counselor is trying to explain something to the patient, that this is the problem and this problem is coming because of this kind of tendency. It is because of this reason. And whenever the proper reason is given, whenever the counselor is telling that person that you should try to change your behavior, you should try to perceive this situation in this way. Now, there is no any medicine given to the person, but just by giving the knowledge, just by having another dimension of understanding, just by raising the awareness of the person, also there could be many problems that we can get rid of. So this all is very much related to the yoga darshan. So Sankhya Darshan is also having the lot of influence on Ayurveda. There are certain treatments like meditation, concentration, or counseling for especially the Manasa Roga, for the mental illness, which are also very much important in Ayurveda. And here, yoga plays an important role for these particular Manasa Roga. So this is a little bit about the influence of Yoga Darshana. Now, little bit I'll talk about how the Nyaya Darshana is also having the influence in the Ayurveda. Now, Nyaya, unfortunately, it is not very popular and people do not know much about it, but it is very important system, and Ayurveda also has a lot of influence of Nyaya Darshana. So Maharshi Gautama is the founder of Nyaya Darshan, and Nyaya Darshan is having very much important discussion about the analysis of Pramana. Pramana is the means of getting valid knowledge. Now, when the doctor is diagnosing the patient, or when the doctor is deciding about some treatment, mode of treatment, or the therapy which needs to be given to the patient, doctor should know the things properly. Doctor should understand what is the problem, what treatment will help that person, and therefore Pramana is very important for the doctor, how the doctor will get the valid knowledge about the disease and about the treatment. Nyaya Darshan is also the science of debate, how the debate should happen, how the discussion should happen. Now, why it is important in the Ayurveda? Because doctor is not just treating the patient, but doctor is also discussing with the patient. And doctor has to convince the patient that this particular treatment has to be followed in this way. And every doctor has to speak to the patient. And therefore, the usage of the word, how the doctor should speak and how the doctor should explain to the patient, that is also very important. So Nyaya Darshan is very popular for its discussion on the Pramanas. It is also the science of debate. Nyaya has developed a scientific and the precise language that conveys the thoughts without ambiguity. This is another important characteristics of Nyaya Darshan. And Nyaya is also popular for giving the logical arguments. Okay, so these are some of the important features of Nyaya Darshan, and how that Nyaya is having the influence in the Ayurveda. See, in Charaka Samhita, in the Sutra Sthan 1.11, there is discussion about the Pramana, and all that explanation about the Pramana, which Ayurveda feels is very important, is taken from the Nyaya Darshan only. So Pramana is basically the way of getting the proper knowledge, the means to attain the proper knowledge. Now, these are some of the references. I'm not just reading everything, but important points I will explain. How do we get the knowledge? So Charaka Samhita says that we get the knowledge by Pratyaksha Praman, that is by observing or by with the help of senses. We get the knowledge by Anuman Praman, by inferring something. We get the knowledge from Shabda Praman, that is Aptopadesha, means some teacher is telling us, or when we read the books, we are getting knowledge from the books. So we get the knowledge by personal observation or by inference or from someone else or from the scriptures, etc. And Ayurveda says that there is one more mode, or there is one more Pramana, which is called as Yukti Pramana. Now, all that explanation comes from the Nyaya Darshan only. Now, what is the Pratyaksha Pramana? So Pratyaksha Pramana is like Atmendriya Mano Arthanam Sannikarshat Pravartate Vyakta Tadatve Ya Buddhi Pratyaksham Sa Niruchyate. This is the reference from the Charak Samhita. So whenever there is contact of our mind and the senses and the objects, and we experience something, and that Pratyaksha experience, that direct experience is called as Pratyaksha Pramana. So when the doctor is treating the patient, doctor has to observe the characteristics. Doctor has to observe what are the symptoms that we can see in the patient, and for that purpose, Pratyaksha Pramana is very much helpful. And a doctor patient को check करेगा, उसको diagnose करेगा. So in that all procedure, Pratyaksha Pramana is very much important, which is the actual observation and diagnosis of the patient. Now, sometimes Pratyaksha Pramana is applicable, but sometimes Pratyaksha is not applicable. Anumana Pramana is applicable. Now, what is the Anumana? We are inferring something which is not visible. Okay. Now, doctor can observe the external body, but what about the internal organs? Now, in the modern times, we are having all the machinery, facilities are available. There is sonography, there is X-ray, and all the techniques are available. But we know that the ancient times, there was no such machinery. Doctor was not capable to see the organs directly with the sonography machine or X-ray or with the other modes, etc. And therefore, Anumana was one of the important methods to get knowledge about what the problem is regarding the internal organs. So Anumana is also very important in the Ayurveda for the diagnosis. And here Charaka says, Pratyaksha Purvam Trividham Trikalam cha Anumiyate. What is the importance of the Anuman? That there can be inference about the present situation, there can be inference about the past event, and there can be influence about the future event also. And for example, if the patient is having indigestion, doctor may infer about the food that the patient has had in the previous days, yesterday, what food was taken, what kind of food was taken before 2 days, etc. That means looking at the present condition, doctor may infer about the past events, or doctor may infer about the future events also. Doctor is also predicting that if you are following this kind of lifestyle, then in the future you are prone to have the high BP, or you may have some problem, etc. So that all description is with the help of Anuman Praman also. So Charaka says that Anuman is what? Like whenever we observe the smoke, we infer about the fire. That is a kind of Anuman. Another form of Anuman, which for the doctor, he says that is possible, that like whenever we see the seed, we can infer in the future that this kind of plant will grow or this kind of fruit will come. And even one more example is given by the Charaka, Maithunam Garbha Darshana. So if a lady is pregnant, then it can be inferred that the sexual intercourse has happened. These are only the examples given by the Charaka to show that inference can be possible for the present situation, inference can be possible for the past event, and inference can be possible for the future event also. And in the treatment, it is all important for the doctor to understand. So this is about Anuman Praman. Pratyaksha Praman is the direct observation, very much important for the doctor. And the another Praman called as Yukti Praman is not basically in the Nyaya Darshan, but this Yukti Praman is the addition of the Ayurveda. What is the Yukti Pramana? Yukti Pramana is having the understanding of multiple factors together. Okay, now this is very important. Now, even though we are saying Ayurveda, but all this discussion is very much important for all types of therapists, even for a yoga therapy, even for the naturopathy, even for allopathy, even for homeopathy. So for all types of, we can say doctors, this all discussion is very important. What is the Yukti Pramana? Just by taking into consideration one particular thing, doctor will not be able to diagnose properly. Just by observing the physical appearance of the person, that is one way of diagnosis. But doctor also has to check whether the pulse is proper, whether Vata Pitta Kapha proportion is proper or not, whether the patient is having some other problem. That means whenever, like in the medical science, there is a specific word, case taking, case history. So doctor is asking about multiple things. When do you get up? When do you sleep? What is your routine? What kind of diet you are taking? What is the routine that you are following? What you have done in last 2-3 days, which has made changes. Now this all is what? It is a kind of case taking, and doctor is trying to understand multiple factors, and with the help of many points, doctor comes to one conclusion. So there are many points that needs to be observed, and on the basis of which doctor is coming to one conclusion that this problem is because of XYZ reason. This is called as Yukti Pramana. Yukti, as we all know that yoga word comes from Yuj Dhatu. Yuj means combination or union. Yukti word is also taken from the same dhatu, and Yukti is combination of the several factors that are responsible to create that disease. And most of the times we can say that for the lifestyle disorders, it is not just one factor which is responsible, but there are several factors responsible. The person is not doing exercise, the person is not taking proper food, the person is not following the routine properly, and the person is always watching the TV, and on screen time is more. So there are several factors which are creating the problem, and understanding of multiple factors which may result to one disease. This observation is by Yukti Pramana. So Yukti is the understanding of several factors together. That is also considered as one of the Pramanas in the Ayurveda, important for the doctor to understand the treatment or the for the diagnosis. Now, actually, this particular discussion of the Pramana comes from Darshana only. This comes from the philosophy only, and Nyaya has a lot of influence on the Ayurveda, especially for this particular discussion about the Pramanas. Then in the Nyaya Darshan, there comes one more discussion, that whatever knowledge doctor has, how the doctor should enhance his knowledge. Okay. Now, if someone is taking the education, somebody is having the degree of MBBS or BAMS, or the person becomes the doctor, he is having the basic understanding of what are the principles of Ayurveda. But after that also, the doctor also should be updated about the information. The doctor should also have the knowledge of the several other things which will be updated in the course of time. So Ayurveda says that doctor should consult with the other physicians also. So a doctor has to consult with the other people who are in the same profession, and he should get knowledge from the others, so that his own understanding about the subject will also increase and he will become even more expert physician. So in the Ayurveda, there is discussion, there is a lot of discussion about how to meet other people, what kind of debate, what kind of discussion has to happen. And all that discussion which comes in the Ayurveda is related to Nyaya Shastra. Because as I mentioned, Nyaya is called as the science of discussion. Now see, we know that discussion is one word, but discussion can be of many forms. We are discussing something. There can be informal discussion, there can be formal discussion. And whenever the discussion has to happen, according to Ayurveda, it should have certain norms. We all know that on TV channels also, every day the discussions are going on, the debates are going on. But what is the outcome of all the debates which are on the TV channels? There is no outcome. If every day there are 1 hour, 2 hours debates and discussions are happening. So Ayurveda says that only organizing the debate or organizing the discussion is not sufficient, but it should be the proper debate, it should be the proper discussion which can add the value to the knowledge of the people who are involved in that discussion. And to have the proper debate and the discussion, Nyaya is giving the explanation, and Ayurveda is following all the norms which are given by the Nyaya Shastra. Okay, so actually we have a very less time, so I'm not going to explain all these terms which are in the Ayurveda, and all of them are taken from the Nyaya and Vaisheshika Darshanas. So just to display in the image form, see on the left side, these are all the terms explained by Charaka. चरक कहते हैं कि अगर डॉक्टर को डिबेट डिस्कशन में पार्टिसिपेट करना है तो उसको क्या क्या मालूम होना चाहिए. A doctor should know about all these topics if he wants to participate in the conference. Now, in the modern world, we can use the word conference, or in the debate and the discussion. Now, the terms which I have marked in a bracket or in the square in the orange color are exactly the padarthas accepted in the Nyaya Darshana. Pramana, Prameya, Samshaya. Now see, Vada. Vada here is the 10th padartha. Then Siddhanta, the 6th padartha. So the discussion which comes in the Ayurveda is exactly taken from the Nyaya Darshan, and the words which are highlighted in the blue color, they are all the terms which are related to Vaisheshika Darshana. So Vaisheshika Darshana talks about the classification of the objects of the world. What is Dravya? What is Guna? What is Karma? What is Samanya? Etc. So these all terms which Ayurveda says are important for the physician if he wants to participate in the debate. These are the terms, or these are the topics which are exactly coming from the Nyaya Darshan and from Vaisheshika Darshana. So there is a lot of influence of Nyaya and Vaisheshika Darshanas also on the Ayurveda, and in the Ayurveda scriptures we have many references about all these. Okay, so I just explained about Nyaya Darshan. So little bit I'm just touching the topics we discussed about: Sankhya Darshan, Yoga Darshan, Nyaya Darshan, and now Vaisheshika Darshan. So Vaisheshika Darshan is basically very much popular for giving the classification of all the objects of the world. So they make 7 categories: Dravya, Guna, Karma, Samanya, Vishesha, Samavaya, Abhava. These are the Sapta Padartha. These are the 7 categories which are given by the Vaisheshik Darshana. And Vaisheshik Darshana says that whatever is present in this world, that can be the physical object, that can be non-physical, that can be abstract element, or the qualities or the actions, anything, whatever is present in this world can be categorized into 7 parts. And these are the Sapta Padartha, in which the first one is Dravya. There are 9 substances. Then the second category is Guna. There are 24 qualities. There are 5 types of karma. So all that explanation which is given in the Vaisheshika Darshana is accepted by Ayurveda as it is. And interestingly, when you start reading the Charaka Samhita, the very first adhyaya of the Sutrasthana is the beginning of the Charaka Samhita. And the very first adhyaya is having all the description which comes from the Vaisheshik Darshana only. Dravya Sangraha. And I have just underlined the words so that we can relate with the Vaisheshik Darshana. So Charaka also says that there are 9 substances: Akasha, Vayu, then Agni, Jala, Prithvi, then Mana, Kala, Disha, and Atma. So they are exactly the same as discussed in the Vaisheshik Darshan. Panchabhuta, then Kala, Dik, Atma, Mana. So the same is explained in the Charaka Samhita also. Then the second is the Guna. What are the Guna? Buddhi, Prayatna, etc. Then the third category is Karma. Then Samavaya, Samanya, Abhava, etc. So the categories which are given by Vaisheshik Darshanas, all those categories are explained by Charaka also, and it is not just mentioned in the Charaka Samhita, but it is all applied in the treatment also. है ना? ऐसा नहीं कि सिर्फ उनका मेंशन किया गया है, but we can understand how much this topic is important if the Charaka Samhita is the Ayurveda text, and at the beginning of the Ayurveda text, in the very first chapter, if the description about the Vaisheshika elements is coming, then we can understand how much the topic is important for the Ayurveda. Now I'm just giving you the references that this is one topic which comes in Ayurveda, this is another topic which comes in Ayurveda, because we have the limited time, but we can understand the importance of all these things for a physician to understand. So Dravya, what is Dravya? So whatever medicines we are taking, whether they are having the properties of Prithvi Tattva, or whether they are having the properties of Jala Tattva, or they are having properties of Agni Tattva. So this is important to understand. What are the qualities of medicines? What kind of gandha, what kind of rasa, what kind of sparsha, what kind of rupa, in identifying the herbs, in identifying the medicines, and in also identifying the properties of the medicinal herbs, whether it is drava or whether it is guru, whether it is heavy to digest, whether it is light to digest. If you read all the description about the herbs, you will find all these terms in the Ayurveda. For example, if there is a medicinal herb, apamarga, so whether it is heavy to digest or whether it is light to digest, whether it is having the drying property or it is having a moisture, or what kind of effect that medicine will give after going to the body. So all that description about the guna, about the properties, about what kind of karma, what kind of result that herb or that medicine is going to give, all the description is based on the 7 categories of the Vaisheshika Darshana. So this is also a very important, we can say, Vaisheshika Darshana is also having a lot of influence on the philosophy of Ayurveda. Now, just I'm going to the last point, and especially I wanted to include this part in my talk, and it is about the Charvaka Darshana. And most of the times Unfortunately, we consider Charvak Darshana. Many people even don't know about that. But whatever we know, whatever people know about Charvak Darshana is not actually correct. When we say about Charvaka, when we think about Charvaka, what description we get in the books also? Only one shlok we know. Yavat jivam sukham jivet, runam krutva ghrutam pibet, bhasmi bhutasya dehasya punaragamanam kutaha. Those who have read about Charvak Darshan, what is the philosophy of Charvak? In just one shloka, in just one verse, they tell what is the philosophy of Charvak? Yavat jivam sukham jivet. So as long as we are living, we should live happily. And if we don't have money to be happy, we should take loan and we should be happy. Runam krutva ghrutam pibet. चारवाक का कहना है कि जितने समय तक आप जिंदा रहेंगे खुश रहिए. आपके पास अगर खुश रहने के लिए पैसे नहीं है, आप कर्जा निकाल के आप घी पीजिए, घृतम पिबेत, because भस्मी भूतस्य देहस्य पुनरागमनम कुतः, because once the body is destroyed, then how are you going to experience the happiness and everything? Now this is the only shloka which is quoted on the name of Charvaka, but unfortunately this is not the only philosophy of Charvak, and there are many other points in the Charvak Darshan, but unfortunately the scriptures of the Charvak Darshan are not available, and therefore we are not able to understand their core philosophy. But there is one theory of Charvak Darshan which is also accepted in the Ayurveda, and that theory is the Swabhavavada. Swabhavavada means what? Now we know that in the scientific world or in the philosophy or in the branches of the knowledge, cause and effect is very important. Now, there is always cause and effect relationship. If some effect is seen, then there should be some definite cause about that. But there are certain things in this world which are not having any specific cause, and we are not having any proper justification for why the things are as they are. Okay, so this Swabhavavada theory of Charvaka can also be seen in some of the descriptions in the Ayurveda. Swabhavavad means what? The things are as they are, but we are not having any specific justification for that. ऐसा क्यों है? सभी के लिए हम लोग justification नहीं दे सकते. This particular theory of Charvaka is called as Swabhavavada, and some of the references in the Ayurveda about this Swabhavavada. In Sushrut Samhita, I have taken 3 references. Sannivesha Shariranam, Dantanam Patanodbhavo, Taleshvasambhavo Yascha, Romnametat Swabhavataha. See, the word Swabhavataha comes. Now, why we are having this specific structure of the body? And why we are having 2 nostrils? Why we are having 2 ears? Why we are having 2 eyes? Now, other animals, they walk on their 4 feet, but human being is walking only on the 2 feet. Why this is so? There is no any specific justification for that. Dantanam patanodbhavo, tooth loss. The children, they are having the teeth. Now teeth fall after a few years, and again they are having the teeth. Why? There is no any specific reason for that. Why there are no hairs on the palms? We are having the hairs on the other parts of the body. We are having on the head or on the other parts, but on the palms there are no hairs. What is the reason for that? There is no any specific justification for that. Then Sharire Kshiyamanepi Vardhate Dva Vimo Sadha Swabhavam Prakritim Krutva Nakha Keshau Iti Sthiti. Now another reference of the Swabhava Vada comes from the Sushrut Samhita only. Sada Swabhavam. The growth of the body. The growth of the body is happening till certain age. We know that a child is growing. Initially, the child is very small, and we can say that up to the age of maybe 17 or 18, the height is increasing and the growth of the body is happening. But after 18 years, our height is not growing. Okay. Now, even though the height is not growing, even though the other organs of the body are not growing, our brain is not growing or the heart is not growing, but nails and the hairs are growing. What is the reason for that? Why the nails are growing? And even it has been seen that after the death also, sometimes the growth of the hairs and the growth of the nails can be seen. What is the reason for that? So there is no any specific answer to that. It is the swabhava. It is the natural tendency. and there is no any specific answer for that. And even anga pratyanga, the third example that we have taken from the Sushruta Samhita, anga pratyanga nirvrittihi swabhavadeva jayate. The development of the body, development of the organs, that is also as per their natural tendency, and we cannot give any specific justification for that. Now, whenever the conception happens and whenever there is the development of the fetus, in the first month what happens, in the second month what happens, in the third month what happens, in the fourth month what happens, if we ask the question why this happens in the third month only, why this happens in the fourth month only, and why the development of the fetus is happening in this progress, in this way only, there is no any specific justification for that. So this particular theory, which is discussed in the Charvak Darshana, is called as Swabhavavada. And Swabhavavada means for certain things in the life, there is no any specific justification which can be given, but it is the natural tendency and it is the way it is, and we cannot give any justification for that. So this is also the theory of Swabhavavada of Charvaka, which could be seen and which can be also understood in the Ayurveda perspective. Okay, so actually I just tried to explain again. If I go back to the first slide where we started, we discussed about the Indian philosophical systems, but it is not possible to see all the darshanas with the Ayurveda. So I just tried to explain Sankhya, Yoga, Nyaya, Vaisheshika, and Charvaka. Now, regarding Mimamsa Vedanta, there is no much discussion in the Ayurveda scriptures. And even regarding the principles of Jain Darshan or Bauddha Darshan, they are not very, we can say, very much prominent in the Ayurveda scriptures. But Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Sankhya Yoga, and Charvaka, these are the 5 systems of Indian philosophy which have the significant influence on the Ayurveda scriptures, and little bit I tried to cover in today's talk. So I just would conclude my talk by quoting one shloka from the Sushruta Samhita. What Sushruta says, Ekam Shastram Adhiyano Na Vidya Shastra Nishchayam Tasmad Bahushrutaha Shastram Vijaniyat Chikitsakaha. Now, someone may ask the question, we are the Ayurveda physician, or we are the naturopath, we are the yoga therapist. Why we are supposed to study philosophy? Why the Ayurveda physician has to study philosophy? Why the homeopath has to study philosophy? The answer is given here. What is the answer? By studying a single scripture, one does not know the conclusive essence of the same. And hence, the physician should try to understand the scripture after having the knowledge of several disciplines. Okay, and this particular concept is not only applicable for the Ayurveda, we can say that it is applicable for all the subjects, that just by studying our own subject, we cannot become expert in that. For example, if one person is teacher of mathematics, just by studying mathematics, the person cannot be expert in mathematics, but the person should have knowledge of the other connected fields also. And similar is with the Ayurveda, similar is with the yoga. So even the yoga therapist or even the yoga student, just by studying yoga, one cannot get the complete knowledge of yoga, but we have to understand the interconnections with the other shastras. So this is very important that we can understand for all the subjects. Okay, so I think now I should stop because already I have reached to the time, and I just tried to show the influence of the darshana and the thoughts of the darshana in the Ayurveda. I'm not the Ayurveda expert, I'm not the physician, and I have not taken the formal training in the Ayurveda, but as a student of philosophy, how it is interesting for me to see the influence of the philosophy on the other branches of knowledge. So this was a very small effort to show the connections of the thoughts in the philosophy which come in the Ayurveda scriptures. So thank you so much everyone for patient hearing, and thank you so much for inviting me here to this conference.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the wonderful lecture. I'm sure my friends would be having some questions. So whoever would be wanting to ask the questions can raise your hands and ask the questions. We have some time.
Sir, just want your recommendation. Is there any English translation for Charak Samhita as a book that is available for us to read?
Yes, it is the English translation, which the screenshots which I have taken, the English translation on Charaka also and Sushrut also, published by Chaukhamba Orientalia, and the translation is by Dr. I think P.V. Sharma. The translation is available online also if you want the PDF copy. If you go to the website called as archive.org, you will get the English translation for Charaka also and for Sushruta also.
Sir, can you put some light on Prama and Prameya?
Actually, these are the words which come in the philosophy. There are four things basically. If we want to understand, there are four words. One is Prama, second is Prameya, third is Pramana, and the fourth is Pramata. So these all are interconnected words. Prama in Sanskrit is valid knowledge. Prama is valid knowledge. Prameya is the object of valid knowledge. For example, if I'm getting knowledge of the computer, I can see the computer, I can see the screen of the computer. So I am getting valid knowledge about some object. So that object will be called as Prameya. How am I getting the knowledge of computer? With the help of my Indriya, with the help of my eyes. So whatever is the instrument of valid knowledge, that is called as Pramana. And who is getting the valid knowledge? That is called as Pramata. So in the philosophy, most of the times they say Atma is Pramata, or Purusha. In the Sankhya Yoga, Purusha is Pramata. So we have the four words. Prama is valid knowledge. Prameya is the object of valid knowledge. Pramana is the instrument of valid knowledge. And Pramata is the knower, one who knows.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, there was a question in the chat box regarding some books for Nadi Pariksha, and if you can throw some light on Nadi Pariksha as such.
No, actually, as I said, I am not the Ayurveda expert, and I think this particular topic of Nadi Pariksha we cannot just understand by reading the books, because this is the experimental kind of study, and we have to learn from the proper guru. Because even in the Nadi Pariksha, little bit whatever I know, I'll just try to explain. Now, even Nadi Pariksha also has the influence of Sankhya Darshan. How? Sattva Rajatama. Whenever the doctor is checking Nadi, doctor checks with 3 fingers, 1, 2, 3. And whenever we put the 3 fingers on the Nadi, even these 3 fingers are also connected to Vata, Pitta, Kapha. So whether that Nadi is more, we can say, it can be experienced with the ring finger or with the middle finger or with the index finger, even depending upon that, the diagnosis is different. So there is a lot of, we can say, influence of the Vata, Pitta, Kapha, then Sattva, Rajatama with the 3 fingers when the Nadi Pariksha is done. But now I'm not expert in that, but I can recommend you some of the recordings are there on the YouTube. And if you just check those recordings, it will help you to get the basic understanding of what is Nadi Pariksha. So on YouTube, there are, I'm forgetting the name of the doctor, but there are elaborative. There are 2 hours or 1 hour, the whole sessions explaining the concept of Nadi Chikitsa. So on YouTube, definitely you can get some information. But if you want the practical experience, then it should be learned with the proper guidance of the teacher, because it is the, we can say, the thing which we have to learn with the practice only.
Sir, I have one more question. What is the difference between Anuman Praman and Anupalabdhi Praman?
Anupalabdhi Pramana is accepted only by Vedanta Darshan. Okay, and Anupalabdhi is only for getting the knowledge of absence of something. Okay, when there is absence, for example, I am sitting here and there is absence of fire in the room in which I am sitting. So Vedanta Darshan says that the absence of fire can be known by Anupalabdhi Pramana. So Anupalabdhi is only for getting knowledge of abhava of something. Anumana Pramana is applicable elsewhere also when we are inferring about something. The presence of something can be inferred. And Anuman is applicable when the object is not pratyaksha, when we cannot see the object directly with our indriya, with our senses, but still we can infer about the presence or about the absence of something. That is Anuman Praman.
Sir, there is a question in the chat box. If Prakriti is balance, what causes unbalance and manifestation?
Okay. Now, there are two different answers from the Ayurveda perspective and from the Sankhya perspective, because Prakriti is different. According to Ayurveda, what is the Prakriti? It is the balance of Vata, Pitta, Kapha. And imbalance can be caused by different reasons. Whenever we are having Vyadhi, when we are having the disease, that is the imbalance. It can be because of wrong lifestyle. It can be because of wrong food. It can be because of maybe injury, or all the causes of the diseases. They are creating the imbalance in the Vata, Pitta, Kapha. Even the seasonal changes. And we know that whenever the season changes, we are having the cough and cold, we are having the fever. Why this is happening? Because the season change is bringing the imbalance in the Vata, Pitta, Kapha. So this is from the Ayurveda point of view. And if we try to understand from the Sankhya point of view, in the Sankhya, Prakriti is the cause of the universe. It is the balance of Sattva, Rajatama. What causes the imbalance? So Sankhya says that there is no any specific element which causes the imbalance, but it is the tendency of the Prakriti. It is the tendency of the Triguna that they remain in the balanced state for some time, and again there is imbalance. Again it becomes balance. Again it becomes imbalance. So in the Sankhya Darshan, it is considered as the cyclic process. The cyclic process means Trigunas are there, Sattva, Rajatama is there, but they remain in the balanced state, that is called as Prakriti. But at one point of time, there is imbalance. It is the nature of the Prakriti. And again, there comes a balance. So Sankhya is not having any specific reason. They say that Prakriti itself is the balance, and the imbalance is created automatically because there is the specific tendency of the Triguna.
सर, मला एक प्रश्न आहे. जैन दर्शनामध्ये जे जीवाचे प्रकार आहेत, अग्निकाय, वायुकाय, पृथ्वीकाय, मग त्याचं आपण आयुर्वेदाशी कंपॅरिझन नाही करू शकत का?
We can compare, but actually that all description is not given in the Ayurveda. Okay, there is no direct reference. Now today, whatever I explained, these are the direct references in the Ayurveda and clearly mentioned that this is something which is similar to Vaisheshik Darshan. So there is direct reference. But that classification of Jain Darshan, Agnikaya, Vayukaya, that is not clearly mentioned in the Ayurveda. And even I think the concepts are different. So maybe we cannot take the same concept in the Ayurveda, because in Jainism, the concepts are different.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So there is a question. How can we compare moksha and arogya?
We are just comparing on the basis of the structure. Otherwise, there is no comparison as such. What structure we discussed? When we go to the doctor, we have the disease, and Darshana also talk about dukkha. So disease and dukkha we are comparing. When we go to doctor, when we tell that we are having the fever, doctor is trying to diagnose what is the cause of the fever. In Darshana also, they try to investigate if there is dukkha, what is the cause of dukkha? And they say that it is because of avidya, it is because of klesha, etc. If you go to Buddhism, in the Buddhism also Arya Satya, dukkha, then dukkha hetu. So that is the second point where we can compare. The third point, after diagnosing what is the problem, why there is problem, doctor is suggesting the treatment. So that is the upaya. And in the darshanas also we are having the upaya. How to get rid of dukkha, Ashtanga Yoga. If you see the sutra given by Maharshi Patanjali, what does he say? Yoganga Anushthanat Ashuddhi Kshaye Jnana Deeptihi Aviveka Khyatehe. And before that, the sutra comes Viveka Khyatihi Aviplava Hanopayah. So because of Viveka Khyati, there can be liberation from dukkha. And Arogya, what is Arogya? Being free from the disease. And what is Moksha? Being free from dukkha. So we are just comparing that on the basis of the structure. Otherwise, these are different concepts.
What is the interpretation of Atma in Darshan?
Okay, now actually that would be a very elaborative discussion, because in short, explaining that would be difficult. And even we have to understand that the concept of Atma, we are using the general term as Atma, but the interpretation of Atma in all the darshanas is not same. The concept of Atma, which comes in the Vedanta, or the concept of Atma, which comes in the Sankhya Yoga, the concept of Atma, which comes in the Nyaya Darshana, is not the same. So understanding the perspective of each and every darshana will be required for that. So I think explaining that in short would be difficult, because all the darshanas are having different perspective regarding that.
Okay, sir. Thank you. I think we can conclude the session now. Thank you for the wonderful lecture, sir. Philosophy is such a vast subject, but your lecture has helped us understand the intricacies of the same.
Yes.
We not only understood the Panchamahabhautik Chikitsa in detail, but also that it overlaps naturopathy and Ayurveda.
Yes.
Similarly, yoga and Ayurveda, both though distinct science, both have same Vedic roots. They are interrelated, and together they complement each other to aim to harmonize the body, mind, and soul. Thank you, sir, for sharing such in-depth knowledge. We appreciate you for taking the time and efforts to explain this to us in such a simple and a lucid manner. Thank you again.
Thank you so much for inviting me here. And just at the end, I would recommend those who are interested to understand this subject more. In the Ayurveda, there is a specific study, and all the BMS students have to learn that subject, which is called as Padartha Vijnana. So this Padartha Vijnana is one topic that would be helpful for not only Ayurveda students, but also for the naturopaths, for all the yoga therapists. So those who are interested can read about that further. Thank you so much for inviting me here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so now we proceed to our next session. But Dr. Pathak has not yet joined, I suppose. नितीन सर अजून डॉक्टर पाठक जॉईन नाही झालेत वाटतं.
We'll wait for 5 minutes. We can take a short break of 5 minutes.
Okay.
No issue.
So now we disperse for a short break. And as soon as doctor comes, we will start the session.
Yes, we still have 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Don't leave the meeting. Just be here.
So see you all in 5 minutes.
Hello.
Hari Om, sir.
Hello.
Hari Om.
वेळ झाली का माझी?
हो झाली sir. We had just given a break, so we start.
चालेल ना, तुम्ही म्हणाल तेव्हा.
Rupali, we'll start.
I am ready.
एक आपण ओंकार घेऊया एक.
हो चालेल.
सर तुम्ही जसं आम्हाला सांगितलंय ओंकार डे keeps the doctor away, तसं आम्ही प्रयत्न करतोय आता to become more healthy.
आणि मला दूर ठेवायचा प्रयत्न करताय.
नाही. See, as I told you, we learn a lot from you, sir.
नाही, तुम्ही मला दूर ठेवणे म्हणून तर मी हे उपद्व्याप चालू केले ना, म्हणजे त्या निमित्ताने तुम्ही मला बोलवा.
Correct, sir.
Let us start the Omkar.
Yeah.
Back straight, eyes closed. Take your shoulders a bit back. Keep your spine in natural curvature. Focus your attention on your breathing. Inhale. Om. Feel the inner silence, the vibrations of the Omkar. Shift your attention to your breathing, to your surroundings, and slowly open your eyes. Welcome, sir.
Welcome.
We now proceed to the next lecture, Principles of Yoga as Therapy by Dr. Satish Pathak. The world has accepted the importance of yoga, which is reflected by the grand celebrations of the International Yoga Day on 21st June of every year. A lot of research and studies have been done on the impact of yoga on people's medical conditions. It has been found to be a preventive and a curative measure. I now request Dr. Pathak to throw light on the principles of yoga as therapy. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I will share the PPT first. Please make me host.
Yes, sir.
No, I am not the host.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, now it is. Okay, are you able to see the PPT?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll start with the prayer. Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmain Sri Guruve Namaha, Tasmain Sri Guruve Namaha. With due respect to Swami Kvalananji and the organizers of this webinar, Savanji, and all yoga teachers. I'm very happy to share my thoughts with all people, and you are listening patiently. So the first 15 minutes of this second session, I will be devoting for the remaining part of the scientific basis, and then we'll go for principles of it, principles of yoga as therapy. So now this is a skeleton everybody of us has got. There's a string over there, and it is kept there. Suppose that string is cut, then what will happen? This skeleton will fall down and it will make a heap of it. but same skeleton everybody of us has got. If I want to keep my hand up like this, I can keep it. Why? Because the muscles around it, they are working properly. Now we have discussed about the benefits of asanas. Now we are going to think particular about Brahma Mudra for neck pain and backache, Bhujangasana, now Kasanchalavasana. About Brahma Mudra, nowadays because of the computer age, most of the people, they are working on computer and the screen time is not less than 6-7 hours. Now see the position of this person. When he is engrossed into the work, he is sitting like this for 6 to 8 hours. He is bending forward. His desktop is little below. So he has to watch like this. That is why after 8 hours, when he gets up and he straight, makes his spine straight, he says, oh, I am getting backache, neck pain. Why? Because for 8 hours, these muscles were stretched continuously and these muscles were contract. So after 8 hours, when he tried to sit straight, these muscles, they refuse or they don't contract as per normal, and that is why you get pain. So to avoid this, that is why whenever I take lecture in corporate sector, I give them the tips. First tip is that the desktop should be at the eye level. It should not be like this. So you don't have to bend like this. And second thing, when you're sitting, at least you do Brahma Mudra. Now, Brahma Mudra is the making movements of the neck. I'll just tell the salient features of it, that when you're practicing Brahma Mudra, you should keep your eyes closed. And when you're starting the Brahma Mudra, you should lift the neck up so that all these vertebrae, they come in one line. And then you start doing, and while practicing Brahma Mudra, you should keep your eyes closed. The importance of it is this, that in the neck, in the ear, there is a vestibular apparatus. This is vestibular apparatus into the middle ear. And this looks after the balancing of the body. Suppose I start turning like this on right side, what will happen? I will fall down. But I don't fall. Why? Because the left side muscles contract. Why they contract? Because brain gets the impulse from the vestibular apparatus that you are leaning too much on the right side. If you lean still more, you will fall down. So this vestibular apparatus sends a message to the brain, and the muscles on the right side, they contract and I become straight. Now this vestibular apparatus balancing mechanism is active all the time. Now when you are performing Brahma Mudra, sometimes what happens, it may get confused and you may get giddiness. That is why when you are practicing Brahma Mudra, you should keep your eyes closed. Then about the backache, this Bhujangasana, how it helps. Now this is the vertebra. This is the body of the vertebra. This is the spine. When you try to put your thumb on the backside and try to press it, what you feel? You feel this part, not this part. This part is at this side. And you feel this part. This is the spinal cord. Now see the position here. Now in backache, what happens? The disc has prolapsed out and it is pressing this nerve coming out from the spinal cord, and that is why it's getting backache, isn't it? Now this disc has prolapsed, so by doing Bhujangasana, you are trying to press it in. How it is pressed in? See this position is here. Now when you have done Bhujangasana, all this side is stretched, so you have made more space over here, and this side is contracted, so you are pressing this side. So when you are doing Bhujangasana and keeping the sustained contracted position, this disc is pushed inside, and at the same time you have made more space over here. So this which has regressed inside can be accommodated properly, and that is how you can get relief from backache or PID. So this is about the Bhujangasana. Then Shitali and Shitkari. This is for relief from diseases of the gum, because the teeth, they are embedded into the gum, and if the gums are good, strong, they will hold the teeth properly. And if the teeth are held properly, your mastication will be good. If mastication is good, that is the first step of digestion. So your digestion will be good. So that is why the health of the teeth is very important. And this can be achieved by practicing Shitali and Shitkari, because the gums become stronger, so they will hold the teeth properly. Then it reduces the heat, and it is beneficial for hypertension patient. We have done a project on hypertension, and we have found that by practicing Shitali 20 times, your blood pressure comes down. So these are the benefits of Shitali and Shitkari. Then coming to the Tratak. Now this is the ideal position of the Tratak. You are observing the flame for 8 minutes. Now you must be thinking, or you must be knowing that, oh, by practicing Tratak, my eye problems might be getting reduced. But it is not only eye problems, but it also improves the mind level, because you are concentrating on the flame. So external thoughts are reduced. So your mind becomes cool, calm, and the decision power improves. It reduces stress and mental tension. And what are the diseases caused by mental stress? Diabetes, blood pressure, heart attack. So you will get relief from all these things. That is why Tratak is very important from that point of view. Shavasana. By practicing Shavasana, all the muscles of the body relaxes, particularly muscles of the coronary artery. When the coronary artery muscle relaxes, the diameter of the coronary artery will increase. More blood will flow through the coronary artery to the heart, and by 10 minutes Shavasana, you will feel fresh. Then I'm talking about the Kriya Yoga, in which we talk about 10 times Anulom Vilom, 10 times Omkar, and 10 times Gayatri. This should be done in this sequence only. This is for maintaining the energy for whole day. Usually, fag end of the day, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the office, you are tired. You say, oh no, I'm tired now. My battery is down. But if you want to maintain the energy, practice Kriya Yoga every day. Now, those who are not comfortable with practicing Omkar, they can practice Amen or Amen. And for Gayatri, they can use their own religion mantra. It's not compulsory that you should practice Omkar and Gayatri only, but you can chant this thing also. Now, Anulom Vilom, you practice, because of that, your mind becomes cool. You are concentrating on breathe. You are breathing in slowly and breathing out slowly. So it helps to balance the sympathetic and parasympathetic system and makes mind cool. Then comes to the Omkar. Omkar is meant for making your mind thoughtless. Science says that you cannot keep your mind thoughtless for more than 6 seconds at a time. If you are 10%, 16 hours awake, maximum 10% you can keep your mind thoughtless, provided if you try to do it. Otherwise, you are always thinking of something. What you are thinking, either yesterday or tomorrow. And that is the main cause of problem creating into the mind. Now, when you are keeping your mind thoughtless, what happens? The belief system is activated, healing system starts functioning, means the body mobilizes its resources in such a way that you get well without any medicine. And for that, you require thoughtless mind, which can be created by doing Omkar. You know that for heart, we do cardiogram. Similarly, for brain, encephalogram was done and was seen that when you are doing encephalogram and when you are practicing Omkar, alpha waves are generated. Your sympathetic activity is very less, parasympathetic activity is more, and healing starts on its own. Now, what is belief system and healing system? This has got no place in allopathy. What is it? Suppose you fall sick, then what do? You go to your regular family doctor. But suppose he is out of station, then what do? You go to some next doctor. You take medicine, but you are not happy. After 4 or 5 days, you find that your family doctor has come back from leave. And you go to, oh doctor, good, you have come back. He said, what happened? Oh sir, last 4 days I was not well. You are not there. I went to that next doctor, but I'm not happy. Now you have come back. Now I'll become all right. This faith is belief system. And this is activated by practicing Omkar. Another thing I remember when I was studying in MBBS in 1969, when first MBBS, we used to do body dissection, human body dissection, to know each and every part of the body. And last 46 years, I'm operating. So I have operated on each and every part of the body for not less than 1,000 times. So if you ask me, where is brain? I will say, yes, brain is here. Where is heart? Heart is here. Where is kidney? Kidney is here. But where is mind? We don't know where mind is. And that is why we don't know the treatment of it. Another thing I remember, when I was in a first MBBS, 1969 was a period of ragging, and we were to be very scared. And somehow we used to enter into class and sit. And our physiology professor was teaching respiratory system. When he was teaching, one of the students, he asked, yes, how much time you can hold the breath? That boy was so much frightened. He got tremors. He stood up and said, sir, half a minute. He asked another student. He said, sir, 1 minute. He asked another student. He said, 2 minutes. The professor's daughter was in our class. So she did not worry. No? She need not get frightened. He asked, yes, Betty, you? She stood. She said, sir, 5 minutes. Sir said, 5 minutes? Take this stopwatch and see. She could not for half a minute also. Such an important breath. When the fetus is born, before birth, the lungs of the fetus newborn are solid bags. When he is born, first breath goes in, and when he is breathing out, it comes out from the mouth. When first breath goes in, the alveoli opens up. And when breath comes out, he breathes out by mouth, and that the cry is there. And when he cries, everybody is happy. If the boy doesn't cry, newborn doesn't cry, what happens? There is a silence. All are alert. Pediatrician will run. In olden days, if the old man is taking last breath, nowadays we have got all modern technologies. In olden days, what they used to do? They used to hold a thread, cotton thread. If it is moving, he is alive, or if not moving, dead. Such an important breath, which is a sign that you are alive. Try to control it, try to regularize it. And the regularization of the breath is nothing but the yogic science. And that is why the importance of the yoga. Gayatri, the way you think, you become. जैसे आप सोचते हो वैसे आप बनते. Suppose if I talk about the great Hollywood star, Bollywood star, Amitabh Bachchan. If I say, oh, you look like Amitabh Bachchan. So what will happen? He will stand up and he will start telling dialogues of Amitabh Bachchan. Similarly, suppose you pray the sun, the source of energy, that please give me the energy like you. Let my brain become very effective, intellectual. It happens. यदि हम सूर्यदेव की प्रार्थना करेंगे, कहेंगे सूर्यदेव मुझे तेरे जैसा तेज मिले, मेरी बुद्धि तेरे जैसी प्रगल्भ हो, तो ऐसी प्रक्रिया होती है, वैसे हम बनते हैं. इसमें जात पात का धर्म का संबंध नहीं है. This is the prayer for the source of energy, the sun which you can see. If you practice Gayatri, you can get that benefit. Now this is the Gayatri mantra. You can see here there is one line above here. There is one line below here. What is the meaning of that? When above this line, so you have to lift this word up. Where it is below line, you have to stretch the word. So I'll just show you how it is to be chanted. Om Bhurvasva, you have to say once. And then this is for 10 times. Om Bhurvasva Tatsa Viturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya. There is a line below there. So Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo. There is a line below you. So Dhiyo Yo Na. There is a line above Na. So here I will Dhiyo Yo Na. I have raised this word. prachodayat. There is line below cho. So prachodayat. Om tatsa viturvarenyam bhargo devasya dhimahi dhiyo yo na prachodayat. This way you have to chant it for 10 times. Now, if you want to get rid of habits, we do advise Shankha Praksharan. The Raghu Shankha Praksharan you can practice every day, or Jaldhoti also, that is once in a week or twice a fortnight, which will help you to get rid of the habits. In Laghu Shankha Praksharan, you have to drink 2 glasses of water, lukewarm water, and perform these different 4 types of asanas. This first, then this, then. Here what you have to do, you have to breathe in and then turn to the left or turn to the right, again come in front and then breathe out. Similarly in this, you have to breathe in first, then turn on, hold the breath, then come in front and then breathe out. Similarly the other side. And this is the Kagasana. So by practicing these 4-5 asanas, what will happen? The water which you have taken 2 glasses water, and since it is done in the morning and all the GI tract is empty, you have passed motion also. So this water will come fast, clean all these 29 feet intestine, and because of the cleaning of the 29 feet intestine, their activity will improve, your digestion will improve. So this benefit you get by doing Shankha Praksharan. If you want to have a simile for that, I got one example for you. You must have seen this trumpet. Now it has got coils over here. And how he cleans that person, he will put water from this side and it will turn it round, and then the water will come out from the other side and whole of this trumpet will be cleaned. So same principle is in this Shankha Praksharan. All these 29 feet intestine get cleaned. Now look a few words about the cancer. See here I have superimposed the word L, means cancel. So suppose some patient gets cancer, usually he thinks, oh, now it is cancel, my life is coming to the end. Such a frustration that patient has got. Now what happens in cancer? In our body, every day lakhs of cells are dying and lakhs of cells are reproduced. Now when new cells are produced, they are identical with the mother cell. You can see here, the daughter cells are identical with the mother cell. But when this mother cell, when it divides into 2, if one abnormal cell is formed, and the collection of these abnormal cells is called tumor or cancer. Now what is the peculiarity of this? It takes all the energy from the parent body, but does not make any function. And that is why the cancer patient you must have seen here has become very lean and takes sick. Now, in these cases, I don't claim that you can cure the cancer with yoga, because last 15 years, 15 or rather 20 years, I am giving yoga practices to the cancer patient. But these patients are those who have completed their chemotherapy, surgical treatment, and they are on chemotherapy or radiotherapy. To those patients, I am giving them yoga practice, and I have found that their side effects are reduced. Similarly, I'm just spending 5 minutes for Corona because this is a current topic, and Corona pandemic is troubling to everybody. It has wasted our 2 years of all the people all over the world. Now, when Corona comes, it enters to the nose or oral cavity, and then it goes to the respiratory system. When it goes to the nose, you get rhinitis, running nose. When it goes to the pharynx, you get sore throat. When it goes to the lungs, you get acute respiratory syndrome. Now, why one person gets Corona? Why not all people get, only few people get? Because it depends upon high viral load and low immunity of the person at local level, means at the nose and general. So on this, the Corona infection depends. Now at physical level, it will affect the respiratory system, and at mental level, it disturbs mind. You feel unsafe because you are reading, watching the TV every day. so many cases positive, so many deaths in so many days, and that is why you think tomorrow my number will be in that. So you are worried about your life. You are worried about your fear of the death is there. And this is at the mental level. So for getting rid of corona, what should be done? It at physical level improvement. You do Jalneti, Kapalbhati, Ujjayi, Surya Bhedan, Bhastrika, Sima Mudra, and Brahmari, which will improve the respiratory system, and also Brahmari will kill the bacteria, so infection will be less. And then to maintain the physical activity, elasticity of the body, flexibility of the body, and improving the lung functioning, Ardha Halasana, Crocodile Poses, Bhujangasana, Shalabhasana, whatever asanas you can practice, that you should practice so that your body will be flexible. And to relieve the mental tension, you do Pranadharana, Kriya Yoga, and Kavaladham tradition, 20 minutes meditation with starting with the eye closure technique. Now, how yoga can be used in corona? As Swamiji has said, Swami Kwelananji, every pathy has got its own limitations. Similarly, yoga too. So no pathy works in acute condition except allopathy. So here also, when it is acute, you have to use allopathy, and then you can use yoga. Now it can be preventive, curative, adjuvant, and palliative. Now the person who is in quarantine, he can practice yoga. Who is in isolation, he can also practice yoga. If he is corona positive, RT-PCR positive, but asymptomatic, he can do yoga and get rid of it. If he is symptomatic, then if it is mild symptom, you can practice yoga. If it is severe symptom, you should take medical line of treatment. And once the severity is gone, then you can practice yoga. Now, why this corona has come? I just tried to thought of it. So why it is? It is because change in atmosphere, change in food habits, indulging in hoteling. Nowadays, we are very much after junk food, packaged food. The lifestyle has changed. There is no health awareness because you don't have time. We are very busy, working hard to earn more money, not caring to the family member, not able to give time for family. And all the time you are on mobile. I have seen in so many families, the son says SMS, send SMS to mother, Mummy, I'm feeling hungry, please give me food. In one roof, under one roof only they are staying, but he is sending message through mobile. So that is why the corona has come. What is the effect of corona? Lockdown. We say that we have been punished by government, but it is not government or health department, it is by nature. Because you are deviated from the nature, that is why nature has punished you. He has imposed lockdown. And what was the effect of lockdown? You got enough time to do something for the health, eating homely food, satisfaction for both, able to spend enough time with family, able to nurture unfulfilled hobbies, which gives eternal satisfaction. So these are the effects of lockdown. So corona has taken us back near the nature, or rather you can say forced us to go to nature, indirectly given a message, follow the nature, don't disrespect the nature. So we are all 21st centuries matured, intelligent people. Do we need punishment again and again? Follow the nature, and yoga is one of the part of it. And it is old Indian tradition, today's need, and going to be tomorrow's culture. And now the whole world is ready to follow this culture. Let us, all of us, follow it. Now, suppose you get some symptoms, how to take care of yourself from corona. So I'm just giving some tips. If you have got running nose, sore throat, fever, cough, change and loss of taste, loss of smell, breathlessness, severe body ache, general weakness, and unknown sudden symptom, any unknown sudden, just get your RT-PCR done. Don't get panicky. Consult your doctor if it is positive. Isolate yourself or home quarantine and practice yoga and take whatever medicines advised by the health department, and you will find that you will recover fast. What are the practices to be done? Jalneti, Kapalbhati, Ujjayi, Brahmari, Surya Bhedan, Sima Mudra, Kriya Yoga, Anulom Vilom, Kapalbhati. Be at home. Do not invite anybody at home, not even assisting for utensils or house cleaning. If it is not possible, you have to invite them. see that after they finish their work, you clean that area properly, desanitize it, and then you can use it. Use mask. I would like to stress on this point because government and TV media, every now and then they are telling that please use mask, please use mask. But still we are not very serious about it. I have seen masks, just 2 fingers, like miniskirt type mask. Both the nostrils are open. What is the fun of that? It is of no use. So wear mask properly, keep safe distancing, and follow all these things. You will not get corona. Oiling the nostril from inside before leaving home. Some other tips. Take steam every day. Saline gargles twice a day if you have got a sore throat. Drink warm water as much as possible. Do not touch face repeatedly. Wearing mask properly and covering the nose. Use of face shield those who are working in a corona affected area. Wash hands frequently and maintain physical distance. Those who are working in COVID ward, those doctors who are working for them, after coming home, take steam in both nostrils and also oral cavity. Saline gargles, take bath after coming home, and send all the clothes for washing. Perform Jal Niti, Brahmari, Kapalbhati, and meditation. Take a half teaspoon of haldi powder with lukewarm water in the morning. Lemon juice every day at least once. Use ginger in your daily food. Take more liquids. Do not take heavy meals. Have a good sleep in the night and take appropriate rest. Few more guidelines. I just saw it somewhere, so I just put it here. My dearest and nearest, east or west, home is the best. Take some more rest. Don't call any guest. Enjoy your home face. Don't have an outgoing jest. This is our life-saving test. So let us be in our nest. An humble request as COVID is reaching Everest. So this is a general message for all of you. This will be the first race in the world where one who stops will win. The one who will stop at home, stay at home will win. So stay safe, free from COVID, be happy, enjoy the life and take care. Now, all we have talked about this yoga. So how much is this practice? So many people, they ask me, yeah, tell me, okay, I understood everything. You have given 1.5 lecture, hour lecture, but what we should do, how much time you should do? So I usually tell, there are 24 hours in the day, isn't it? I don't know if you have got 25 hours in the day, but I know there are only 24 hours. So 23 hours you can do anything. 1 hour you practice yoga. If you practice 1 hour yoga, you will not fall sick. You will be healthy. If you are not visiting doctor, not spending money on the medicine, your money will be saved. So since you are practicing this, if you look back after 20 years, because you are practicing yoga, you are healthy and your money is saved, the bank balance has increased. So you are wealthy. So you are healthy and wealthy. Have you understood? No. So the finance people, they will not understand. So they will require the calculation in money. So this is the explanation for them. Suppose you are earning 20,000 rupees per month. This is a 4th pay commission, age-old payment. 15,000 you are spending, 5,000 you are saving and practicing yoga. So if you are practicing yoga and saving 5,000 per month, so 60,000 per year, 6 lakhs in 10 years, 12 lakhs in 20 years. After 20 years, you look back, you are practicing yoga for 20 years. So you are healthy because you are not falling sick and 12 lakhs rupees at the bank balance. So you are wealthy. But if you are not practicing yoga, what will happen? Today you got headache, tomorrow you got backache, day after tomorrow you got loose motion. So on the first, when you will get salary, what will you do? You 2,000 rupees you will keep aside for medical expenses for a month. So you have said 3,000. So 36,000 per month, year. 3.6 lakhs per year, 10 years, 7.2 in 20 years. And every now and then you are getting some illness, headache, body ache, loose motion, backache. After 20 years, suppose one big disease come and hits you, whatever 7 lakhs were saved will be spent and you will be bankrupt at your money as well as health. And if you want to avoid that, you practice yoga. And that is why the importance of the yoga. You know, there are conferences of all specialties, doctors, engineers, lawyers, architects. Similarly, in doctors also, surgeon, cardiologist, physician. So similarly, in cardiologist conference in 2015, at the end of the conference, they have given a concluding message that there is an increase in heart disease, 6-fold increase in urban area and 3-fold increase in rural area. WHO, World Health Organization, they have given a statement about 20 years back that by 2030, time is going to come when people at the age of 25 to 30, they will die because of diabetes, blood pressure, heart attack, and now corona. What to do? They are not told. Now, what is going to happen after 20 years is told by the modern science, is more modern, or 400 years ago, yoga science has told what is going to happen after 400 years. I'm going to quote the is by Kavi Surdas. He said, "Re mana dheeraj kyau na dhare, re mana dheeraj kyau na dhare, savat 2000 ke baad aisa yoga pare." He said, "Have patience." Okay, I'll first tell in Hindi and then I'll tell in English. "Re mana dheeraj kyau na dhare, savat 2000 के बाद ऐसा योग परे." 2000 साल के बाद ऐसा समय आने वाला है। कैसा? पूर्व पश्चिम दक्षिण उत्तर 14 काल फिरे। सर के ऊपर मृत्यु मंडराएगा। 25-30 उम्र के लोग डायबिटीज, ब्लड प्रेशर, हार्ट अटैक, इसकी वजह से मरेंगे। सावधान। सुनने वाला हैरान हो गया, उसको लगा यदि ऐसा होगा तो पृथ्वी के ऊपर हाहाकार मच जाएगा। कभी सूरदास बेचारे अंधे थे, लेकिन उनको 400 साल के बाद क्या होना तो उसका पता था। उन्होंने कहा, काल व्याल से वही बचेगा जो सोहम का ध्यान करेगा, सांस की रफ्तार को नियंत्रित करेगा। ये है हरि की लीला, टाले नहीं टले, ये तो होने वाला है। लेकिन यदि हमें उससे बचना है तो हमारे सांस की गति को हमें नियंत्रित करना है, और ये सांस की गति को नियंत्रित करने का शास्त्र मतलब योग शास्त्र है। What he said? He said, be patient, have some patience. After year 2000, a time is going to come when people will die at the age of 25 to 30 because of different diseases. The person who has quoted this, he was a blind person, but he knew what is going to happen after 400 years. He said, after 400 years, when such condition will come, the people who are controlling their breath, they will only survive. And the control of breath is nothing but the yogic science. This is going to happen, but if you want to survive, you have to control the breath. And that is why the importance of the yoga. I'm giving this lecture. So my surgeon friends, they say, why you are wasting this time? Instead of that, why don't you operate 1 or 2 cases? If you operate 1 case, you will get 30,000, 40,000 straight. And if you have got money, you can buy everything in the world. So we asked Gurudev, really can you buy everything with the help of money? He said, you can buy best of the bed or bedroom with the money. You can have decorate the bedroom, but you cannot buy the sleep with the help of money. You can buy best of the food, continental, intercontinental, whatever you like, but you cannot buy the hunger with the help of money. You can buy best of the books, but not the wisdom. And you can buy best of the medicine. Suppose one patient comes to me and he has got some illness. I examined and I prescribed him some medicine. But then I see that the medicine is very costly. One tablet costs 1 lakh rupees. So what he will say? Okay, no problem, send 100 tablets. But still, he will not survive. That is, medicine, whatever costly also you buy, you cannot buy the health. If such thing would have been there, the millionaires will never die. And that is why the importance of yoga. And lastly, I add, you can buy everything, but not the time. The time is passing. Today, yesterday started seminar, webinar, Saturday gone, Sunday afternoon, This week will go, this month will go, this year will go. The century has gone, new millennium has come. And what are the problems of new millennium we are discussing? You are listening to songs sometimes. You do listen songs, na? Suppose you like one song, what you say? Hey, just rewind. I would like to listen that very good song. Similarly, after listening my lecture, if you think, oh, if I practice yoga, I can keep myself healthy. So when you'll go home, pray the Almighty that God, I'm now 50 years of old age. Please make me 25-year-old. From tomorrow, I'll practice yoga regularly. Will it happen? So once gone, time is gone. So you cannot bring it back. So make the use of time very preciously and cautiously, and cultivate good habits, because once you get into any habit, you cannot get rid of it. See the fun of the word habit itself. H-A-B-I-T. See the fun. If you remove H, a bit remains, means still the habit is there. Remove A, bit remains, means still the habit is not gone. Remove B, still he smokes at a hiding place. And do anything, habit remains. Means once you get into any habit, you cannot get rid of it. So try to cultivate good habits, and these good habits are nothing but yogic practices. So I pray Almighty that all you will practice yoga regularly and keep yourself healthy. Thank you. I will just give 2 minutes break, and then we'll start the principles of yoga as therapy. And in these 2 minutes, if somebody wants to ask question, you can ask, then I will start principles of yoga as therapy. Yes.
Sir, there are some questions in the chat box.
Okay.
So somebody has asked about how to get rid of migraine problems.
See, any yoga therapy for any particular disease, I will give a broad answer to that. You can refer my book, Principles of Yoga as Therapy. In that, I have explained all the diseases, all the science and symptomatology of diseases, and what yoga practices. Now, here, migraine, we don't know the cause of the migraine. It is usually diagnosed by excluding all other diseases. And it is usually because of the photophobia or phonophobia or going into bright light. So in that cases, you have to avoid that. And we are designing a yoga module for migraine. And I would like to announce this also here, that from next week, we are starting the effect of yoga module on migraine project in Kavaladham. And we are registering the people, those who are having migraine or interested in studying, please call me. I will register them to my project, and we can get rid of it.
Sir, includes menstrual migraine?
No, only migraine of this, excluding menses.
Okay, sir.
You can call me on my number, and I will tell you whom to contact, and you will be registered for migraine project, which is starting from next week.
Right, sir.
We'll entertain 2 more questions. Yes.
Sir, may I ask?
Yeah.
Sir, when we drink a lot of water, suppose I drink 4, 5, 6 glasses of water, it does not go through my colon and does not clean me. But when I drink warm water, saline water, in Shankha Prakshalan, it has the effect of colon cleanse. How does this work, sir?
Repeat the last sentence.
So when we drink saline warm water, it goes through the intestines and cleanses them. But when I drink plain water, it is getting flushed out through the kidneys.
Not like that. See, when you are doing Shankha Prakshalan, I am telling you to do it in the morning when you past your motion. So and you are taken dinner in the night yesterday, light dinner. So your intestines are totally empty, and you have past motion. So the waste matter is also thrown out. Now, in such condition, when you are doing Shankha Prakshalan, as there is no obstruction anywhere, the water which you have taken, it immediately goes to the intestine, small and large intestine, reaches to the colon. So it will clean all the intestine. But otherwise, when you drink more water, it stays in the intestine more. So in the intestine, it will get absorbed
by the kidneys.
and that is why you pass more urine.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Sir, here, can I ask one question? Sir, this eardrum perforation, what you mentioned in the earlier lecture, sir, how do we know that we have that eardrum perforation? Like when we do Jalneti or when we do this Jalkram Kapalbhati, does the water enter into the eardrum and can we find out whether the water is going there?
No. Suppose if you have got eardrum perforation, usually you have got a hearing problem. Either you may not be able to hear it properly, you might be able to hear less. Second thing, you might have a history that sometimes
Everyone, please mute yourself.
you must be having some history that I had an infection over here, I had a ear pain, and then subsequently you got a eardrum perforation. So usually patient has got a history of ear pain in the past.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Request the others to please put yourself on mute.
May I ask you about something about throat polyps? If there are some throat polyps, what would you suggest?
Please mute yourself.
It leads to hoarseness of voice, also sometimes loss of voice in between, and then for some time it is very clear for days, and again it comes in between. So what would you suggest for that?
Please mute all.
Yeah. Just trying to locate who is speaking.
PG-13.
Yes, sir. I
Sir, you
wanted to ask.
unmute your.
Yes, sir. I wanted to ask you about the throat polyps, like this vocal cord. So if there is a polyp or something, some growth is there, there is hoarseness of voice, and sometimes the loss of voice is also there. So what would you suggest for that kind of, if that problem is there? So what kind of practices and what should that person should avoid?
Hello, please don't waste the time. I understood the question. The hoarseness of the voice, if it is after the cough and cold, it is usually because the edema of the larynx, which will go in 4 or 5 days. But if it doesn't go, and if you have got a polyp onto the vocal cord, it has to be removed because it is a mechanical obstruction. So that you have to undergo surgery. And once it is done, then you can practice Ujjayi and all other things properly. You can get rid of it. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
I think I will stop entertaining question because I will start now principles of yoga as therapy. And at the end, suppose time remains or after that lunchtime only is there. So if somebody wants to stay and ask question, I will entertain them. But let me finish the topic. Okay. So now we'll start the principles of yoga as therapy for yoga professionals. Because now once you have become yoga teacher and you have understood the basics of the yoga, and then you should know that which patient you can give yoga and which patient you cannot give yoga. Otherwise, what will happen? Over enthusiasm, you will treat all the patients, and then some may get good results, some may not get good results, and then yoga will be blamed. So to avoid that, this is the first lecture I am taking, only giving you the principles of yoga as therapy. And then remaining, you can read total book where disease-wise everything is given. So this we already discussed. Then will come healthy without any disease can practice all yogic practices in a progressive manner and as per individual capacity. But when the patient, it is to be avoided in acute condition. Now, what is acute condition? That I will explain you in the next few slides. Patient should not practice whole of yoga module on the very first day. It should be progressive as per the patient capacity. Because healthy person also, what we say, you practice as per your capacity, individually you go on increasing it. So patient is definitely far below than you. So he has to practice it very progressively. Then patient should never stop any medicine while practicing yoga. This is, I am giving you stress again and again because I have seen that people, they stop medicine immediately, either on their own or over enthusiastic yoga teacher tells, don't worry, you have come to me. Now you are going to become all right. Throw that medicine into dustbin. It is a poison. But by just sitting in the yoga class, you cannot get rid of the medicine. You have to practice it. And that is why never stop medicine on your own. Who and when it will start, that I will tell you to next slide. Now, what is the principle of this particular lecture? This is meant for which part of the body is affected in a given disease, what are the symptoms and signs of any disease, whether this disease is acute or chronic, what are the general investigations in the disease, can we treat this with particular disease with yoga, and can we cure it? You should know the answer of all these questions before you start treating any patient with yogic practices. If you understand everything and then treat the patient with yoga, you will get a good success. You must know what are the indications, contraindications, and limitations of yoga in each disease. And also you should know whether in a given particular patient, you are using yoga as a preventive, curative, adjuvant, or palliative. So these all concepts should be clear. Then only you will get good success. So here, you can keep yourself healthy. Also, you can cure diseases. But the limitations, that's what Swamiji has said, every therapy has its own limitation. So too is the case of yoga as applied therapy. And that's why this is your prime important thing to know what are the limitations of yogic practices. Now, normally, normal physiology, when all the functions are normal functioning of the body is there, we are healthy. But when it leads to pathology, means abnormal functioning results in disease. And to avoid this, the normal physiology should be maintained. Now, diseases, coming to the identification of diseases and knowledge of diseases, we should know what is the disease, whether it is congenital, that means it is from birth, that is called inborn, or acquired, that is, it may be because of the organism or bacteria, virus, or because of the stress. Now, the diseases are of three types, either acute condition, chronic condition, or acute and chronic condition. Now, what is acute condition? Acute condition means patient was all right 5 minutes back, and suddenly he gets some symptom so that he is unable to carry his routine work. That is called acute. Now, what are these acute conditions? So I will explain to you. Severe chest pain, maybe due to heart attack. This is the acute condition. Severe breathlessness, severe unbearable pain in abdomen. He is not able to stand, not able to sit, not able to concentrate. Many lose motions in short time. Usually we go for toilet once or twice a day. But suppose you go 10 times in 2 hours and you lose lot of fluid. So that is acute condition. Because when you lose lot of fluid, either in loose motion or continuous large vomiting, there is the electrolyte imbalance in the body. And if the electrolyte imbalance occurs, there is a problem. Very high grade fever. When you get high grade fever, some of the systems, they stop functioning. And you can have some disease. Unable to pass urine, usually seen in the old age. So these are all acute conditions. Similarly, bleeding per rectum, bleeding from nose, ear, and throat. Normally, we don't pass blood from all these orifices. But if you are passing blood, that means there is something wrong. So you must test yourself, get examined to find out from where the blood is coming. It may be because of some cancerous growth. Then in ladies, excessive bleeding during menses. Usually they know that normally they have got some fixed amount of bleeding, fixed amount of days. If it is extending beyond that, that means you should think whether there is any problem. Better you should get checked by the gynecologist. Unable to make body movements due to cerebral stroke. If there is a bleeding into the brain and there is paralysis, he is unable to lift his hand, unable to walk, hemiplegia or paraplegia. So that it comes under acute condition. unable to make body movements due to accidental injury, fracture of the bone or simple sprain, and any condition which needs medical supervision. Now, all these conditions are acute conditions. And in acute condition, no pathy works except allopathy. Now, first he has to take allopathic treatment, let the severity of the disease come down, acuteness go, and let it become a chronic, then you can give him yogic practice. Once the patient come out of the acute condition, suppose he has got a heart attack, he was admitted, he was given all the treatment or angioplasty done, bypass done, or status asthmaticus patient. He has been given treatment, now he's stabilized. Then you can give him yogic practices. So once acute condition is over, then you can give him yogic practices. Now, what is the chronic condition? Once the symptoms listed above are either gone with the treatment or become mild. In those cases, then you can give him yogic practices, and there patient should continue his medical line of treatment. He should not discontinue it. Now, in case of tuberculosis, which is a chronic disease, it may be infectious or non-infectious. What do you mean by infectious and non-infectious? Means, suppose he is sputum positive. That means when he's coughing out sputum, that sputum may be containing tuberculous bacilli, and if that same they are inhaled by other person, he may become positive. That is called infectious. And non-infectious means he is not bringing out any sputum positive bacilli. So this is important that I will discuss in detail. In case of heart attack, patient is discharged from the hospital, and till the time he is not asked to do daily routine work, he should not be given yogic practices. Now, how to deal with heart attack patient, that I am also going to discuss in detail. In case of cancer, the allopathy treatment like surgery is over, and if he is on radiotherapy or chemotherapy, then you can give him yogic practices. Now, non-communicable diseases, hypertension, diabetes, all these, they are requiring long-term treatment. Because you must be knowing the person who has got diabetes, who has got blood pressure, he has to take everyday medicine. Without that, he cannot get rid of it. If he doesn't take medicine, what happens? He gets problem. Now, these patients, they come under yogic therapy as a adjuvant or curative. That we'll see later. Then after diagnosis, one is stabilized. Suppose some patient is there of diabetes or hypertension. How is diagnosed? You ask him, how your diabetes was detected? He will tell, one day what happened? I got a giddiness. I went to doctor. Doctor said, check your blood pressure or check your blood sugar. And blood sugar was 300 or blood pressure was 200. And then I was started medicine. Now, on the very first day, when the medicine is started, then what tells you doctor? That, okay, you start this medicine and come and show me after 4 days. Again, he check the blood, again check the blood sugar. When it has come to the normal, then he'll say, okay, now this is your dose. You have to continue it. So first 4 or 5 days, it's a trial and error. Now, once he's stabilized with that medicine and he's told to continue the same medicine for 3 months, that time you can give him yogic practices. And another thing you remember, never stop his medicine. Why I am telling you again and again, because I have seen over-enthusiastic yoga teacher telling the patient of diabetes, throw that medicine into the dustbin, throw it in front of me. It is toxin. Don't take it. And take this cup of tea with sugar. There is no need that you should take tea without sugar. You will ask him to take sugar tea in front of you. So this is wrong. Because just coming into the yoga class, you cannot get rid of it. You have to practice yoga. Let the yogic practices have the effect on your body. Then your pancreas will start functioning. Then your sugar level will come down. And when you check your blood sugar after 3 months, when you follow up to the doctor, if that time your sugar level has come down, your treating doctor will reduce the dose. You don't reduce the dose. So this is categorically, I'm telling you every time again and again. In a case of stroke, patient is discharged, he is advised physiotherapy. That time you can ask him to do yoga practices. Now, little detail about the tuberculosis and cancer. Now, tuberculosis is a social stigma. Suppose somebody tells, oh, that fellow has got tuberculosis. What happens? Immediately you'll do like this. Oh, he got a TB. Let him stay there only. Don't come here. Because you are doubtful whether he will infect me or not. So that's why patient try to hide the diagnosis. So what happens in medical practice? We don't write tuberculosis on his case paper. What we write COX. Pulmonary COX means pulmonary tuberculosis, because patient doesn't understand it is tuberculosis. So this you should remember. Like cancer. When you say cancer, patient is half dead. So here also we don't write cancer. What we write? We write carcinoma. So patient doesn't understand that he has got cancer. So remember these two words. COX means tuberculosis and carcinoma means cancer. Now, what are the differences between these two? Important aspect of tuberculosis and cancer. Now, these two diseases can affect any part of the body. This is common feature. Then, tuberculosis can be cured completely if treated properly, and yoga can act as an adjunct. While cancer, we don't know the cause of the cancer, so we don't know the treatment of the cancer. What we do, wherever there is a cancer, we cut that part, we remove that part. But that is not a treatment. Similarly, yoga also cannot cure the cancer, but it can only help to boost the morale of the patient to face the consequences, complications of the cancer. So you have to give clear understanding to the relatives of the patient that I am not curing him from cancer by giving yoga, but only he can face it by boosting the morale. Treating with yoga, patient should not stop his medical line of treatment, because I told you by just joining yoga class, patient cannot get cured. The another common symptom in both these, there is a loss of weight and loss of appetite in both tuberculosis and cancer. Now, how to treat tuberculosis patient with yoga? Why? Because tuberculosis is a social stigma. Patient will never tell that I have got tuberculosis. What he will tell? Sir, I have got a little cough and I went to doctor. He prescribed my medicine. And now I am all right. So I want to practice yoga. And if he tells you like that, and if you take him in the class, and when he's performing Kapalbhati, he will infect all other 50 people in the class, and all will get tuberculosis. So for that, you have to prevent, or you will not take him into the class. But how to handle this patient, that I'm going to tell you now. Suppose the patient comes to you, to suppose a yoga teacher, and he tells that I have got tuberculosis. Oh, you have got tuberculosis. So you will tell, okay, I cannot take you in the class because Dr. Pathak told that you may be infectious, you may not be infectious, and you will infect all other 50 people in the class. So I cannot take you in the class. If you say like this, what will happen? Patient will go. Suppose he has come to Vijay Kumar, and if Vijay Kumar tells him that, oh, tuberculosis, you cannot come into the class, I cannot take you. Then he will go to Ajit Kaur, and he will tell that I have got little cough and I want to practice yoga. And he will not tell that I have got tuberculosis. So she will take in the class and he will infect all the other students into the class. So what is the prime duty of Mr. Vijay Kumar? That when the patient comes and tells you that he has got tuberculosis by mistake, or if he tells I got only cough, tell him, okay, don't worry, you show me your reports. Ask him to bring all reports. And don't forget to bring the sputum report. Because if you say, bring sputum report, he will coolly take out that report and keep it at home. Because sputum report will tell you whether he is sputum positive or negative. That means whether he is infective or not infective, whether he is infectious or not infectious. So just tell him quietly, okay, you bring all the reports. Let him bring the report, you see all the reports, and don't jump on the diagnosis. Suppose he has told you that I have got cough, and when you tell him that you bring reports, you should tell this line, that you show me all the reports, so I will give you tailor-made yoga program for you. Particularly, I will design yoga for you. So he will bring and show you all the reports. When he will show the report, don't jump on the diagnosis. Oh, you have got tuberculosis. I cannot take in class. Don't say like that. Don't show any expression on your face. Just read the report. If you feel that he has got tuberculosis, if he has got sputum positive, he is infectious, just tell him, okay, I have seen all your reports. And as per your report, time being, you have to practice this. What you have to practice? You have to practice breath awareness for 10 minutes, Kapalbhati for 20 strokes, Ujjayi for 3 strokes, and Anulom Vilom 5 times, and meditation for 10 minutes. Then, after telling this module, you don't ask him to practice it in front of you. Because if he practices in front of you, he will infect you. So what you have to do? You have to show yourself, that explain how the kriyas are to be done. And then you tell him, now see, this much only you have to practice. I have shown you. So now you practice at home. Why you want to come to the class for just 5 minutes, 5, 10, this will take only 15 minutes. So you practice for 1 month and come and show me again after 1 month. So when he comes back after 1 month, you add omkar, you add Kapalbhati instead of 20, you make it 30 strokes, Anulom Vilom 5, you make it 10 times, and give him meditation. And don't forget to tell him that you should continue your medical line of treatment, because this yoga is going to act as an adjuvant therapy to you. That is how you have to deal with the tuberculosis patient. Otherwise, you will infect all the patient other participants in the yoga class. See, after 3 months, because usually when TB treatment is taken, after 3 months, patient become all right, and he has to take minimum 6 months treatment. So after 3 months, if he is sputum negative, if he is, and one more basic thing you remember, any TB patient, when he starts anti-TB treatment, he puts on weight, his appetite increases, and he feels well. And usually what happens, these patients, when they feel better, they stop the medicine. Because they know that if I go and buy the medicine in the shop or go to the TB OPD, the person, he is going to that TB window, that means he has got tuberculosis. So that is how he is identified. So they try to avoid it, they stop the medicine. And what happens then? He has taken medicine for 3 months, he put on weight, he has become feel that he has become all right, he stops medicine, and then again after a few months that disease again comes up, and when there is a recurrence, these medicines, they don't act. And that is why you must have read in the paper so many times it comes, the MDR cases are increasing, medical drug resistance cases are increasing. It is because the social stigma, patients stop taking medicine, and that is why they land up in MDR. So see that he has to continue medical line of treatment. So this is about how to handle a patient of tuberculosis. Now about cancer, we don't know the cause of the cancer, so we don't know treatment. Similarly, yoga also cannot cure cancer. So what you have to tell, you have to give specific instruction that this is only to boost your morale. And then selection of the yoga module will depend upon which part of the body is affected. Suppose you have got CA lung, you cannot ask him to do Kapalbhati. So you have to select the yoga module as per the disease, which part of the body is affected. Second important thing I would like to tell, in cancer patient, you will not give more stress on asanas. Now, what happens in cancer? Suppose patient gets cancer of this part. So the few cancer cells, they will travel up here and to go to some other part of the body. May go into the spine, may go into the rib. And again there they will grow. So that is called secondaries or recurrence. Now we don't know by naked eyes, you cannot see that. But if he gets secondaries into the back, spine, he will get back pain. So, and if suppose patient has got secondaries into the back and you give him Bhujangasana, because of the secondaries, that vertebra is weak, and because we are doing Bhujangasana, he may develop fracture. So to prevent that, you will not give more stress on asanas in case of cancer patient. There you will give more emphasis on kriyas, kapalbhati, omkar, gayatri, anulom vilom, meditation. And asanas, the minimum asanas which will maintain the flexibility of the body, and no weight bearing asan will be performed by cancer patient. So these are the basic tips for the cancer patient. Now coming to the heart attack. Now I have told this morning lecture that I have treated so many patients of heart attack with the yoga and they are not undergone surgery. So suppose your neighbor gets heart attack, then you can tell him, why you want to go to the hospital and spend lakhs of rupees? Come and sit here, I will teach you yoga. Can you do that? No, because it is an acute condition. Now patient goes to the hospital, he takes treatment, he is discharged from the hospital, and next day he calls you up and tells, doctor, yoga teacher, I had little heart attack and discharged today only, and I want to learn yoga. So come and teach me yoga tomorrow. So suppose he calls Anita madam and she tells, oh, you have got a heart attack and you're acute, it is acute condition. And Dr. Patak told that, no, acute condition, you cannot give yoga. So you will say, no, you cannot practice yoga. So what will happen? He will keep the phone down to Anita madam and he will call Shilpa madam. And he will tell, I had little discomfort last week. I was admitted in the hospital for 4 or 5 days and doctor said, you can take rest for 1 week and then you can go on job and there's no problem. So madam, I want to learn yoga. So can you teach me yoga from tomorrow? So Shilpa madam will go and start teaching yoga. And if it is heart attack, his heart is already weak because of heart attack. And in that condition, if you start teaching him yoga, it is like whipping a tired horse. So what is the duty of Miss Anita madam? You have to not reject him. Don't tell him, no, heart attack, I cannot teach you yoga. You tell him, okay, tomorrow I will come, I will see all your reports and I will teach you yoga. So he will not switch over to another yoga teacher. Now, what is your duty? Now, the basic fundamental you must be knowing. Suppose a person has got a heart attack. After discharge, what is told? Okay, you take rest for 8 days. You have to completely take bed rest. Don't go anywhere. After 15 days, what is told? Okay, you can move around in the house. Then after 2 weeks, what is told? Okay, you can just go down of your house, out of your house and just roam around into the garden. After 1 month, what is still told? Okay, now you can go to the office, but don't go by train, go by cab, come by cab, don't exert yourself. And after 1.5 months, is okay, you can continue your work, but don't do any strenuous work. So this, when he is allowed to do his routine work, that time he can practice full yoga module. But the day he is discharged and then when he is called and he is asking for yoga, that day when you will go at his house, you will see his reports and then what you will tell? Okay, I have seen all your reports and this is the yoga module you can practice. What is that? You have to just give him breath awareness, 10 times simple Kapalbhati, means Kapalbhati without forceful exhalation, Anulom Vilom 5 times, Omkar 5 times, and meditation 10 times. And Sukshma Vayam, just hand and leg movements to keep the maintain the flexibility of the body. Now this you give him, then tell him practice this for 15 days. After 15 days, I will add some more. When he practicing this after 15 days, what you'll do? You add Anulom Vilom to 10 times, Omkar 5 times, Kapalbhati to 30 times, and slowly you go on adding it. So this way, you have to implement the yoga module in a heart attack patient. Then asanas, you will give as per his capacity. When he started making movements normally, then you can give him simple asanas. That too not the final stage on the very first day. Similarly, in Kapalbhati, you will give him Kapalbhati without forceful exhalation, and that too starting with 10-20 strokes in one set, and slowly go up to 70-80. But you will not go to 120, which is the final 120 strokes in one set. So this is about the heart attack patient. And most important thing, he should continue his medical line of treatment. He should not give up the medicine. So this is about the ischemic heart disease. Asana should be performed according to one's individual capacity. Never try to reach final stage on the very first day. And secondly, the valvular diseases. These are the mechanical defects of the heart. There, the need of surgical treatment is there. Yogic practices may be adjuvant. Yoga module should be given as per individual capacity. In the book I have given whatever maximum can be given, but that doesn't mean, or it is not mandatory that it should be given on the very first day. You have to practice it progressively as per individual capacity. Now, by modern allopathic practices and advancement in medicine, what we have done, we have added the days to the life, but there is no life to those days, because the patient is surviving, living because he's taking medicine, but his life has become miserable. So let us add some charm to that life. This is most commonly seen in non-communicable diseases. There is no disease-free life. They live with disease. They have to take 10-15 tablets per day, and they are very much having a miserable life. There are a lot of complications. Sometimes the patient feels so bad that he says, why I'm not dying? Why I'm just surviving with the help of medicine? So to reduce the misery, if you give them yoga practices, their life can become enjoyable and they will survive. Now, yoga can be used as a preventive, curative, adjuvant, and palliative. Now, by practicing yoga, you can keep yourself healthy. If you are not having any disease, you practice yoga. So here it is a preventive aspect. Now, the recent origin diseases like the diabetes diagnosed 2-3 months back, blood pressure diagnosed just 6 months back, these patients, if they practice yoga, they can get rid of all these tablets. So there it is acting as a curative. Now, if it is a chronic disease, means diabetes for last 5 years, blood pressure for last 10 years, in such cases, you can use yoga as an adjuvant therapy, which will help to prevent the progress of disease, arrest the progress of disease. It will keep disease under control. Your medicines will be limited. You will not be having more complications and life will be comfortable. So here it will be adjuvant. And in palliative, you cannot do much, but whatever life is there, you can make it comfortable. So that is a palliative care. Nowadays, in some hospitals, the palliative care starts from the day the diagnosis is made. The day patient is diagnosed as a case of cancer, that day only is half dead. So that day only they start palliative care, or in a seriously ill patient. Now, illness may not be curable, chronic, life-threatening, but you can make his life little comfortable by giving yoga practices. Usually, the caretaker is also kept by the hospital so that he will take care of all his daily routine things and make him life comfortable. So the palliative care may be divided into patient having little better life expectancy, like in cases of cancer, less malignant cases, stroke, the hemiplegia or paraplegia patient, Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's, rheumatoid arthritis, aging problem, and chronic renal failure. And patients in terminal stages of cancer. So this is the B. Palliative treatment may be difficult to implement in terminally ill patients. So it is better to introduce at a very early stage. So when it can be, when the diagnosis is done itself. That time only, if you start giving him yogic treatment, and I will give you one example in major surgery of heart attack, means bypass surgery or cancer surgery, which is usually designed and decided at least 15 days before the operation. If in those 15 days, if you ask the patient to practice yoga, his lung capacity will improve, he will fare better in the surgery, and you get better results. I have tried this in quite a number of patients, and I found that they have fared better in the surgery, and their post-operative stay was also very comfortable, and they were discharged very soon without any complications. So this palliative therapy should start right from the day of the diagnosis. It will improve the circulation and oxygenation to the part of the body, so that improves its function, which can be done by simple Kapalbhati Ujjayi and simple asanas, building up the confidence that he can perform routine things, and improving the level of pain perception by practicing Kriya Yoga and meditation. Now, pain perception, it's very difficult. As you know, we have got a thermometer to measure the temperature in the body, whether it is 38 degrees centigrade, 40 degrees centigrade. Similarly, there is a measure to measure your height, measure the weight with the weighing machine. But there is no measure to measure the pain. The pain perception depends upon individual. Example I will give. You must have seen, you must have taken your kids for injection to the pediatrician. You must have seen the show in the hospital when a child of 10 years comes and stands in front of doctor and tell, okay, give me the injection. He takes your arm in front of you. He gives the injection, it goes out. And you will find one child, when the moment he is declared that he is going to take injection, he'll start running from the consulting room. So 4 people go and catch him and bring in, make him lie down on the table, hold his both legs, both arms, and doctor tries to give the injection. And he is shouting and throwing his leg up and down. Why this happens? The doctor is same, injection is same, the needle used is also same. But one person, one child comes and takes the injection without any noise, and another child makes hue and cry. This is difference in the pain perception. And this depends upon self-efficacy, fear avoidance belief, and pursued social support. So this can be managed by practicing yoga, by doing Kriya Yoga and meditation. This depends upon tolerance towards pain. One may make lots of hue and cry. This depends upon individual tolerance, which is a subjective factor with regards to pain perception and expression. Once pain is under control, everything is easy, and this can be managed by Kriya Yoga. Now, immediately after diagnosis of the disease, make his mind sound and strong enough by practicing yoga, improve the respiratory and cardio system so that you get better results. During active treatment, I have seen the patient when he's given anesthesia, if his lungs have improved, he come out of anesthesia immediately, and the wound healing is also good. So their hospital stay is reduced, and after main treatment is over, he becomes ambulatory quite soon, and fast recovery is there. But this should be practiced under expert yoga guidance, yoga teacher. Patient should not stop medicine advised by the doctor. Thus, yoga and medicine may prove to be mutually complementary to each other. No false assurances should be given. He should be given a moral boost to face the consequences of the complications arising out of carcinoma. So here what we will give: Pranadharana, Kapalbhati, Kriya Yoga, Anulom Vilom, Omkar and Gayatri. As we do not know what stages of cancer, there may be metastasis or secondary. So don't give much stress on asanas. Only the flexibility, sukshma vyayam you can give, or non-weight bearing asanas you can give. But more you will give the kriya. This is a physical level, making him unable to perform normal activities. So the severely ill patient, there he is very much sleeping, not able to stand up, sit up also. So they are totally depressed. They are not able to perform their own activities. So they try to gain sympathy from other people. They become more dependent. And because they are not able to do the thing, they are not doing it. So the vicious circle is there and they lose the interest in the life. So such patients, they develop psychological effects. They leads to poor response to the treatment. So here, the yogic treatment, if you start before they become very serious or terminally ill patient, they will perform it better when they are terminally ill, and you may get good results. So here what you give, pranadharana, then hand leg stretching, ardha halasan, ardha bhujangasan, whatever they can perform in the bed, just give them slowly. Then in lying down position, they can perform kapalbhati, light kapalbhati, ujjayi, kriya yoga, anulom vilom, omkar, gayatri, and meditation. So they will make their life little enjoyable and misery can be reduced. So I think these are the basic principles of yoga as therapy. And in each disease, what you can give, that I explained in my book. The morning lecture which I explained, this was in this book, Yoga Abhyas Dr. Chashmesun. In Marathi, it is explained. This is explained in English. This is yoga through Dr. Sai. Whatever I told in the first lecture is given in this book. And this is the yoga as therapy. Here I have taken only one chapter, principles of yoga as therapy. What principles you should remember while practicing, giving yoga to the patient. And in this book, I have explained all the diseases system-wise, the science, symptomatology, investigation, modern treatment in short, and whether you can give yoga practices to this patient. If cannot give, why you cannot give the yoga practices? If you can give, what yoga practices you can give? The module has been given. This is all explained in all these 3 books. These 3 books are available from this. You can get from this kedambooks.com @gmail.com. If you can send a message, they will give the book. And if you give the reference that you attended my lecture, they will give 20% discount all these 3 books, and they will send it to you to by the courier. So thank you very much. I thank the Yoga Vidya Niketan for giving me opportunity to share my thoughts with all these respectable and knowledgeable people who are yoga lovers. I hope that we will follow this properly and make the yoga more popular to all the people, and they will practice it themselves and keep themselves healthy. Thank you very much. This is my email ID, my mobile number. If somebody has got some doubts, they can send question on WhatsApp. I will answer, or you can send questions on email. You can watch my videos on Total Health Through Yoga. This is YouTube channel. And I think this lecture also will be uploaded on my YouTube channel. I think I have got 5-10 minutes I can spare. If somebody wants to ask question, they can ask the question. Those who are hungry, 1 o'clock lunch time is there, they can push on for the lunch. Thank you very much once again to the Yoga Vidya Niketan and all the listeners listen to me with patience, and I hope they'll practice it properly. Thank you very much once again to one and all.
Thank you, sir, for this insightful lecture. A lot of my friends here have a lot of questions to ask. So there are some questions in the chat box. I will just check with those first. Is there any remedy for tinnitus or any yoga therapy that can be given for tinnitus problems?
Yeah, tinnitus, you should know the cause of tinnitus. Usually it is because of some ear problem. So first let it get diagnosed from the ENT surgeon and find out what is the cause of it. If it is something mechanical defect or pathology over there, for that you should take treatment. And after that, suppose it is because of cervical spondylitis or because of the eardrum infection, eardrum perforation, For that, you should take medical treatment. Then you can practice Brahma Mudra and Brahmari. That will take care of the tinnitus.
Okay, sir. Is there anything for the umbilical hernia problem?
See, hernia is a mechanical defect. Usually, when the child before birth, the fetus gets the blood supply from the mother's womb, and it is to the umbilical cord. When the child is born, you must be knowing that umbilical cord is cut. The नाळ असते ती कापून टाकतात. So when it is cut, the blood supply to the fetus from the mother is clamped, blocked, and slowly this umbilical cord dries up and falls off. Now this is the umbilicus through which this umbilical cord, the blood vessels are passing from mother to the fetus. Once it is cut, these are dried up and blocked, so they fall out. Now if the umbilical aperture, it remains same, it's called given that hernia can be treated with yoga because it requires surgery, so it has to be treated.
Okay, sir. Yeah, I think there are some students who would like to ask the questions directly. May I ask Nilima to just unmute yourself and ask the question directly to sir? Yes, Nilima. Others, can you please mute yourself?
Doctor, I'm suffering from cough. A woman will help me, and should I use saline water for that?
I think sir is just a minute. I'll check. Yeah, he's there. Sir? You all able to hear him? No, even I can't. Maybe he has got disconnected. The first book is Yoga Through Doctor's Eye. We'll wait for sir to join. I think he's not there.
His audio is not connected.
Yeah.
What's the name of second book, please?
Second book, it is
Yoga as Therapy, Medical View.
Ma'am, Amrita Shenoy here. I had written a query long back at the very beginning itself. Was it asked anytime? I probably missed it also.
Can you tell me, can you repeat what was your question?
Yeah, the question was how woman helps relieve headache during fasting.
No, it was not asked. Maybe you can ask it.
Okay.
Once sir joins.
Sure. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
मैम बुक्स का फोटो मैंने निकाला था, स्क्रीनशॉट अपना ग्रुप में शेयर किया है.
Yeah, sir has joined back, so I request others to just keep yourself on mute. Nilima, you may proceed with your question.
He has not yet joined. He joined.
अच्छा ते आले होते.
Maybe some net issue.
हाँ, network is.
नितिन सर जब तक ये ज्वाइन नहीं करते हैं, रियली अमेजिंग सेशन है. थैंक्स टू यू ऑल टू अरेंज दिस काइंड ऑफ सेशंस फॉर अस. बहुत ही अच्छा था.
Yeah, even I would like to say, there was a lacunae, I mean, medical science and yoga ka jo coordination hai, I mean, this lecture actually was so amazing. I loved it. I mean, the way he explained everything, how it correlates, the anatomy, the physiology, and everything. It was amazing.
It was practical one.
Actually, all the speakers who we have had from yesterday, it has been such a wonderful day yesterday also and today also. So much knowledge we have received. And we have written down because otherwise we won't remember later so much.
सर ये सब रिकॉर्डिंग मिलेगा नहीं हम लोग को?
Yeah, it is recorded.
Sir, these recordings will be there on YouTube forever, or you will be taking it down?
Yeah, we are thinking of giving them on the YouTube permanently.
Thank you, sir.
We are seeking permission from all speakers. If they are agreeing, then we'll make it available. रुपाली सर आलेले आहेत, विचारू शकतेस?
आलेत का?
बोला
हो.
डॉक्टर पाठक पण आलेत ना?
आलेत आता आले.
हो, आलेत. परत हे झाले.
परत त्यांचं डिस्कनेक्ट होत.
नेट
आय थिंक
नेट इश्यू आहे त्यांच्याकडे.
आता आपण फीडबॅक चालू केलेलं का आता?
नाही वी आर जस्ट
त्यांचं क्वेश्चन आन्सर चालू आहे.
Raised hand दिसतायत, but what about the chat box question? Are they over before that?
No, not yet over. They are
खूप आहेत.
काय रिपीट आहेत सर. सो
आपण एक काम करूया, आता हे रेज्ड हँड दिसतात ना, एक 4, 5, 6 जण, त्यांचे क्वेश्चन घेऊया आणि चॅट बॉक्सचे सगळे क्वेश्चन त्यांना पाठवूया आणि त्यांच्याकडे उत्तर घेऊया, कारण शेवटी पुढचं मग शेड्यूल आपलं भलतच.
करेक्ट.
हा म्हणून.
ओके सर. आय थिंक ही इज जॉईन ना नाव.
बघा जॉईन झाले का बघा. झाले का जॉईन?
ही इज जॉईनिंग.
नाही
ही इज जॉईनिंग दाखवत आहे.
नाही तर आपलं हे चालू करूया, प्रथम फीडबॅक सेशन चालू करूया.
Yes, sir. You can start that.
या
मग ते जॉईन झाले तर मधून ब्रेक करायचं का?
बघू, सुरुवात तर करू आपण, बघू त्यावेळेला ते जॉईन झाले.
त्यांना जॉईन व्हायला प्रॉब्लेम येतोय, परत
म्हणूनच
आले आता जॉईन झाले.
नाही, जॉईनिंगच दाखवते अजून.
इश्यू असेल म्हणून. इन द मीन टाइम लेट अस स्टार्ट.
The recording has stopped.
I don't think it's joining. काही प्रॉब्लेम आहे त्यांचा.
Problem. There is some problem. So let us start the feedback session.
फीडबॅक सेशन रेकॉर्ड करायची गरज आहे?
चालेल, केलं तरी चालेल. सेपरेट रेकॉर्डिंग.
का लेक्चर्स आपण रेकॉर्ड केलेत, फीडबॅक करायची गरज आहे?
फीडबॅक I don't know.
You have already stopped the recording, no? So even if you start recording, it will be separate. So no issue. If at all.
Separate होईल ते.
Separate, it's okay.
मधला हा काळ खूप जाणार होता ना.
हा बरोबर. सेपरेट रेकॉर्डिंग. इट्स ओके. स्टार्ट.
नाही सर, ते नाही जॉईन होऊ शकत आहेत.
नाही, त्यांना फोन केलाय का आपण?
त्यांचा फोन आला होता मला, पण ही फेसिंग सम प्रॉब्लेम. तुम्ही चालू करा सर नितीन.
ओके. Yeah.
So,
So with this, friends, I'm sure all of you will agree that today's session by every speaker has been very enriching and enlightening. So we look forward to your valuable feedback and inputs, which will help us plan more such events in the future. So keeping in mind, I invite Nitin sir to take the program ahead.
So,
sir आलेत? नाही ना?
नाही जॉईन.
नाही, ऍडमिट केलंय पण ते अजून.
Over to you, Nitin sir.
1 second. Yeah, 1 second. Friends, today actually we are identified. 1 second. Hey, disconnect करना.
झूम मीटिंग लावू का?
आता डॉक्टर जॉईन झालेत का? ते अजूनही हेच दाखवते.
नाही दाखवत आहेत सर. नाही अजून. I don't think he is not able. He is not able to join बहुतेक.
त्यांचा प्रॉब्लेम आहे काहीतरी. मी कंटिन्युअस त्याला 3-4 वेळा ऍडमिट करते.
He is not able to join.
पण ते जॉईन नाही होऊ शकत.
I think he's changed his device now, probably.
आता परत ऍडमिट.
मला नाही ना.
ते डबल आवाज येत होता इथे मला.
प्लीज प्रोसीड.
Okay, friends. Today we are identified few people to give feedback on today's this webinar session. I still remember when this course started. So a lot of people were asking me about this, how the exams will be, how the orals will be, what will be the pattern of the exam, and what will be the course study, how it will be. And I always used to tell you all that don't look for the exam. There is a lot to be enjoyed in this course. So don't worry about the exams, and exam is one part of that course, and there is a lot you can enjoy. And that time we had not elaborated what you can enjoy. But now I am sure after this ashram visit and seminar, all of you must have gone through this experience, and I'm sure that what we were telling about the enjoyment. So enjoy it now. Still there are few more things to come, and we will have more fun. So learning is more important, and exam is just one part of it to test what we have learned. So don't worry about the exams. Now I will request Anita Vazirani from Dadar to give her feedback on this 2 days webinar. 1 second, I'll take her. Yeah, Anita ji.
Yes, sir. Namaste. Yeah, respected teachers and dear friends, I'm Anita Vazirani, Dadar Center. Firstly, thanks to YVN for the wonderful web seminar, structured and presented so well. abiding the time norms as usual. The practical ways of living with stress and the meditation session by our own Vinod Joshi sir, so well explained in his style of giving examples and narrating the stories, was so engrossing. Not a moment I thought of being away from the screen when sir was, I will call it, counseling us. Thank you so much, sir. And again, of course, all the speakers were so well. This eminent speaker, I would like to say, Dr. Sriram Agashe on integrated yoga therapy as per Yoga Vashishta. I have no words to say about the lecture which sir delivered. This ancient text, as sir said, of 32,000 stanzas was explained in such a lucid and such a simple manner. I saw sir had a unique quality of revising whatever he was teaching, which made the subject so interesting and very well and so easy to digest. And now the session by our Durgadas Sawant sir on natural living during acute diseases. As rightly said by Sushma madam, sir practices more than he preaches. His own life experiences have created a great positive impact on we students. Sir, I feel, is a synonym to Mother Nature. When he says in his style, Langanam Param Aushadhi, तो fast करने का मन तो करता ही है. Surely most of us at least have given up on the junk food, aerated drinks, etc. And we have definitely switched over to a healthy diet. Today's lecture too by Dr. Satish Pathak sir very eminently enlightened us with correlating yogic practices, especially the kriyas, asanas, also the chakras. He explained very well, correlating it to the medical science. Also the principles on of yoga as therapy. And such an in-depth knowledge we have gathered through these 2 days seminar. Also, Dr. Rudraksha Sakarikar, Indian philosophy in Ayurveda, structured comparison of Ayurveda with our yogic literature was so well explained. Now, also thanks to our eminent speaker, Dr. Ganesh Rao sir, on dimensions of yoga therapy. He explained he gave such a nice way that 4 dimensions of yoga therapy. उन्होंने कहा कि that yoga therapy का 4 dimensions, the preventive discipline, cure, healing procedure and the transformation tool. एक ही में उन्होंने अच्छे से वो पूरा explain किया. It was mind blowing. Now cherry on the cake was the speech by our Dr. Daya Tilve. The simple home remedies from our own kitchen for almost all diseases. Their recipes were put forth to us. Extremely useful tips for our day-to-day hindrances due to some very common ailments was extremely useful. I'm sure all of us were glued to our seats with attention, especially we ladies were very happy when ma'am gave us the recipe of lip gloss and lipstick. I'm sure all of us are going to try on that. Then out of the box experience was the performances by the students. So many adjectives were rightly flooded in our groups. हमारे WhatsApp groups में, chat box में, so many super duper mind blowing, so aptly said, super से भी ऊपर and what not. It was so true. I liked, especially I basically liked the performance of KBC, the great act by Dinesh Chaudhary sir, which was, I think he's there around, which was a showstopper. The entertainment program also gathered involvement of each and every participant. Pooja ma'am, you are too good. The global show. I think she won't be there right now due to thanks. And also I will thank my Garba group, especially Deepa Panchal from our group, the other group. She also involved her children who were in 10th standard and the college going exams were going on, prelims were going on. She took pain to teach us Garba, and especially for a non-dancer like me, also could do a few steps. And also to our teachers, Swati, Choksi ma'am, Sushma ma'am, for being a guiding force. Big thank you for that. Now, last but not the least, the entire program was so well compared yesterday by Sushma Dongre madam, a very confident delivery, and carried out the show so efficiently. Also today, Rupali Prasad madam. I think this is the speciality of our YVN teachers, the organizers, Nitin Tavde sir, then Jaya ma'am. I think yesterday full night she was awake. And now I would end by paying my respect and naman to our Guruji Padma Shri Shri Nimbalkar sir for giving us YVN. Thank you so much, sir, and namaskar.
Thank you, Anita ji. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now I would request, one second, I would request Sripat Tosar from Global Group. Sripat ji.
Am I audible?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Right. So first of all, let me say that the 2 days have
Sripat, start your video.
Yeah.
Let people know who is
Yeah.
Sripat.
Yeah. So let me say that these 2 days have been very humbling and actually enlightening. And because they were enlightening, they were humbling, I think. So Anita ji has explained each and every session so well. I will not get into the detailing of the sessions. But if I see a common thread across various sessions, what I learned is that we are human as a whole. We have to look at us as a whole being and connected with the super consciousness or Atma Paramatma, that connection. Because the fragmented existence is a cause of many of our ills or diseases, which could be either from a body or from the mind, which normally arise there. That's what we say. And also it has been humbling experience because of the knowledge which has flown through these 2 days, right from the first 2 days. I mean, first day Vinod Joshi sir, Sri Ram Agashi sir, and everyone, Dr. Ganesh Rao and everyone, and Dr. Satish Pathak's 2 sessions. So they were simply mind-boggling. But what I have learned is that the modern medical science is good, it's beneficial, it has got technology, it is also useful in many sense. But along with it, what we have to also realize is that it has fragmented our existence and into various parts. And the modern science also looks at all of us as, okay, you do experiment and you discover something. So yesterday, a couple of speakers talked about it. I think Savan sir also spoke about it, Ganesh, that Sri Ram Agashi sir also spoke about it, is that the science is now discovering and proving what has been seen in Hatha Yoga or yogic philosophies to be true. And they haven't found anything yet which has been given there as wrong. And that means, what it means is that we need to have a good faith in whatever we have seen, we have experienced, and we have been learning. And we have to start from the point of faith. And as all speakers have said, and Durgadas Savan sir always says that ekatari ovi anubhavavi. And also Dr. Ganesh Rao said, unless I practice myself, unless I experience myself, I think it will be only what I will be talking about by listening to. So I can always listen to and read Dr. Pathak's book and then say same thing. But unless I experience, unless I practice, and unless I have seen that, and that will give me more profound knowledge and also confidence, to tell somebody. So I think with these 2 days, my learning journey has really started further and has gone one step ahead. And I know how far I have to, go. It's a long journey, But instead of saying that, Vinod Joshi sir has taken 2 sessions and he talked about stress and how to tackle with stress, as well as he talked about meditation, and both together will really give us benefit on living with stress or living without stress even. Our 2 sessions of Dr. Pathak has given us both knowledge of how yoga therapy we can utilize, and we can look at the principles of it, and the medical side of the entire yoga. So these together can really give us a lot of knowledge. But again, I will reiterate and say that Ekatari Ovi Vanubhavavi. So as we have started practicing, and as I have learned in these 2 days, we will continue to practice. And these 2 days have really created a great impact. Thanks to all of you, all teachers, for organizing it so well. Not only that, but also each one summarized most of the sessions with key 3-4 points, which was also excellent. So I would say that I will go down my head to all the seers, the teachers who have taught us these 2 days, and all the knowledgeable people. My journey has really taken one step further. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shripadji. Thank you. Now, I will request Shubhangi Jadavji. Yeah, madam, बोला तुम्ही 2 दिवसाच्या अनुभवावर बोला तुमच्या.
Hari Om, my humble pranams to all the Gurujans of the Yoga Vidya Niketan. The 2 days experience of this webinars was so enriching, so enlightening. The words are really not enough for that. My friend Anita, she has already elaborated in details about the feedback, but the few points which enlightened, I felt were enlightening. The few sentences from the eminent expert speakers in the field, I would like to mention and reiterate them once again here. The first session was of our very own Vinod Joshi sir. So what he said was life is between B and C, that is birth and death. And what it comes in between is C, that is life comes in between B and D, that is choice. The choice lies in our hand. The stress is inevitable, unavoidable. So we have to learn to live happily with the stress, and the sir explained very beautifully how to do that. The second lecture was Dr. Sriram Agashe sir, the integrated yoga therapy as per Yoga Vasishta. It was so knowledgeable session. He explained in detail about the Adija, Anadija, Vadhi, Sara, Samanya. So those concepts were all ज़्यादा clear हो गए, the concepts of Adija, Vadhi, Anadija, Vadhi and all those things. Then he again emphasized on the role of a yoga therapist as a counselor. He mentioned about the Panchabhuta concept and how we should be treating individual as a whole and not as a body differently. Like it is a Panchabhuta concept. Then Dr. Daya, the very simple home remedies, she explained about the elements, various elements. So they are very practical and very simple. So it was really good session by Dr. Daya Tilve. Then our very own Savan sir, the first-hand experience as always. It is great when person practices it and then he explains and asks others to practice it. So there is one small story in Marathi. I will explain it in Marathi. एका मुलाला त्याची आई एका साधू संतांकडे घेऊन जाते. त्याची तो खूप गोड खात असतो, त्याची साखर खाण्याची जी सवय असते ती सोडवण्यासाठी. पण ते संत त्याला परत 2-3 दिवस परत पाठवतात आणि नंतर काही दिवसांनी परत बोलवतात आणि त्याला सांगतात की तू साखर खाऊ नकोस. तर त्याची आई म्हणजे तुम्ही हेच त्याला त्या दिवशी का नाही सांगितलं. तर व्हॉट ही सेज इज बिकॉज तेव्हा मला स्वतःला साखर खूप आवडते आणि मी स्वतः साखर खात होतो, म्हणून मी त्याला कसा उपदेश करू शकतो. सो दिस आपला सावंत सर, ही इज himself a practitioner of naturopathy and natural living. So when it comes from him, it makes a great impact on the minds of the listeners. Then the next lecture was Dr. Ganesh Rao, Dimensions of Yoga Therapy. It was a very knowledgeable session. The few points I would like to, I liked very much. He explained the difference between health and the fitness. Then doing yoga and being yogic. That point he emphasized on. Then how the therapy is effective in the functional illnesses first, functional problems and not the diseases of organic origin. Then how the yogic concentration, that is sadhana, samadhi, is very important. The most important point which I want to again reiterate is therapy is experiential and not evidential. So we first have to practice to treat the patients, and we should not be looking patients as a patients, but treat them as an individual. Then the next lecture, there was that entertainment session from our friends. It was very beautiful, energetic. We could see the lot of efforts put in by all of you. I am very thankful to all of you for that beautiful entertainment session. Then scientific basis of yoga and the principles of yoga therapy, very beautifully explained by Satish Pathak sir. The scientific basis, he explained the intercorrelation between the kriyas, various kriyas, asanas and everything, and how it actually impacts the body, at what level it has an impact. So that correlation at the scientific level, that brought in the conviction in my mind, and I think it will be for all of us. Then the principles of yoga therapy, he beautifully explained the difference between the various roles of yoga therapy in preventive, curative, palliative, those kind of things. And last but like the meditation session by the Vinod Joshi sir was again very good. The Indian philosophy in Ayurveda by Dr. Rudraksha, it has sparked an interest in the philosophical aspect of yoga. He beautifully explained the correlation, how the different darshanas, darshan shastras are intercorrelated. So it sparked the interest in philosophical aspect of yoga. I again thank all of the teachers for organizing such a beautiful 2 days webinar. Thank you. Thank you very much.
सर अनम्यूट करना पड़ेगा.
Smita Vijayaraj next is Smita.
Yes, sir. A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries present here, all my teachers and my friends. I'm Smita Vijayaraj from Vashi branch. With due remembrance to our beloved Guruji, Nimbalkar Guruji, I'd like to thank Nitin sir and Jaya ma'am for giving me this cherished privilege of presenting feedback on the wonderfully conducted 2 days webinar. As Anita ji has already elaborated on all of each of the sessions that was taken up, I would like to add on certain points that I have made a note of. The first was with our very own in-house counselor, Vinod Joshi said, sir, who kept the session lively with inbuilt aphorisms and a dash of humor. His guidance on living happily with stress was not only practical, but also pertinent to the current times that we are living in. And the interesting part was how to not listen to lobe and the art of saying no. The next was an enlightening session by the multifaceted Sriram Agashe sir about the integrated yoga therapy as per Yoga Vashishta. The takeaway from this session was that world is a creation of our own mind, and that Pranaspanda and Chittaspanda are two sides of the same coin. And the interesting revelation that transcendental meditation has a very good role to play in diabetes, which is quite common nowadays. So it will be very helpful for us. And the other fact that it has been published in the British Medical Journal as well. Following this was our very own Savan sir presenting interesting anecdotes on natural living in acute diseases. Again, how acute diseases are actually healing crisis, protecting us from chronic diseases. So that was a good takeaway from this, and presenting remedies of Param Aushadhi of fasting and resting. Next, we got introduced to Ajibai Cha Batwa, where Dr. Daya Tilve presented so many nuskas from our very own kitchen, which can be used in our day-to-day lives, which works wonders on the systems, various systems of our body. And as they all rightly mentioned, she also gave us recipes for facial cleansers, lip balm, and also a fish recipe. So that was interesting. The next was a 4 dimensions of yoga therapy, which was the last in the series for the day 1, which was presented by Dr. Ganesh Rao. what I took away from this was how to capitalize on healing and transformational power of yoga therapy, using the energies that lies between Prakriti and Purusha, and how to not just preach yoga, but also practice it every day, and not just the yoga practices, but the philosophies, the diet, and the ahar vihar and nidra as well. Next up today was Vinod Joshi's new dimension to meditation. This was about releasing the pressure from the accelerator, something which we have to really practice and also preach our students and anyone around us to how to slow down in life. So that was and also to experiment on the journey from gross to subtle. Next up was a super insightful session by Dr. Satish Patak. One word was overwhelming, because the way he explained all the systems and the correlation between yoga therapy and the medical aspect was really an eye-opener, and I personally loved all the slides that he showed, and it will be really helpful for us as yoga therapists. Further, he also taught us about the principles of yoga as therapy in much of the chronic diseases that we know, TB, cancer, IHD, everything, mostly everything. And all this from a surgeon's perspective. So that is more important for us. The takeaway from this was that omkar a day keeps doctor away. So we need to practice that. Further, we were introduced to the principles of Indian philosophy by in Ayurveda by the Sanskrit scholar himself, Rudraksha Sakrikar sir. He presented different darshanas in detail and Ayurveda as Upaveda of Atharva Veda. The influence of Sankhya on Ayurveda. So that was a correlation that we could find. Last but not the least, the well-organized and well-edited, mind-blowing virtual performances by all the teams of Dadar Vashi Global. Dance, song, stories, skit, we had it all. Last but not the least, I would a special mention about the comparing, which was done by Sushma ma'am and Rupali ma'am today. All in all, I would like to sum up is that we are so grateful to have witnessed an interesting array of eminent speakers over the 2 days, a one-off experience for many of us, giving us a chance to widen our spectrum of learning and imbibe such insightfulness from personalities so knowledgeable and well-versed in the very topics that they presented. To sum it all up, I would like to say time well spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Smita. Thank you very much. Now, today's last one is, I will request Dr. Amit Nagrik, Dr. Amit Nagrik to speak. Yeah. Hello, doctor.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. And good afternoon, teachers and my dear friends. And what a webinar it was. It was full of wisdom, full of knowledge. And ironically, I must tell you that it has answered it has given me an answer to a universal question as to who am I. So I can now, I can say that I am actually a very illiterate and ignorant person till date, because so much of wisdom and so much of knowledge was there, which was given by this webinar. So yesterday when we started, we had a very soothing prayer. And after that, whatever we had was actually a very tufan lectures and presentations that we had. Our opening batsman, Vinod Joshi sir, is such a joy and pleasure to watch with. His lectures are not just 4 drops of FDK, but they are a bucket of FDK. That is bucket full of dhamal and kamal. His day-to-day experiences are really very relatable and very, very interesting too. Now, following that, we had, with great reverence and with great respect, I must say that following that, we had Yog Vashisht himself in a kurta with earphones on a Zoom platform. Such was his lecture that it was, the amount of thank yous that he received after the lecture speaks volumes of the lecture that he has delivered. Everybody was so humbling and so grateful for the lecture that he delivered. And next, we had our captain of our ship, Sawant sir. We all know that Sawant sir is an ardent follower of naturopathy. But the importance that he gives to natural living, and that he spoke about it, natural living and naturopathy, is really very symbolic, and he really inspires us to do the same because he follows it the same. He practices more than what he preaches. His explanation for acute diseases was very informative, And so were the simple remedies that he gave. Then we had home remedies by Dayat Ilve madam, which was quite relatable. And everybody, you could see all the students with their pen and paper, writing down the nuskas that she was giving. Her nuskas for lip balm and lipstick were definitely good. But so, her recipe for the bhangra that she told was also quite good actually. And then we had Ganesh Rao sir. Ganesh Rao sir spoke about various dimensions of yoga therapy. And while delivering the lecture, you could see all the students, there was no Adi, no Vyadi, and everybody was only in Samadhi while listening to his lecture. And that was the power of the lecture that he delivered. Great insights, great thought processes. Today also, we had two spectrums of our webinar. To begin with, we had Dr. Satish Patak sir, who spoke about various anatomy, the physiology, the pathology, pathogenesis of the various yogic practices. And because of this, I'm sure that it will make us all perform our yoga asanas and kriya practices with more focus and with more knowledge. And last but not the least, he also did comment about the monetary benefits of yoga, which was really a new dimension that he added to that. Then we had our Rudraksha sir. And I must tell you, the various philosophies that he spoke, especially in Ayurveda, was really, really very great. It made us realize how much learning we still have to do. His articulation of words and his explanation of various philosophies were actually very platonic. And lastly, I must speak about the entertainment program. So pehle jab, Dadagur performed, meri aankhein bahar aa gayi ki yaar ye kya hai performance, itne achhe hain. And then we had the Vashi group performing, और कहता हूं कि जबान हलक से बाहर निकल गई. अभी उसके बाद सोचा था ग्लोबल क्लाल क्या करेंगे, ग्लोबल गाले क्या करेंगे, और ग्लोबल वालों ने तो एक के बाद एक जो धांसू परफॉर्मेंस किए, उन्होंने तो अमिताभ बच्चन को भी पीछे छोड़ दिया. आई एम श्योर they would have given Amitabh Bachchan a run for their money with the Kaun Banega MS Naturopathy that they had. Overall, I must really thank all the teachers. I am a doctor by myself, and I've realized that it's just a drop in the ocean that is there, As said by Rudraksha sir, we have to learn each and every pathis and then, or scriptures. And to understand our own philosophy also, we have to understand each and other philosophies too. And that is very important, which I have learned here. And I think everybody of us must have definitely learned the same. And I'm really thankful to all the teachers and YVN. It has been a transformative webinar for me, to tell you frankly. So thank you teachers. Thank you very much indeed.
Unmute kara, Nitin sir.
Thank you, Amit. Now, all good things have to come to end at some time. So now is the time to bid a farewell to this wonderful 2-day seminar. So the job of summing up and saying thanks to all has been given to me. So let me first thank Guruji, his memories. Let me first thank, because all this is happening because of him, Guruji and Madam, both of them. I still remember in this particular 2-day seminars, today this is online, but when it used to take, Madam and Guruji, both of them used to come. And for the entertainment program, Madam and Guruji, both of them used to sit, and even Madam big Gana gati thi, I still remember. Gore Gore Hoba Ke Chore. It was such a wonderful thing. So first of all, I must thank both of them. And then obviously, I have to thank all of you, all participants who have attended, stayed there. And because of you, this is a great success. Whatever it was there, you have done a great job. You participated, and I have to thank everybody. And then obviously, all these students who were giving the feedback have spoken about lot about everybody. All the speakers, they have summed up very nicely. So I won't repeat all these things. I have to thank Savan sir for organizing this beautiful 2-day seminar. Very meticulously done. Yes, very nicely done, very meticulously awarded each and given all of us teachers, given each and everybody a opportunity to speak and to do this wonderful work done by him. So I have to thank him. Then the both days, Sushma madam on the first day, she did an excellent job of comparing, and Rupali, she did a wonderful job today about the comparing, and I have to thank both of them. Then students, whoever have participated and even not participated in this entertainment program, it was really delightful. Whatever talents you have shown was simply amazing. So I must thank all of you for that. And all teachers also, I have to thank all teachers. They have done a great background job. And then last but not the least, I have to thank Prasad Gaude, because he was instrumental in doing this live stream YouTube. We were thinking of having this on the Zoom meeting and all these things we were thinking. And then I spoke to him. He said, why? We will go on YouTube live streaming. And within a span of a day, I spoke to him. I remember I spoke to him on Thursday. In a day's matter, he did all these things. So he is a backbone of our all technical team. All digital things he is handling. So I have to thank Prasad. I don't know, Prasad, are you there? I have to thank you a lot. So he did a wonderful job. He has been doing all these kinds of things. And yes, and I think I must thank Vinod Joshi sir for supporting and doing all these things and giving 2 lectures, and all lecturers were amazing. And as I was telling in the beginning, that when those who have joined this course will have a wonderful treat. So this has showed what a wonderful 2-day seminar it has been. And I think एक सेमिनार काफी नहीं है ना, तो और भी एक सेमिनार के जैसा कुछ करना पड़ेगा. I am sure everybody will agree to that. तो unfortunately ये सब ऑनलाइन है. अगर फिजिकल होता तो और भी मजा आ जाता था. We could meet each and everybody. But anyway, it was a wonderful session, and I'm saying a farewell and saying a goodbye and summing up this wonderful 2-day webinar. Thank you, and thank you everybody. Okay.
Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
ओंकार घ्यायचा.
Thank you, sir.
हा घ्यायचा ना सर. एक ओंकार घेऊया
Thank you,
ना.
sir.
Ha, 1 second. Let us, as per the procedure, let us take the omkar and we'll sum up. Sit straight, spine erect, shoulders little back, chin parallel to ground. Gently drop your eyelids. Breathe in. Oh. So with this omkar, we will end up the session. Unfortunately, Dr. Satish Patak could not join. So we are not keeping him away by omkar, but we would have welcomed him. But unfortunately, he could not join. Anyway, so bye-bye everybody. And have a nice Sunday, rest of the Sunday. And these memories, with these cherished memories, you will have a wonderful course, remaining course also. Okay, bye.
Thank you, sir.
Bye, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Bye, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a good day.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A special thanks to you and Jaya ma'am. You all have not slept, sir. Your level of commitment is inspirational. Yeah.
आपने ऐसे सब अच्छे प्रोग्राम दिए सबके कि हमारी नींद उड़ गई.
हमने तो सिर्फ आधा घंटा किया सर. 2 दिन तो आपने किया है. और वो आधे घंटे के लिए हमने इतना प्रैक्टिस किया. 2 दिन के लिए आपने कितना किया होगा. थैंक यू सो मच सर.
ज्यादा नहीं.
तो
It's
2:30 बजे
225.
that's not
225.
ज्यादा नहीं according to naturopathy वो बहुत ज्यादा है
ठीक है but
Anyway,
tomorrow
thanks a
is
lot,
Sunday.
sir. Yeah.
Sunday. Tomorrow is Sunday for me. Okay, this is Saturday night, no? So
Yeah.
tomorrow is
thank
Sunday.
you sir
Thank you.
sir. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Goodbye.
तो YouTube पर रहेगा सर
हाँ that will do. YouTube का करेंगे हम लोग जल्दी जो भी है. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. Should we end up the meeting? विनोद सर बंद करू का? अनम्यूट करा सर, अनम्यूट करा.
हो बंद करा बरं झालं.
नाही वंडरफुल सेशन तुमची दोन्ही लेक्चर्स वंडरफुल होती.
No. I should thank you all. Thank you, sir.
फार सुंदर, सगळं छान झालं. एकंदरीत प्रोग्राम सुंदर झाला सगळा.
Yeah.
काही
हो,
अडचणी
खरंच
नाही
खूप
येता.
छान
खूप
झालं.
सुंदर झालं.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
सगळ्यांनी मेहनत घेतली, स्टुडंट्स पासून टीचर्स पासून एव्हरीबडी. चलो, थँक्यू. सो आय विल एंड द मीटिंग.
Yeah, please.
Yes. Good night.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.